from the real world. Never write alone. Always write together. Think tanks exist for a reason. Don't be afraid to share your ideas. Inferring that none of them want to do anything because Melanie's like super sexual towards them all, right? So they're all like, yeah, no, we're not going. We're not touching that with a 10-foot pole. I absolutely love it. I have gotten so much progress done. I've had so much fun. I've experienced so much. I don't know why I would ever stop. Hang on. Oh shit. Oh shit. I have no heals. I'm dead. Ooh, got fucked up. But hey, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Placing my characters inside of the world and knowing what they're gonna do, I only know the beginning of the book is the event that sets it off is Husai gets the comm sphere. At that point, I'd say that's where you have to sit back and realize that you've hit the plateau, and you've probably way surpassed the plateau, and you should never stop trying to improve. But there is, once you hit that plateau, that's when you can start using your actual real work and your real stories as the fuel to make you a better writer. Because on the one hand, I want to say he's earned his place to be the disgusting, revolting, fat ass that he is. The conflict of the inner desire is he knows that he sees himself as something else. He knows that illusion magic is possible because other people see him as an octopi, but he's not an octopi. He doesn't know anybody else that looks like him. He's like, what the fuck? And they're all like, there's no fucking way that would ever happen. But Dark and Rawl made Richard look like Dark and Rawl, and now Dark and Rawl is in front of Kaylin. So Zed's sitting there like, wait, something's wrong here, because Richard is, it's like with his frustrated look on his face, he's like running his hand through his hair, which is not so, and Dark and Rawl is like a very, like he has a burn all over his body and stuff like that, so like he would never run his hand through his hair like that. Like there's just mannerisms that he would never do that are specific to Richard, and Zed's like, wait, right before Kaylin touches him and uses her powers on him. No, I was just gonna summarize it, but we actually need this scene because we need him to say, hey, what are you guys laughing about? What scenario did you guys come up with this time? And they'll be like, wait, what? What are you talking about? And they'll be like, I heard you guys downstairs. And they're like, don't know what you're talking about. He's like, yeah, sure, guys, okay. There's someone else I heard, right, okay. Have a great night. And remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you!
And so then your vote is going to go down this, and there's another box right here. And this is the... This is the recycling box, and there's a shredder that's underneath this. And so what happens is that you do your vote, and then if you fail the test, the shredder turns on.
If Real ID became a thing, and any company used your information in any way, you would have to get paid. Would that change your opinion towards online ID? So having a kneecap on both sides of your legs would be an evolutionary mistake. And that's kind of how I look at things. I'm like, is this evolutionary path that I'm going down for the stream evolving a kneecap on the back of my knee? And you know that Torg died in the first prologue, so it's like, do I, for instance, do a summary of this? Do I put this back in the chapter? Do I just eliminate this and infer it? Like, how would I go about making that restructure that sounds good on paper actually fit in without it being super confusing?
123 Quatuorvigintillion
How many
456
did you do,
Trisvigintillion
Smokey?
890 Duovigintillion 234 Unvigintillion 567 Vigintillion 890 Novemdecillion 123 Octodecillion 456
Oh my fucking
Septendecillion
God.
789 Sextecillion 12 Quindecillion 345 Quatuordecillion 678 Tridecillion 901 Duodecillion 234 Undecillion 500.
And do, like, you know, this kind of stuff, like a more fancy version of it, or just do the my stream setup. I feel like I could do a lot more in Canva, though. As always, guys, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! The story, and I can read the story, right? It's just not 100% my cup of tea. Same with, like, your book about horror. It's like, it's not necessarily my cup of tea, but it's something that's, like, always reading stuff outside of what your genre mainly is gives you a better idea of other aspects that are more dominant in other genres, right? I mean, that's fair, but... Yo, 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 we back at her. How's it going, everyone? Hey, Callie, how are you? Welcome, welcome. So, today we have a couple of updates. So we have some interesting things. So we made a completely new Reddit. And, Tox, I realized something! What is it, Callie? What did you realize? That you're amazing and you're awesome and you should never change, Callie, because you are the best you can be when you're being the best you are. They say you could be better, but margins only matter. My focus has been scattered. My, energy has been scattered, Callie. I don't know if you've noticed that kind of the last week, but my energy has just been completely scattered. It's like everyone took everything and just threw it out into the universe and was like, haha, go fetch! And I was like, I lost my fucking mojo or something like that, you know? But, I mean, we have been in, like, a completely different mindset for, like, reading as opposed to, like, writing. So we've been in more of a consumer mode than a producing mode. And it's been so long since I've been in a consumer mode, I think that's what's taking its toll on me, is actually just, like, all this new information just being basically, like, thrown at me. And I'm like, I can't handle this. It's too much. But we still endure, we still go on, right? So check this out. So we're actually getting fruit of labor from yesterday. So we changed up some stuff and we did some new stuff, and apparently it worked. So we're up to 198 views. So I'm doing something right. You know? Like, that's 2 more digits than, like, every other story. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess it's... The format's the same and everything. It's just... I changed up the thumbnail and, like, search engine optimization and stuff like that halfway through. And we've gained another 50 views today. So, I think that's pretty dope. No one's commented so far, so, you know, there is that, but, you know, I think we got a couple of likes on it, right? Like, apparently I don't like it, so I'm just gonna give it a like, because I don't know why I don't like it. I should! Wait, give me that SpongeBob clip. Wait, what SpongeBob clip? I never really watched SpongeBob, so it's like, I don't have, that cultural relevance to me, Callie, doesn't exist. Sad to say. It's one of those unfortunate things. But yeah, so we made a new Reddit, and we went around and we critiqued some people's stuff. So we've been getting upvotes like crazy, guys. People love our comments. You stretch... Oh, I 100% stretched the truth. 100%. Callie, that was kind of the whole point, is to see how far I could push stretching the truth and see how that interacted with analytics. Absolutely 100%. It's not even stretching the truth, it's a straight up lie. And then we'll change it back again. Just to see what the difference in the clickbait is, right? There's the authentic and there's the inauthentic. Let's see what happens when we're inauthentic. I mean, it's a bit of an exaggeration. But it is what it is, right? I mean, fuck it. But we have some, okay, on top of this, we have, where is it? Okay, we have a new one of those. It's Veritasium. And we have... I can never find it on my list. I don't even have to... You just put it in, you just know. Yeah, here we go. I think that's $340 trillion. Or is that 340... Wait, no. $340 million. There we go. That's the right amount. So Asmund dropped video talking about his dad, so we're going to watch that. And then we're going to watch Veritasium because I love Veritasium. And they're really good with this kind of stuff. Mention me when you're famous. Callie, I'm not going to be famous. I don't have the potential for that. If you understand the reason why people are famous and what gets people to be famous, you would understand why you're not famous. And I know why I'm not famous. And that's because I don't stand out. I'm like, there's the stand out, and then there's the stand out, you know? There's the guy who stands out wearing a suit, and then there's the guy who stands out because he's fucking naked. Right? I'm the latter, not the former. You know? Like, it's more infamy that would chase me than fame, right? Like, I'd probably most likely wind up more down the Asmund route than I would, let's say, like, the Charlie route, like the Moist Critical route, right? Like, I'm gonna be, like, the fucking bad guy somewhere down the line, right? Because I push the boundaries of society, and no one likes someone who presses the boundaries of society. Especially the boundaries that I like to press. But, I mean, I guess you never really know. Will I? Do I stand out? I don't, like, I couldn't say that I know you enough to know, Callie, because you need to consider, like, drive, reach, like, skill set, like, what you're innately good at. And the three things that famous people have that are really, really extremely important is they are the kind of people to naturally go out of their way and interact with every single person that they meet. And they will, whether it's genuine or not, they will go out of their way to make sure that they are introducing themselves to everyone, to make sure that they are spreading. They also usually have, like, some sort of reach that's like a family, a friend, you know, they grew up in a place where it was like, oh, there were a lot of good talent places, like, you know, good dance studios or whatever, or musician places. So it's like they have like this almost innate raising. They were usually like their parents or grandparents or someone really, really close to them is usually also extremely gifted in some way that presses them in that direction, right? And then the third thing is your ability to cope with the outside world and that intrusion upon your space. And if you're not naturally in the spotlight when you're off camera, that's a problem. I think I'm only gifted one in my family. Well, there's tons of gifted things, right? Like, you can be gifted at different things, right? It's the thing that you're gifted at is something that people want. It has a intrinsic value in society, right? Like, you can have all the great ideas and be the greatest writer ever, but if you don't have the reach and you don't have the motivation to keep pushing, you'll sell 500 copies and be lost in the dust, right? So it isn't just, oh, I write the greatest thing ever and it's gonna take off. You can write the greatest thing ever and it'll fucking die, right? There's the personality behind it too. Has motivation. Exactly, Callie. But there is a extreme difference in motivation of someone who is so obsessed that they never stop. They literally pass, like, they are in a perpetual state of like, crash out, basically. Like, they're on the verge of one more thing is just gonna push them over the edge. But they're always on the verge, pushing absolutely everything that they can. And then when they hit that break, they just keep... It's like having compound interest, right? And they just work with that compound interest as a natural thing. At least that's my, like, interpretation of what I've seen. Even with, like for instance, like Hawk Tuah chick, right? It's like, the reach is sex. Everyone can get behind sex. She has a southern accent. People fucking love southern accents. Because they think they're dumb bimbo fucking bitches. And you can just fuck them. And especially when they say something that's sex. So it's like, all these things light up, and it's a viral clip from someone who goes viral. It's not you posting your own clip. It's someone viral, right? We'll now work on acquiring debt. More debt. Wait, what do you mean acquiring debt? Hey, you sit straight.
But I am the creepy. Out of the way. I am the one you do not want next to you, Callie. Why would you say that? This is me sitting straight. Do you want to see me hunched? This is what it is like when I hunch over. Is this enough for you, Callie? Or is it too much? Should I sit straight like this? Yes, I think that is much better for my back.
You said compound interest. So what did that have to do with debt? I'm confused. How does compound... Oh, because you're thinking, you're thinking, see, Callie, you've already lost because you're thinking in the negative. You can't even have the idea of negativity on your spectrum. You have to say compound interest, and you say,
Thank you for following Michael Jerry 404.
hey, Michael Jerry, welcome. How are you? Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome. How are you? We are discussing the 3 things that it takes to be famous. How are you? I'm doing great. Give me another chance. But Callie, it's the fact, so compound interest, right? Yeah, what do you think of when you think of compound interest? Oh shit! No, not what it is, Callie. What it means to you. When you hear compound interest, what is your first thought? Your first thought was debt. Your first thought has to be stock. When you think compound interest, you think investment. You think stock. You think gaining money. You think doubling, tripling, quadrupling your money. That's what you think of when you think compound interest. Your content is cool, man. Next thing I know, Michael, is you're going to say something that you're going to try and sell me something. Because that's the first thing you do. You say, I'm cool, and then you say, man, I really like your name, you got beautiful eyes, and then the next thing you go is, hey, check out this thing that you can purchase. It's like when you're interesting, and then other people see it, because they're seeing it, and then more people are like, oh, hey. No, that's called organic reach, Callie, where word of mouth spreads because your content is good enough that someone will talk about it in their real life, and then someone else will be inquisitive about it, and then through one person you will gain one person, and then one person will gain more. Also, we need to get more views, friend, and real followers, which I can do. Yeah, see, there it is. Boom! Instantly. There's the sale. Callie, should we ban him, or do we give him another chance? Do we give him a chance to redeem himself and say, no, it was all satire, I was just joking, I was being a smoky, I swear! What are the number one things? Redeem. Okay, we are instantly banning him. That means ban. He's banned. We just banned him. He's gone. He's gone, Callie. He's poofed! Out of existence. You know that when they have two first names. Wait, what do you mean? You said redeem! You're thinking in the negative. Okay, I'll unban him. Okay. Okay, Jerry. I'll give you a second chance, Jerry. Okay, Jerry? Alright, Jerry? You got a second chance. You're unbanned. But be wary of the next thing that you say, good sir. Because you are treading very well on thin... Did you hear what... Actually, Callie, did you hear what he said? Because he said... And also, we need to get more views, friend, and real followers, which I can do. Callie, which is another way of saying, hey, buy followers from me, buy viewers from me. Hey, go buy viewers. Isn't that illegal? I mean, I think of this, Callie, as like someone coming to your house and soliciting you to go steal stuff. They're like, hey, next time you go to the market, don't buy anything. Come back to me, and I'll pay for it for you. Alright? Yeah, we'll see you in the next one. I kind of feel that's how it is. Shaw's not a bot, though. Shaw came in, he interacted with the stream. And it wasn't even Shaw first, it was Zab. Zab came into the stream, Zab interacted with the stream, Zab thought the stream was good, so Zab invited his friend. Then Shaw came into the stream, Shaw hung out in the stream, and then Shaw mentioned his business. That's how you do it. I keep tasting food. Is that not a good thing, Callie? Or is it like a bad food that you're tasting? Maybe you should go brush your teeth, bro. Make sure you brush your tongue, underneath your tongue, the roof of your mouth, and the sides of your cheeks. You know, you want to get all of the inside... No, like imaginary food. I wish I had lasagna right now.
Oh, the things that I would do if I only had lasagna right now. Only there was lasagna. Oh, it's so sad that I just can't get my lasagna. I just want my lasagna. You know, Callie, it's all about the lasagna. I just can't handle it.
Jason Tandy popcorn and strawberry pie. 5 star! I can only take so much! Oh, true, Callie, true. Oh my god. Okay, okay. Deep breaths, guys, deep breaths. So, Callie, I set something up. So I now have a string hanging from my roof that I can attach my camera to, that it hangs from the roof and shows the top of my desktop. Or the desk. The desk top. Top of my desk. Not desktop is in my PC. Terp words, love it. May I fall on your head? Yes, you may, Callie. I would enjoy that. We can get pretty far in life with falling for someone. It's extremely important to know where your boundaries are. May it... Hey. Hey. I don't know, Callie. What? Pew! That went over my head, Callie. Not quite sure what you're trying to say. It went up, bond, and over. You're faking. I'm faking. Wait, I'm faking what? What am I faking, Callie? No! Why would you call me out? What am I faking? Am I faking being a loser? Am I faking being a writer? Callie, am I faking being blonde? No, I know I'm faking being a crossdresser. Oh shit, now it's done. Oh no, my truth is out there, guys. I'm not actually a crossdresser. I just wanted to be in the end. You're not this dumb, dummy. Don't say that, Callie. Someone said I'm a really good writer. You are a really good writer, Callie. You are a really good writer. You have a great imagination. You have a great style to your writing. And you've written enough books that you've found your voice, I would say. And I can't wait to read the entirety of Student Body Sonata. I can't say that word, though. Sonata? Sonata? I know it's, like, doesn't sound like it's spelt. And I know it's, like, a musical term. I don't know why I always think it's sonata.
I'll sonata you with that dirty look.
Fuck it, I'm making a writing schedule now. I hate schedules, Callie. I'm just I'm in the mood, I'll do it. I'm always doing something, but I'm always doing something different. I keep myself steady, but I also keep myself, like, the spice, like, variety is the spice of life, right? I take that to extreme heart, and I try to always be moving in different directions, never being stagnant. And, like, I hate schedules because of sticking to them. I don't like sticking to, like, a schedule. I like falling into a routine. So I think that's a better way of doing it. The difference between falling into a routine and creating a schedule. Like, I didn't create a schedule where I stream every day. I fell into streaming every day because I absolutely love it. I don't want to stop. I just want to stream. So it is now just part of my routine. It's not a schedule, it's just routine. And that's how I try to always incorporate one new thing into my routine once my routine is stagnant. I'm like, I look at my routine and I go, okay, I've maxed everything on it, let's bring in a new skill. I need to write 25,000 words to finish this book. That'll take you, what, 3 months, Callie? That's easy. You just write 300 words a day. That's 90 days. You're good to go. 300 words is super easy. And some days you'll write 700, some days you'll write 1,700, and some days you'll write 100. It's all about keeping to that routine, though. It's like, I'll give you a good example, Callie. And I'll give you, can you, after giving you the explanation of it, can you point out the newest thing that I've added to the stream that I am doing, that I am not doing consistently, because it hasn't become a part of the routine yet, but I am trying to incorporate it, and it has to specifically do with the reacts and the commentaries and YouTube. And it's something that will become extremely prominent, but it isn't right now. And it's something I've always wanted to do, but I've needed to work on, you know, it's the intro. It's not one of those things you really need to worry that much about, right? Get the content down, then worry about the intro. Because you don't have, what's the point in having a great intro if you have no content, right? But it's when we're doing, and I'm like, alright, welcome everyone, another video here on Intoxication. So we're like kind of giving this intro to the videos, so it and then giving a summary of like what we're doing, so it kind of draws people in, so they're like, okay, you know, I watched for the first 30 seconds and I now have an idea of where the video is gonna go and what to expect in the video. So it's like now I'm building anticipation, right? I don't know, all I'm noticing is the ghost stories. Well, it's the difference between, if you notice, Callie, there's one thing I've incorporated into the stream that I am consistent with. And that is every day we are now studying short stories instead of, like, long form. Right? But that's something that is so ingrained in it that it is now... It only took, like, 2 days for it to become routine. Like, we did it the first day, we didn't do it the second day, and we've done it every day after that. And it's been, what? How many short stories do we have now for this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So that's like 6 days. 6 days of being consistent of doing 2 stories every day. And now it's just routine that I'm like, oh no, I'm going to run out of short stories. We're going to have to go finding, because we're doing the top 5 of like each genre. But then I want to do, like, the bottom 5 of each genre. Like, what are considered, let's say, famous, well-known, but they're, like, the bottom of the bar. Like, the lowest of the low, they're, like, the 4.3s versus, like, the 4.9s, right? They're still amazing, but they're not, like, the highest level, right? So it's, like, the bottom of the barrel of the greatest of the great. So it's the worst of the great. Or the greatest of the worst. Or the worst of the greatest. Mine's the worst of the worst, though. But eventually, intros and outros to videos will just be absolutely natural. So it's like anytime I'm like, oh, this is going to become a YouTube video, instantly intro it. Or leave the intro after it and being like, dude, this would be a great YouTube video. Alright, let's do the intro right now. And then I know the intro is after it, so when I'm editing, I can go back and do it. Oh, speaking of editing, Callie, so, do you want me to just edit the podcast? Or do you want to be there when we edit? Do you want me to edit it on stream while you're here? Like, you know... Because I was thinking, oh, well, if I, you know, I'll just show it to you in the end product and then you tell me if you want to remove anything. But I'm thinking maybe I might remove something that you would want in there. So, I've kind of been putting that off because, yeah, I don't want to remove something that might be, you know, interesting. But I guess what I could do is go through and edit the entire thing, take out all the gaps and silence and everything, and just, like, put it on. But like I said again, this one was kind of fucking scuffed because I don't have your camera of you talking, so I don't have like switching back and forth or putting us both on screen. Maybe the part where I blame everything on my parents. True, Callie, true. Alright, actually, we're gonna have ads in a sec here, so I'm just gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab some more water and shit. And then we'll get into this. We're gonna probably watch the Asman video first. I can't even bring it up. No, I'm not even gonna. It's so bad. So unfortunate. Tonks, I realized something! What's up, Callie? Or are you in ads right now? Are you stuck in ad hell? You want to get out of ad hell? Well, there's one way to get out of ad hell, and that is to wait! It'll all be over soon. Alright. So, we'll start off with this. About my dad.
Hey guys, I don't really have much of a script for this one. Just gonna kind of do it off the top of my head.
And I guess I want to talk a little bit about my dad. A lot of you guys probably already know, but earlier this week he passed away, and it was pretty traumatic to say the least. And
we pray for you, brother.
I was there with him the whole time. It's just me and him, and I kind of want to talk a little bit about it and explain kind of.
I'm glad that he has someone to talk to.
Also, kind of like give you guys an explanation of, why hasn't he been on? Well, that's the reason.
Yeah, my fucking dad died.
3 or 4 days before he passed, the doctors told me that. Well, actually, let me take a step back, okay? So ever since about 2023, his health has been on the decline, and it has been on the decline despite his best efforts. He had fought against multiple infections. He got pneumonia 6 times in 2 years, basically, maybe a little bit longer than that, and one of them ended up, the most recent one, ended up leaving him hospitalized. That was the one later in June, and that's whenever things really, kind of the temperature of things really got turned up, and it started getting really bad. But for about 2 years now, I've been doing a lot. I've been going over to his house, multiple times a week, doing a lot of chores for him, doing things like, anything from going shopping for him to, like doing the sheets on his bed, making sure that his floor's vacuumed, etc., right? I was basically maintaining his entire house and cleaning it because, I didn't want to have to, I guess, it's in a way dishonorable, I think, to him, to like ask for maids to come clean up his house, especially. And so it was my responsibility, I thought, as his son to do that for him, and I did. And so that was the reason why a lot of times I would end my stream at about 7 to 8 p.m. It's mainly just to call him and, make sure that he has everything he needs. And this has been something I've been doing for the past 2 years, ever since June of this year. And I mean, this is let me one more. I apologize. As I said, I don't really have like much of a internal script for this one. But when he got his pneumonia for the 4th time, before the 4th pneumonia, he's 76 years old. He's been through Vietnam. He's had heat stroke before. He has, again, 78. Half of one of his lungs was gone, and he was still walking, a brisk, 5K every single day in, 30 or 40 minutes. And this is, at 76 years old. He would do this every single day. And so, and this is after 3 pneumonias, but the 4th one really kind of, it pretty much almost got him. I mean, and, we were talking about this, and, he was a fan of boxing, and so, he was saying, it was like the count was 6 or 7, right? And, it was 4.
A couple more down, and then it's 8, 9. You don't want to hit 10.
Pneumonia, but somehow he managed to pull through, and with a good type of new antibiotic and everything, he had recovered pretty much. Excuse me, pretty much entirely, and this was kind of this had gone relatively well. He was going back to being at the store. He lived alone pretty much his whole life, and even at the end, I would come over every single day and help him for hours. But he did live alone. He would shower by himself. He would be able to take care of himself, cook himself meals, etc. Although that was something that I was kind of because I could see, that's stupid, right? And I could see where things were going, so I had a lot of home care stuff, personal chefs set up, and everything. Or for whenever he thought it was time, I would be ready for it to be time. And so ever since 2023, he and I have been on relatively the same page, that we were kind of living on borrowed time, and
Unfortunate.
It was a miracle that he even came out of that pneumonia at all. And we ended up being able to, earlier this year, go to Florida. And Florida is where I was born. It's where he grew up as well. And it's where the majority of my family
he took a week off to go see his
so,
family.
we went out there, and, I think back right now to, the fact that we were able to go out there. He was able to see everybody in the family and spend all this time with them. And at the time, I was very frustrated because I had to take time away from my stream. It was the same week that Expedition 33 came out. I was very frustrated and annoyed, also oblivion. But, I look back on that, and I'm just so proud and happy that I ended up making that decision at this point, right?
He didn't bitch out on it. He didn't say, fuck it, I'm not doing it. Because I could definitely see that would be a regret.
I don't know how this even happened, but he was 78 at the time, and he was still walking around and you know, like going from like 9 a.m. to like 2 a.m. every single day. And so he had an incredible amount of energy, had like multiple jobs. And so now I guess now I can finally go to the recent period of time, which is whenever I kind of started being very intermittent in my streaming. You can look at my graph, and you know, like my stream hours have went way down, right? And this was the reason. It was
Red graph bad.
Been to the hospital 3 times, and the third time was obviously the time that he didn't leave. But the first time he had pneumonia, and he called me, and you know, things just progressively got worse. The second time he called me, and I'm on the phone with him, and he calls me in the morning. He says, "Hey, I don't want you to freak out, okay? Like you always do, but I've got acute liver failure, and I need to go to the emergency room right now." And I'm like,
I remember that day.
I was like so in shock. I was like, I didn't know what to say, and so I asked him. I said, "Are you cooked?" And he's like, "What does that mean?" I'm like, "Are you dead?" And he's like, I don't know. Let's go find out." And I'm like, "Okay." And so we go over there, and you know, like he turned out, long story short, had pancreatic cancer. Not a good day. Worst cancer to have. And I remember telling him that he had pancreatic cancer, and somehow he didn't get the memo that he had pancreatic cancer. I was the one that was called and told before he was. And so he called me, and he's complaining about the nurses because the nurses are waking him up at night. And he's in the middle of a rant, and I interrupt him, and I say, "Pa, just real quick, did the doctor talk to you?" He says, "No." He says, "What's going on?" I said, "You've got pancreatic cancer." He's, "Oh, okay." Well, so anyway, so it's like 4 a.m, and this bitch
Typical
comes in here,
fucking asthma dad.
didn't even care. He didn't give a fuck. And so, and it was
Yep, okay,
honestly, like,
sounds
I've
about
never
right.
met a person in my entire life who gave less of a fuck than my dad. It's honestly been inspiring to me, and you know, hopefully I try to embody that as much as I can. But it was
is what
really
it is.
astonishing. And so he was in the hospital for that, and he came out of that, and obviously we went to the oncology place. And guys, I hate to say it,
They're never curing cancer.
I've been to hotels.
They're never
that are
curing
worse
cancer.
And that don't look as good as these oncology fucking, you know, places, these like clinics, everything. Never curing cancer, bro. Like, this is like, they've got like fucking like everything is wood, like, you know, like polished oak, and you know, like you go into the bathroom and it's got like almost like a golden fucking toilet. So yeah, guys, I don't know about this whole cancer cure thing you've got going on. A little bit unlikely, but anyway. So
Too
my
much of a
dad,
lucrative business
you know,
donating.
he and I went there, and you know, he got along really well with the doctor, and you know, he's walking in there. By the way, this is like after he's supposed to be on oxygen, and he had recovered so much that he would be walking around. This is like literally like at this exact time, right? More than about 2 weeks ago, he was walking around the local grocery store here at HEB. He was walking around with no oxygen, the whole store, just talking to people, shopping like normal, right? And then, you know, it was really the chemotherapy, I think really was what got him, is that he had his first, I think it's chemotherapy, and then this is like the same week that he was actually walking around the store. So like he had even got chemo, he was still walking around, no oxygen and everything. After the pneumonia, after the pancreatic cancer diagnosis, he was stage 2A with pancreatic cancer. So we were talking about like maybe, you know, like they were able to do a procedure to remove it. In retrospect, this procedure, you know, if I think back on like what do they really do? This is like something that they would do in like Game of Thrones, right? It's like this isn't a surgery. This is like a procedure done by a medieval alchemist, and I don't really think that he would have probably enjoyed that. And it's, you know, like realistically, I talked to my aunt about this, and she said like just do not get this procedure. It's really bad. It's actually worse, you know, the treatment is worse than the disease.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just enjoy your last year and a half to 2-3 years, and, you know, like, trust me, it's going to be better. Because also, whenever you remove it, there's a chance that on a microbiology molecular level, the cancer does end up spreading anyway. And so, but there have been no metastasizing, etc. And my dad wanted to go through the chemotherapy, and he said, all right, fuck it, let's just do it. And I said, okay, all right, well, this is what you want to do. We're going to do it, right? It's his life. And so anyway, we went through it. Second chemo, the day of his second chemo, like he had been feeling like kind of not really great, but I kind of chalked that up to the first time he had gone out and done all that stuff that one day. And it's like, you haven't gone out or done anything for an entire month. You've even driven a car for a month, and you do all of this, and you go to the bank too after this. And big surprise, you know, you're not really doing super great after that. But anyway, this is like maybe about like a week and a half ago. Like we go to the second chemo appointment, and he comes home, and he's like talking like, oh my god, he's talking nonstop, right? And so on the way home, and then halfway through the way home, he was just like, Brian, he was tired. And like I get it, like, cause he's done this before, right? I didn't really think much of it, but he comes back home and he just collapses on the bed, and he's like, after that, he's like super like cold, he's shivering. The house, by the way, like we forgot to turn on the AC. It's like 90 degrees Fahrenheit. It's so fucking hot. And so anyway, you know, he's sitting there and he's freezing cold, and his back's hurting him. He can't fucking catch his breath. Everything is awful. And I'm like thinking like, okay, well, I want to go home and get ready because, you know, I want to go live tomorrow. But like I couldn't do that because he was just in this situation. So, you know, one thing led to another, and I ended up just sleeping on the floor next to his bed that night. And
sleeping on the floor, classic asthma.
It was just awful. The next day we had an
True
appointment for a pulmonology appointment, and we figured, well, I mean, instead of just going to the hospital, we might as well have them admit us to the hospital, because it was pretty evident that that's what was going to happen. And so we go, and you know, I have to, you know, take him in a wheelchair and, you know, everything like that. He's on his oxygen, etc. And you know, like he's not even like super really responsive. Like, you know, usually like you guys have seen him like talking like multiple times. Like he used to be a college professor, right? I mean, like he was extremely sharp. And you know, this is something that, like, I mean, besides like this last like week and a half, he'd never really lost much of his edge. And anyway, so you know, basically like this is what happened. And you know, he just kind of, he went to the hospital, and obviously his blood pressure was like 70/50. So that's not a very good one, is it? And he goes to the hospital, he gets admitted, and things basically are not good, but they're, you know, like, oh, we think it's this, we think it's that. The end result is that I don't think that they ever really found out entirely what was wrong with him, but in my opinion, it's like, oh yeah, you go and you get chemo, and then after that you collapse and have a massive fucking crash out where you can't breathe. Probably it was because of the chemo, right? I mean, I can't be sure, but that's pretty much it. And so 4 days before he passed, 3 days before he passed, the doctors, I had two doctors in there telling me that, you know, it wasn't a matter of if, but when he gets out of the hospital. I'm pulling into the hospital the next day. The doctor calls me, and she says that, well, we don't know if he's going to leave the hospital. So whiplash, to say the least. And I'm like, I'm freaking out, right? I mean, like
I can imagine.
It's like, this is
I can't imagine.
Right? Because I'm dealing with this, by the way, primarily by myself.
Yeah.
You know, like all my family's in Florida.
Yeah.
Lucky enough, and I'll get to this, but I was able to handle all this on my own. I did all this by myself.
Fucking
you know,
asthma power, man.
That would, you know, reach out and try to help me, etc. But you know, for the most part, it was really just me doing all of this, and I'm lucky in a lot of ways. But you know, like he's had a lot of friends over the years, obviously. And so, you know, many of them were able to, like, come see him and everything. But, you know, I think about it a lot myself, and I think to myself, like, well, like, growing up, and even, like, as an adult, there was a lot of friction between me and my dad, right? I would get very angry at him. I'd be very, very furious, angry at him for a number of reasons. Same with my mom, especially my dad. And I had a lot of resentment for a lot of different reasons, etc. Like, I love my dad. I always loved my dad. But he would make me frustrated a lot, and the way that he would act sometimes would make me uncomfortable, and it would bother me a lot. And so there was a very big amount of friction there. But, you know, I remember when I was a kid, and he would always say this. He says, I'm not here to be your friend. I'm not here to hang out with you. I'm not here to be your buddy. I'm here to be your father and to raise you. So, you know, when the time comes and I'm gone, you're going to be able to keep going.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, you know, he's telling me this obviously when I'm 8 years old. And so this is like, I've never met anybody who is even remotely close to as much of a hard ass as my dad is. Like it's not even remotely close. And you know, I'll tell him something bad that would happen to me, and this would turn into a story about how his family didn't have any money growing up, and so he had to hunt squirrels to feed the family. And so there's never a time that I could complain to him, and he wouldn't be able to one up it, which would be frustrating for me, right? And there was a lot of resentment and frustration there, but at the end of the day, he was a massive fucking hard ass, and that harshness and everything, I think, is probably a lot kind of where I get it from too. But you know, I was thinking, and I would always resent this. I would be very frustrated. But I realized that, you know, like, you know, when he was dying, I was there, and I was able to deal with it, and I was there the entire time. I went till the very end, and you know, I think to myself, at the end of the day, he did it. I was ready, and I mean, not as ready as you can be.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? But you know, I think about that a lot, and you know what he set out to do as a father for me. I think he achieved it, and you know, I've had a number of days right now just to think about that, and it's been I've a lot of very, very complex feelings about that, and that's been basically what's been going on. I've obviously, you know, had to contact all of my family members and everything, and organize everything, and deal with his will and everything. He's giving away most of his stuff to his friends, and we made a video of him, you know, like, oh, this is going to this guy, it's going to this guy, it's going to this guy, it's going to this guy, and I even made sure in the video, I was like, Pa, who's the car going to? He's got a 2014 Dodge Challenger
It's going to Aspen.
V8 Hemi Performance Package car. I'm like, Pa, who's the car going to? He says, oh, it's going to you. I said, okay, all right, good. That's in the video. So I'm getting the car. Everything else, don't give a fuck about it. But I'm getting the car. And obviously a few other things that, you know, growing up, you know, would have sentimental value to me. But otherwise, he's giving away a lot of the stuff to, you know, like different family members and friends, etc. And, you know, I've had to organize all of that and do all of that. It's been a lot of work for me, and the work is not over, but it is beginning to recede, which is good. So, you know, I lost my mom in 2021, lost my dad, and now it's just me. And it's a weird feeling.
Power
It
to you,
certainly
bro.
is.
We
And,
believe.
I think to myself a lot about it, and I don't really...
Give him the
I don't
spirit
know really
energy.
What to think or how to feel, or... I don't think there is a right way to I don't know, like, to
It's
feel
just
this
whatever
way, but,
whatever you
know,
have
my
to do,
dad
man. Whatever you have to do.
always really did try to do his best for me, and you know, like you guys know, on my stream and everything, he was a part of my stream.
I'm gonna miss that.
know,
Someone made a really good compilation that I
don't
kind of
think
want to
I'll
watch
really
after
be the
this.
same, after losing him and going through all of this, but you know, I to be honest, the only thing that I really felt is that I felt really sad when he passed away, is because, you know, there was things that I had wanted to do for him, right? Like, for example,
The
you
Middle
know,
East
he's a veteran,
trip?
he's a Vietnam veteran, and I had wanted to go and have him take one of the honor flights to Washington, D.C. and see the memorial and everything. And this is something he had wanted to do, and I had agreed to go with him and to do that. And because you have like a +1, and you know, they take a lot of the old vets there, and you know, I was really sad. And there was that and a number of things, and to be honest, like, not capitalizing and not doing more of those things. Obviously, like, I did a lot of things with him, but I have a tremendous amount of regret for not doing more. And it's one of those things where, you know, I've had only a few of these in my life where you actually can't undo this. You can't go back and redo it or fix it or undo it or anything like that. You just simply have to live the rest of your life with the consequences of it.
Mm-hmm.
And knowing that is I hope I don't make that mistake again. I will do my best to never make that mistake again.
Live the moments for you, bro.
And that's pretty much about it.
That's my problem. Turning people down and shit like that. I'm
you know,
so bad at doing that. Instead of like making memories with your
it's
friends,
weird
just saying
even
nah.
now, like, like I'll
I'm gonna
like,
stay in tonight.
think about it. It's like, you know, it's 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock now, right, when I'm recording this, and I'm like thinking like, oh, I should probably call my dad, check in on my dad, and you know,
Yeah.
it is right, and so you know, it's gonna take me some time to kind of like get past it.
Yeah.
I
Take all the
remember
time,
this
bro.
is the day that
All
we
the
agreed
time.
to put him on hospice. I come in and it's like 2 p.m. or like 3 p.m. I come into his room, and he says, "Well, why aren't you streaming?" And I'm like, "What do you mean? Why am I not streaming? You fucking dying!" Like he's like, "Ah,
Don't worry about
whatever.
it.
Well, you need to go live. Like, what are you doing?" And
You
so,
got fans out there. What about
this is
us?
the kind of guy he was, and
Yeah.
I
So we loved
I
about
intend
him.
to honor that wish, and I'm not gonna be gone forever.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be back soon. It's what he would want,
Yeah.
and I think it's what's best. I'm incredibly lucky that I was able to deal with all this by myself. My dad growing up, and you know, is like the oldest member of the family, patriarch in a lot of ways of the family, would help people with all kinds of stuff, etc. And I find myself tremendously lucky and fortunate that I was able to deal with all of this by myself, and nobody else had to see him in the state that he was in at the end. And you know, they can have the memories of him being a strong, smart, you know, nice, kind guy, and funny, you know,
Yeah.
very funny.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very glad that, you know, I was able to do all that myself, and nobody had to see what I saw. Not a good time. But anyway, I will be back. I don't really have a time frame, maybe a week or so, right? I mean, I don't know.
Really?
But
That's fucking soon?
something like that. If it's longer, too bad.
Yeah.
If it's shorter, surprise.
Yeah, like,
So,
I expect at
that's
least like
pretty
2
much where I'm
months.
at. And,
Especially if you had to go to
also,
Florida
all
and
you
do all that
guys
stuff,
post about
but
this
I
on
don't know.
Twitter, all you guys that left positive comments and messages, you know, in this hospital bed, even I showed him. I was fucking scrolling. I was like,
Look at all the
these
people
messages,
cheering
everybody
you
wants
on,
to know,
Asmund Dad.
you know, they're praying for you, everything like that. And, you know, like he really appreciated it even then. Like, I think he was kind of in shock that it was so many of you all, and so that's really
That's the
appreciated.
influence that you
It
have
means
when
a
you're
lot.
such a
It meant a
powerful
lot to him. It means
thinker
a lot to
and
me.
idea
And,
provider and
Thank
communicator.
you. And so, I'll see you soon.
Hell
That's
yeah,
about
brother.
it. You know, son of a bitch.
Yep.
It's been a fucking crazy past 5 years.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh
For
my
the entire
God.
world, too.
But,
But it
that's where
sucks
we're
when
at.
it's hitting your front door.
So I wanted to tell you guys all what happened, and that's pretty much about it. And thank you guys, everybody. And
We're here for you, man. We believe
Peace.
in you. Peace. Asmund Dad. And now I'm like, I mean, is it too early to call him Asmund Dad now? Because he is officially now the true Asmund Dad? Especially if you include Casey in there. See, Callie, I'm like, how the I wouldn't be able to do that. Like, I am literally like almost in tears thinking about it, and he's not even my dad. I'm just like, I am so emotional with shit that I'm like, oh, you know, I feel it. I'm just, I get on that level, right? So let's see if we can explore Asmund Dad compilation. Nope. Asmund is Dad. Someone. Oh, here it is. Rip Asmongold's dad. Here it is. And then it's just like a bunch of moments.
Hello. Welcome.
Oh, maybe it's not. Nope. It's just a video about it. There's one that's like, you know, it was a bunch of moments of like Asmongold and his dad. But I don't think I can find it. Whoops, that's not the one I wanted to close. Yeah, I know. 3 hours
Most
of writing
people-
a day. That's what you're gonna do, Callie? 3 hours of writing a day? I wonder if I'm on TikTok. Memorial video? Is that what? A tribute. Is this it? Okay, I think it's this. Okay, and then this one. This is it.
My dad's been very supportive of me streaming. He even pretends to care about World of Warcraft whenever I tell him about it. I couldn't have asked for a better dad than my dad.
All the way from back in the day, my dad took me out fishing, and he actually brought first time fishing, and he brought out, and apparently he wrote an article and he sent it in to a fishing magazine, and they published the article with my picture of the fish that I caught.
And I turn around, you're going, oh, yes. And I said, are you getting a Biden? Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, well, shit, we had to throw all mine back.
God.
Phone boy.
What a...
Happy Easter.
Okay.
There's a lot of bad boys.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an ad. Here, let's go back to the beginning then. Hold on. Yeah, we don't want to play this during the middle of an ad. That'd be so disrespectful. So disrespectful. I'm gonna put the same energy I put into exercising into writing. That's a good idea, Callie. Use your... You have to work on both your body and your mind. Remember that. I'll tell you my secret, Callie. I'll tell you my secret. Don't tell anyone, okay, Callie? Don't tell anyone my secret. When was it? September 15th. Okay. So it's between September 15th and 10th. Wait, what day is this? Okay, that's that. It should be like right here, right? Let's somewhere here. Why can't I find it? Okay, well, let's just go to YouTube and let's just do this then. This is usually how I find it.
Talk Stories.
And then we grab this. And go to the end. And we want probably this one. Maybe this one. Nah, this one's all the same. Maybe this one? Yeah, there you go. That's a good one. Yeah, and then I just I just take it from that. What are you gonna do? Sue me? Don't tell anyone my secret, Callie. Don't tell anyone my secret.
My dad's been very supportive of me streaming. He even pretends to care about World of Warcraft.
True. So why did you change your name, Callie?
I couldn't have asked for a better dad than my dad.
All the way from back in the day, my dad took me out fishing, and he actually first time fishing, and he brought out, and apparently he wrote an article, and he sent it in to
I saw
a
someone
fishing magazine,
named,
and they published the article with my picture of the fish that I caught.
Yeah. Turn around, you're going.
Alpha Princess Daddy.
said, are you getting
And I was
invited?
inspired.
Yeah.
Ah.
I caught more than you, right?
Yeah, well, shit, we had to throw all mine back.
God.
Phone boy.
What a...
Happy Easter.
Okay.
There's a lot of bad boys.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I be doing that.
You be
That sounds-
like stream sniping people?
Oh, yeah, that sounds like me. Is that it? I mean, maybe I have somebody else, one of my buddies with me.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like,
It's some way to fuck with somebody, you know.
Is this real?
yeah, I know. See, guys, now you know it's actually my dad. Yeah.
Yeah, boomer, you damn right I'm a boomer. Second year. First year boomer is 46. I was born in 47. And
All right.
I'm proud to be a boomer. I said, come on, Zach, just shut it down for a while. No, I can't. I love this game. And crying. Big bones.
Don't hit big bones with little bones.
There you go.
No.
And so, no, I don't have more hair than he does. I just know how to hide it better.
All right. Well, I'll see you later. Yeah, I'll see you later.
I say something else.
Okay.
All right.
Yep. See ya.
bro. Yeah. Good luck.
Yep. Thanks.
Thanks to all you guys who say all the nice things about me. I see in his chat when I call him up and, get in his shit. And I really appreciate that. Kind of cheers me up. So thanks, guys, and I'll see you around.
Man, I literally already cried. I know, it's so sad, right? That's the problem with getting older, Callie. Eventually, one day, we're gonna be in that spot. And it's either gonna be, like, our kids or, like, our other family members, like my sister or my brother, my niece, my nephews, lying on my deathbed when I'm 97. Streaming it. You think that'd become a phenomenon when streamers get to the point where they're like dying in the hospital and it's like Kai Cenat when he's like 104 years old in the fucking hospital and just like waiting for him to like just fucking when's gonna be the day he's gonna croak? You're just like fucking what would that be? If he's like, what, he's like 22 or 23 or something like that? Kai's pretty young, right? So it'd be like 21... 2111? 2112? Something like that. It'll be 104 to 108. But yeah, who knows how long we'll live at that point, Callie, right? Because we'll be 150 because of technology. I could see that definitely being a thing. All right, so here we go. Veritasium video. Ken, $340 million, rewrite history. Oh, shit. This is a very interesting question. Let's find out what they mean by it.
Don't know the real story of Alfred Nobel.
One morning in 1888, Alfred Nobel sat down to read the newspaper in his conservatory. He scanned the pages casually, but then he froze. The Merchant of Death is dead. Dr. Alfred Nobel, who became rich by finding ways to kill more people faster than ever before, died yesterday. It was his own obituary. The newspaper had made a mistake. Alfred's older brother Ludwig had died in France, and the journalists had confused the two. But in that moment, he saw exactly how the world would remember him. Not as an inventor, but as a butcher. Now, the wording in the obituary, the Merchant of Death and all that, well, it's likely been exaggerated over the years. We could only find an obituary that described him as a man who can hardly be passed off as a benefactor of humanity. But reading this allowed Alfred to see what others truly thought of him. And
it's still pretty bad.
He had earned his reputation building an empire on one substance: nitroglycerin. It's one of the most powerful explosives in the world. Its blast pressure is over 100 times greater than gunpowder.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's so sick!
But that power comes at a price. Nitroglycerin is so sensitive that if it's dropped, shaken, or even just bumped, it can detonate.
And as a result, hundreds of workers died trying to handle it. So Alfred made it his mission to tame this beast. But in doing so, he created powerful new explosives used in everything from blasting tunnels to making bombs. Tools that transformed the modern world, but also contributed to deaths of tens of thousands of people, unleashing a level of destruction that would come to define him. Alfred's father, Emanuel, was also an inventor. He opened the first ever rubber factory in Sweden and invented
See
the
what I mean,
rotary
Callie?
lathe,
They usually
which
have a
made modern
connection to
plywood
someone
possible.
else. Find someone
But
famous and
Emanuel
find that they
struggled
don't
with
have a
business.
connection to
He
anyone.
went bankrupt shortly after Alfred was born. So Emanuel set off to Russia to start over, leaving his
And
family
that's one
behind.
of three. Okay,
Some
I have
of
written
Alfred's
this down.
earliest memories were of
Bruv, if you can't do anything, prepare something. And don't edit one day and write the next. Do both on one day. Use stream as motivation to edit 3 hours of writing.
watching his brothers
I'll
sell
just become the
matches on
famous
street
person
corners with
someone else needs to know. There you go, Callie. So you're
Stockholm
thinking
just
outside the
to afford
box.
food. He was often sick, bedridden with colds, stomach problems, and bouts of depression. He would later say, "Mine was a pitiful half-life which ought to have been extinguished by some compassionate doctor as I yelled my way into the world." But soon after Alfred turned 9, a letter arrived from his father asking the family to join him in St. Petersburg. See, in the early 1850s, the great powers of Europe were gearing up for war, and Emanuel spotted an opportunity. He realized Russia's capital was vulnerable to attack from the sea, so he approached Tsar Nicholas I with plans for a new kind of explosive device, one that would float in the harbor and detonate on contact with enemy ships. A sea mine.
Sea mine.
Within months of his proposal, in the Black Sea just off Sinop, the Russian Navy sank an Ottoman fleet, and the Crimean War began. Emanuel's invention was suddenly in high demand, and the newly established Nobel Armaments factory quickly grew from a few dozen employees to over 1,000, producing mines, torpedoes, and other explosives for the Russian military. With money now pouring in, Emanuel decided to invest in Alfred's education. At the age of 17, Alfred found himself in a lab in Paris studying under the world's greatest chemists. And it's here that he met an Italian doctor named Ascanio Sobrero, who
What a name.
had a peculiar demonstration. Sobrero would take an ordinary-looking piece of cotton and lay it on an anvil. He would raise his hammer and...
It's
like a bird ran into a window.
Right?
Yeah,
That was a good one, right?
Yeah, that was a great one.
Soaked into that cotton was a new explosive material, nitroglycerin, and it was unlike anything the world had ever seen before.
See, until then, the most commonly used explosive was gunpowder, but it had a major drawback.
It's fast, but it's not that fast. When we were doing it, it was much slower than the speed of sound.
Jesus!
I remember that video.
All the ingredients
He's trying
you
to
need,
outrun
the
it.
carbon for fuel, the potassium nitrate for oxygen, and the sulfur to speed up the reaction, they are all in separate grains. And if they're spread far apart, the reaction is just too slow.
Come on, you can do it! Go!
But if you contain gunpowder, that forces these reactants closer together, and it also traps in heat, which accelerates the reaction. And this allows the pressure from the hot gases to build up until...
You see the explosion and then the powder burst out and then it catches flames.
Yeah, you can see the whole bottom comes out and it just catches up to it.
All these particles have to be in close proximity, and they also have to be small enough, and they have to be mixed well enough.
Yes.
to
Good
get this
reaction.
reaction. So
for if
it
you're
kinda
creating
feels
some sort
a little
of,
bit clunky.
you know,
like it's not the ideal
fantasy
way you
world
do
that
this,
has,
where it's like
uses
all the
some sort of
molecules are
material.
actually, like right next to each other.
That's a great instinct, putting all the molecules beside each other so that you have them all available to react as quickly as possible. But I think I can one-up that, and that is, can you put everything you need in the same molecule?
Okay.
And that's what nitroglycerin does.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right? Pretty cool.
That is way cooler.
And because of that, it's way more powerful. We've loaded 15 grams of gunpowder and 15 grams of nitroglycerin into test tubes, and then set them in clay blocks so we can compare their destructive power.
This is a bikini gauge for measuring blast overpressure. And it's called the bikini gauge in reference to the Bikini Atoll because a analog blast overpressure measurement device was used in the nuclear tests in the Bikini Atoll. It has a number of different diameter holes and a film inside.
The larger circles have more area, and so under the same pressure, they will experience more force and so burst first. The smaller circles take more pressure to break because they've got smaller area.
The smaller the circle that gets punctured means the higher the blast overpressure.
Okay, black powder into clay.
Fire in the hole! 3, 2, 1. Yeah, it launched the block a bit, popped the top right off.
Let's look at the bikini gauge, which looks totally intact.
Looks totally intact.
Yeah. I mean, I'm getting nothing, yeah. All right.
Right, so we'll
see if
leave that for the nitro. When the nitroglycerin goes off, it's gonna be like someone shooting a 50 cal. So I don't know if you've been to the range, but that's gonna be a big blast. Fire in the hole! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
So first thing I noticed is there are bits of clay that have just rained down on me. I got bits of blue all over me.
That's crazy. Right there.
Is there anything left?
Yeah, there's a bunch of clay on this window, on that window, on this window, on the bikini gauge. It's like a Jackson Pollock painting.
There's no way we got a frame there. There's just instant light. Just
Yeah. When it's fast on the Phantom, then it's fast. Right?
Nitroglycerin is incredibly powerful, and it gets this power from its molecular structure. See, nitroglycerin is a highly unstable molecule. It consists of a chain of 3 carbon atoms with 3 oxygens, and then 3 nitro groups attached to those, which are just nitrogen atoms bonded to 2 oxygen atoms. These nitro groups are what makes nitroglycerin so unstable. Oxygen is more electronegative than nitrogen, so these 2 oxygen atoms pull on the electrons from the nitrogen, which shifts the electron density away from this 3rd oxygen. But now there's little shared electron density between these 2 atoms, which results in a much weaker bond between the nitro groups and the main chain. So you get these weak spots, and all it takes is a little bit of energy, like from the shock created by a hammer strike, and then those bonds snap apart. So now you've got all these atoms that are swapping partners, and they form much more stable products, like nitrogen gas, carbon dioxide, and water vapor. And this process releases a huge amount of energy and heat, and it shoots off the products at high velocities. So then
I
these go
love
on to hit other
science.
nitroglycerin molecules, which causes their bonds to break. And if this happens for enough molecules at once, well, it sets off a chain reaction.
Now you've got a
What
shockwave.
makes a book that we need to read? 1. Writing a story you care about. 2. Characters other people care for. 3. Story that makes an impact. Relatable characters. A story we can learn from. The most powerful stories, Callie, are ones that predict a change in society. And they're usually not taken as seriously in their time as they are in the future. And I think 1984 is a great example of this. Like, if we keep going where we're going, what are people going to think about 1984 in, like, 2040? It's like, literally, it's the playbook of what the fuck is happening in the world. It's literally the playbook. It's like, well, what the fuck?
And now it's going to propagate, and as it propagates through, it's going to break bonds here, 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 here.
Its blast pressure is over 100 times greater than the peak pressures that are produced by gunpowder.
Lots of things will explode. Even, you pop a balloon and that's an explosion.
Yes.
But the specific kind of explosion we're interested in with nitroglycerin is a detonation. And the detonation is that chemical decomposition that happens faster than the speed of sound in the material.
What we see in our experiments with nitroglycerin is all these things happen really fast, like less than 100 femtoseconds fast.
I don't operate in femtoseconds very frequently. How fast is that?
Well, femtoseconds 10 to the negative 15 seconds.
That's crazy. So a molecule of nitroglycerin will decompose 3 trillion times faster than the blink of an eye. And it's this speed that is one of the defining characteristics of high explosives.
Yet Sobrero never set out to discover an explosive. He was searching for a medicine to improve blood flow.
During one test, he mixed glycerol with nitric and sulfuric acid, when suddenly it exploded. Sobrero survived, but shards of glass left permanent scars on his face. Deeply shaken, he concluded this new substance, nitroglycerin, was just too dangerous. He later wrote, "I am almost ashamed to admit to be its discoverer."
Damn.
But Alfred disagreed. To him, the hammer strike was like a pistol shot. It was like somebody had kicked open the door to his mind.
It's a real shift in his character because he's been this frail, sickly boy, kind of has trouble with people, and then he discovers explosives and chemistry and changes. It's like whenever he's working, he finally isn't depressed. He can kind of escape through his work.
And at that age, you're probably not thinking about all the possible consequences of this. You're just sort of excited about what it can do.
Yeah, that's another thing. It's like if he was 17 when he figured this out.
He believed he'd be the one to unlock it and solve one of
Naivety is also
problems.
a very powerful thing in human history.
If I had a jar sitting right here and I wanted to detonate it, how do I do that?
Need a long fuse.
But what's crazy about nitroglycerin is that a regular flame won't cause it to ignite. So even if I ran a fuse into that vial, it's not going to explode.
See, while a fuse can heat nitroglycerin, which makes its molecules vibrate faster, and it might even break a few NO bonds, it usually doesn't break enough of them at the same time to detonate the rest of the liquid. So it doesn't explode. However, if you drop it... But even that effect isn't consistent. We tried putting a vial loose in the back of this RC truck, expecting the bumpy ride to trigger it.
And I love how they're just willing to blow up a camera. Because obviously if it went off, that camera would be fucked.
And you can't really get it to blow up when you want it to.
That's very paradoxical.
Oh, it's just sitting there.
My browser used to look like a blast site too. I had windows and tabs scattered like debris. I had YouTube, Wikipedia, random research
that's
articles.
me.
Some things that I swear I never opened.
Yup.
But that changed when I switched to today's video sponsor, Opera. With its free built-in AI tool, Aria, I can use the quick shortcut to write a prompt, and then the chaos is gone. I can say close all my YouTube tabs, and it's done. Or I can say group my chemistry papers, and it creates this tab island. I can even hover one tab over another tab, boom, another island. Can expand and collapse them as needed to save space and stay organized. I also love that I can ask Aria anything while researching, like what year did Alfred Nobel patent dynamite in England? And I get the answer instantly without having to switch tabs. It's really helpful when Derek is patiently waiting for the next version of my script. If I'm going through an article and want to take notes, I can just drag one tab down, split the screen, and now I can do both. No need for multiple browser windows. And if I feel like listening to some music in the background, Opera's got a floating music player built into the sidebar. It makes controlling my music easy. I can access my favorite streaming service from anywhere, even while leaving the browser. So if you want a browser that helps you get stuff done, try Opera for free by clicking the link in our description. Thanks to Opera for sponsoring this video, and now, back to some explosions.
In 1852, when Alfred returned to Russia, he moved into a cramped apartment with his brother Robert, and he turned their kitchen into a makeshift lab. He was searching for a reliable way to detonate nitroglycerin, dreaming it could one day power his father's sea mines. But when the Crimean War ended in 1856, the Russian government refused to honor the contracts they'd signed during the war. So the Nobel factory was forced to shut down, and Emmanuel went bankrupt for the second time. Alfred later wrote that his father was, quote, a man of genius, but a failure all the same.
And so Alfred goes back to Sweden and he decides, he's like, I'm not gonna make the mistakes of my father. Where does his mind go? Sticking with nitroglycerin. He's like, if I can make this, you know, I'll be successful on my own terms.
By the summer of 1862, a 28-year-old Alfred thought he was onto something. Excited, he gathered his brothers by the banks of Lake Mälaren, just behind his workshop in Stockholm, and he pulled out a metal tube with a fuse extending from the top. He ignited it and tossed it into the water.
That's crazy.
He had finally found a way to reliably detonate nitroglycerin. In its finished form, it works something like this. Alfred took a container of nitroglycerin and inserted a wooden plug and packed it with gunpowder. Then when the fuse was lit, the gunpowder inside would explode, blasting down into the container. And it was that sudden impact that delivered the shock needed to detonate the nitroglycerin. It was just like the hammer striking the anvil.
We need a blasting cap for this.
All right, so now Jesse's gonna add a blasting cap, Alfred Nobel's first major invention. I could just, like, my heart is just racing more than usual. And I know that it's safe, but yeah, I actually didn't really expect to feel this nervous about it.
Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh my God.
That's crazy.
Stay down.
Oh yeah, okay. Gotta stay down. Okay, gotta clear the range.
All clear!
Oh my God.
All right, Henry.
Yeah,
How do you like that?
jeez, man.
Is that what you came for?
Yeah, for sure. That was insane.
Look at how it carved out the exact imprint of the bottle, 1.5 feet below. Okay, look, we even have puncture on the second to last hole. The smallest is not punctured.
Yeah, wow.
So, I mean, that's the entire range of our measurement capability.
I'm gonna get you through there. That's awesome.
His invention, the blasting cap, was refined to use an even more consistent explosive than gunpowder, mercury fulminate. It became the first reliable way to detonate nitroglycerin on command. The design was so effective, it remained virtually unchanged for decades.
Damn.
I think it'd be hard to argue that this advancement doesn't find its place into every other explosive device that comes after it, basically.
Probably the most significant development since the...
Talk, so if we get isekai to separate worlds, though, so which one do you think you would be in? If I got isekai'd. Okay. Callie, imagine steampunk meets medieval crusades. So it's like 2150 But, like, it's, like, kind of, we haven't really advanced in technology. We're still kind of at the level that we're at. But it's, like, religious holy war across the world. And it's, like, invention of shield. Think of, like, Dune with, like, the shields, where it's, like, we go back to doing, like, hand-to-hand combat because of shields or something like that. That's what I imagine. That would be the world I would want to be isekai'd into. And then I would be the proof that God exists, and I'd be fighting on the side of the crusade.
Invention of gunpowder.
The same idea, using a small explosion to trigger a much larger one, would later be used in atomic bombs to set off nuclear chain reactions.
With the invention of the blasting cap, the use of nitroglycerin finally became practical.
It can break rock and make tunnels much more effectively.
Nitroglycerin sped up industrial excavation dramatically. In one mine, the rate of tunneling almost doubled, from 0.76 to 1.34 meters per day. And in Mexico, crews reported that 15 men using nitroglycerin could do the work of 25 with gunpowder. So orders started pouring in from mining companies, engineers, and railway builders from around the world. To meet the sudden demand, Alfred began producing nitroglycerin in Sweden, enlisting the help of his younger brother Emil. But on the 3rd of September 1864, an intern asked Emil for help moving a heavy crate. The two began to lift when suddenly,
kaboom!
The factory was ripped apart. A witness wrote this of the explosion. Most ghastly was the sight of the mutilated corpses strewn on the ground. Not only had their clothes been torn off, but on some, the head was missing and the flesh ripped off the bones. These formless masses of flesh and bone bore little or no resemblance to a human body.
Damn.
Emil, just 21 years old, and 4 others, the intern, a janitor, a young laborer, and a passing carpenter, all died in the explosion. Alfred blamed himself, and he swore, "I will never let this happen again. I will make nitroglycerin safe."
Dun dun dun.
The city of Stockholm declared nitroglycerin too dangerous and banned its production within city limits. Alfred, however, refused to give up.
So this is a moment where he's actually a pretty savvy entrepreneur. He says, okay, if I'm not going to do it on land, I'm going to do it on the water.
So he set up a laboratory on a floating barge on Lake Mellerin. But
we're
as
talking
he was
about
experimenting,
the
another one
invention of
his factories in Germany
nitroglycerin.
exploded. Alfred was fighting a ticking clock.
How are
With
you today?
Every day that passed, more lives were lost.
Going? Nice.
Workers
We
were
set up
terrified.
a roof camera.
No sane agent
Queen,
would use it.
so we
a
can
mining
hang
publication
camera
reported.
from the roof and
We
look down at the
confidently
desk
expect
for
within 30
drawing
days
and reading.
to announce another serious accident.
It's not perfect, but it
He had
works.
addressed the problem of detonation, but not nitroglycerin's fundamental sensitivity. Because nitroglycerin is so viscous, tiny
Hell
bubbles
yeah.
of air and water vapor easily get trapped inside.
I would be in a
As we
world
zoom in,
where
you'll
every
notice there are
other
even
man
more.
is really stupid and all
These
the women
gases
are
are
like,
a
these
problem.
men aren't worth
When a
breeding
shockwave
with, but I'm
reaches a
over here,
bubble,
the
it
smartest man, and
squeezes it,
Queen is here
compressing
now.
the gas and heating it up.
So I can't
It
reveal
happens
how
so
much of a
fast that
perv
the
I
heat can't
risk.
escape.
Yeah, actually,
and so the
yeah.
temperature inside can increase
Now-
by thousands of degrees Celsius in an instant.
Callie.
It creates a hotspot. The gas molecules in these hotspots carry so much energy that they break the weak NO bonds in the nitroglycerin molecules nearby. And so these molecules then decompose, releasing even more hot gases. But nitroglycerin doesn't just have one of these bubbles. No, it's filled with
We
them.
were talking about if we
That's
were
what makes it so
isekai,
sensitive to shock.
Queen.
A single impact can collapse.
I said that I wanted to be in like a steampunk kind of world where it's like steampunk meets crusades, where it's like steampunk but there's like religious crusades going on, and it's like they've like Dune level like personal shields, so it's like guns don't work, so it's like back to like swords and hand-to-hand combat and like spears and shit like that, but it's all like steampunk style. That would be an epic isekai world. It's like, think of like the 1400s if the light bulb was invented in 800 AD. That's kind of like how I imagine it in my mind. Like, it's like kind of our level of technology now, but in like gears instead of microchips. And then like, you know, like some sort of material that allows... would it help to say I'm outlining a smut, hopefully Halloween vibes story, where the FMC is human and the love interest is a demon that feeds on humans? I love it, Queen. I absolutely love it, Queen. You know what that reminds me of? I didn't have to finish it. Okay, hear me out. Woman and a demon, 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 woman and an orc, woman and a demon, woman and a demon, pretty sure woman and a demon, woman and a fairy, and a woman and a demon. And then you say men are fucking degenerates.
Many bubbles at once, which releases enough energy to trigger the chain reaction that detonates the entire liquid.
Am worried I've gone too dark with my idea.
To make nitroglycerin.
There's no such thing, Queen. She needs to be willingly, like, she needs to be, like, unable to orgasm, and the only way that she can orgasm is by literally dying and giving her soul to him, and then she, like, dies via orgasm.
Safe, Alfred just has to get rid of those bubbles, right? Well, it's not that easy.
And the entire book is just edging her.
It's like
her edging. Feel free, use that, Queen. Use that.
And then you don't want to do that because you don't want it to go off.
But even if you could remove every single bubble, you would still have a problem. That's because nitroglycerin is a lot like the liquid in this beer bottle.
It's like she's trying to find people who will be willing to kill her during sex, but no one will. So she goes to the point of summoning a demon so a demon will do it. Then she falls in love with him and he doesn't want to, but she keeps trying to convince him to. And he's like, I don't want to lose you though. She's like, but I need it.
Placed it with water and you can see there aren't many bubbles. But if I give it a smack...
That's a wild story. Yeah, I love where my mind goes with this shit. I don't know why. It just instantly. I'm just like, yeah, what's the most fucked up story I could think of?
When the liquid rushes back in, those bubbles then collapse violently. And those implosions.
Well, I should just get a bunch of ghost writers for all of my ideas.
Now, a similar thing can happen.
I've literally considered
Strong
that.
impact can create new bubbles inside the liquid in a process called cavitation. And their collapse again triggers the same chain reaction.
So Alfred realized that the only way around the bubble problem...
Shit, I just thought of an awesome idea. Guys, what about, like, a new TikTok thing where I just do that? Where I'm just like, okay, we're gonna come up with a story right now. And then we just come up with, like, the craziest stories. And it's just, like, 30-second pitch of, like, the craziest story, just, like, made up on the spot.
Was to change the state of nitroglycerin from a liquid to a solid. Working on his barge in Germany, he tried mixing in powdered charcoal, sand, wood shavings, brick dust, and cement, but nothing really worked. Dejected, he looked down and noticed something strange, a fine powder wisping around his feet. So he looked up and saw the same pale threads drifting over the banks of the Elbe. Millions of years earlier, that dust had actually been living organisms. Diatoms, single-celled algae that once floated in ancient seas. But now, in the dunes above the river, all that remained were their fossilized exoskeletons. That made for a fine silica powder that carried on the wind. This material, diatomaceous earth, or kieselguhr, had been appreciated by Darwin. He wrote, "Few objects are more beautiful than the minute, silicious cases of the diatomaceae." But Alfred saw beyond their beauty to the microscopic holes in their exoskeletons.
on the granular level, it's got lots of little pores and places to absorb the liquid into.
We're looking for what kind of consistency?
Oh, it's gonna be like thick and solid. It will make the nitroglycerin less sensitive, so the same hammer impact that you would try with straight nitroglycerin would take more force because that absorbent material will take some of that energy from the impact.
That just kind of feels like we're baking.
Sorry, I had to explain to my other what was being talked
soak up more than
about.
3 times its weight in liquid nitroglycerin.
What did he think, Queen?
And so if it's porous, now
Your other
if you
half.
absorb the nitroglycerin, the
What did he
nitroglycerin can
think?
Go into the pores. What that helps do is separate
Do I have a
the
fucked up
nitroglycerin
mind or
molecules
what?
from each other.
And within any individual pore, there just isn't enough nitroglycerin to propagate the detonation. So now when it's bumped or shaken, the mixture won't detonate. And if we drop it in the exact
said,
same
"I'll bring
way
a
that set off the
knife."
nitroglycerin,
Drop. Didn't go.
No. So this new material won't explode when you drop it. So can you still detonate it? Well, if you combine it with Alfred's other invention, the blasting cap, the resulting shockwave is powerful enough to compress many pockets of nitroglycerin at the same time, which triggers the detonation.
The biggest explosion we've seen up to now is 100 grams of nitroglycerin.
Yeah, that'll be the biggest one we've done so far. 3, 2, 1.
Jesus.
Oh, that's so sick.
To all whom it may concern,
Wait.
be it known that
Wait.
I, Alfred Nobel, have
Is that
invented
did
a
they
new
make
and useful
C4?
composition
I'm
of matter,
just
to
realizing
wit,
now. Is
an
that
explosive
C4?
power. To name it, he took the Greek word dynamis, meaning power, and he made
Oh no,
it
this is just straight up dynamite. Okay, so this is dynamite. This is
Alfred
pre
was
that.
determined to capitalize on his new invention, and he believed that he could make the most money in England. England
C4 is
jewel
set off
worth
with
the
an
rest of the
electric
world, he
charge.
said.
It's
A dynamite
plastic,
company
right?
there would
As
have
far
the
as I know.
entire empire as its market. So in the spring of 1868, he set foot on British soil, carrying with him a suitcase overflowing with dynamite.
Because he's going around and he's inviting journalists to come to these demonstrations where he would bring sticks of
I
dynamite.
thought
in the backpack
dynamite was
and a stand.
gunpowder. I didn't know
So
dynamite
huge
was
boulders, basically,
nitroglycerin.
and put a stick of dynamite in there.
You
and
learn
watch
something
it.
new every day. Holy shit.
Alfred was a clever salesman. So when Alfred created dynamite, nitroglycerin still had a terrible reputation. And so his initial thought was to name it Nobel's safety powder.
Oh, I like that.
Come on down and get your Nobel safety powder and blow the hell out of this rock. You know?
Whatever the name, his invention came at the perfect time. Around when Alfred introduced dynamite, there were 2 other major breakthroughs: the pneumatic drill and the diamond drilling crown, which now made it easy to bore holes in solid rock, perfect for a stick of dynamite. These tools revolutionized construction. Many of the iconic engineering feats of the era, from the Brooklyn Bridge to the Panama Canal, depended on dynamite.
One thing that I think is really interesting to think about is Russia, at the time, isn't the Russia that we think of now. It was effectively a mid-sized European country because they had this vast wealth of resources, but it was cut off by the canal. And so without dynamite, you actually wouldn't have the Russia we have today because you would never been able to make the Trans-Siberian Railroad. It's worth saying that dynamite is different than TNT.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that actually. Trinitroglycerin.
Trinitrotoluene.
Trinitrotoluene.
Yep, trinitrotoluene.
Those nitrogens are bound to carbons, not to oxygens. And so that makes it much more stable, so you don't have that really weak oxygen-nitrogen bond. Because of that, it is much, much, much less sensitive than nitroglycerin.
So that actually wouldn't be discovered for another couple
I learned
decades
new
after
things that
dynamite.
I'm applying to my
TNT
writing, guys.
labels
The
on
third
dynamite
novel is going to be
sticks with the
amazing,
Looney
even
Tunes
more
cartoons.
amazing.
Never
Hell
bothered me that much
yeah.
when I was a kid, but now I'm just like, wait, that's not right. They're not TNT in there.
But the main point is that dynamite happened first, and no matter what AC/DC says, it is not TNT.
It's a good line.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good track too.
So dynamite was changing the world, but the old dangers of nitroglycerin were hard to escape. In 1869, near Brentford, England, a barge carrying dynamite exploded on the River Thames, killing 3 people and damaging buildings 800 meters away. investigators traced the cause to dynamite that had been sweating beads of nitroglycerin. See, wet kieselguhr from the riverbed has to first be dried to remove moisture, and that leaves empty pores ready to absorb nitroglycerin. But the kieselguhr never loses that strong attraction to water. So if your dynamite is later exposed to moisture, even just humidity in the air, well, water seeps back into those pores. And the invading water molecules then encounter nitroglycerin, which gets pushed outwards. Now, moisture wasn't the only culprit. Time and temperature could also cause this separation, but moisture just made the problem a lot worse, though it actually wasn't Alfred's only concern. See, kieselguhr is inert, and since dynamite was about 25% kieselguhr, that meant it would always absorb a large fraction of the explosive energy, and that power was wasted.
Third
it reduced
novel.
the strength of Alfred's explosive, and ultimately...
Yeah, because his first one is Into the Nightmares. Second one is this one here, the Butterflies with Vertigo. And then his third one is
it hurt his body.
Student Body Sonata.
Bottom line.
So he kept experimenting with new formulations and new absorbents. Again and again he failed, but he was undeterred, saying, "If I have 1,000 ideas and only one turns out to be good, I am satisfied." Then one day, while working in his home lab in Paris, he cut his hand. It was a pretty deep cut and blood started to pour out. So he grabbed a bandage, pressed it to the wound, and watched it soak up the mess. That night, the pain woke him. But as he was lying there in the dark, annoyed at his earlier carelessness, his mind drifted back to the bandage. How clean it was. How fast it absorbed the blood. He bolted upright and rushed down to the lab. He thought, if cotton is so good at absorbing blood, maybe it'll be just as good at absorbing nitroglycerin.
So inside that bandage is this, and it looks like regular cotton, but you'll see it's not when I light it up.
I remember, watching this YouTube video where they just light it on fire and the whole thing's just gone. And it is so counterintuitive and so just crazy to see. It's like magic. I'm sure it's used in like magic shows too.
It's called gun cotton, or nitrocellulose. And nitrocellulose is made by taking cellulose polymers, say from cotton or wood pulp, and then replacing the OH groups with oxygen atoms bonded to nitro groups, which are the same unstable groups that made nitroglycerin so explosive. So now when you ignite it, these groups rapidly break down into products like nitrogen, carbon dioxide, and water, all of which are gases, so there's no particulate to scatter light. That's why the whole thing seems to just disappear into thin air.
Okay.
What Alfred was interested
I'll remember
in
you
was
guys when
what
I'm famous,
happened when
okay?
you combined it
Thanks,
with nitroglycerin.
Callie. I really
See,
appreciate that, man. I really do. Friends forever.
Cellulose has these chains that are very similar to nitroglycerin chemically because of the nitro groups. So because of that, they mix easily.
Now you
I'll
have
probably
two things
need
that are soluble.
more
They
than
like
3
each other.
months.
This is very
That's
different
okay,
from,
Callie. Take your time.
You know, kieselguhr water and nitroglycerin.
And now when you
3
mix
months
them,
right,
the
3 months
smaller
to edit.
nitroglycerin
True.
molecules slip
That's
between these
perfect.
long nitrocellulose chains,
Then it'll be the best
nitroglycerin
book
molecules
ever.
and keeping them apart, just like in the dynamite. If you mix in just a small amount of nitrocellulose, you get a stable, moldable gel that resists sweating.
We take a little bit of the nitrocellulose, a gun cotton, like this much.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna start with a little bit. We're gonna drop it in there.
You see that it soaks right in.
Yeah. Keep on adding bits until
it soaks all up, and then we'll stir it around to make sure there's no dry spots.
But that's not all. This mixture also solves Alfred's problem of yield. The matrix, like the structure that it's being held in, is itself explosive. So now you get perfect yield, no sweating, bing bang boom. And because the material is a gel, it can be molded into different shapes, perfect for precise, controlled mining blasts.
While it's soft like this, we can put it into a shape, and then when it sets, it'll stay that shape.
we're gonna have to do a VE.
Oh yeah. Let's make a VE.
Alfred named it gelignite, the world's first moldable explosive.
With gelignite, dynamite, and the blasting
Never heard of
pack in
gelignite.
hand, Alfred had fulfilled his oath. He had made explosives safer for everyone.
He opened factories across the world, in Scotland, France, the United States, and beyond. By the early 1870s, he was running more than 90 sites in 20 countries. But not everyone was happy. His father never recovered from Emil's death, and just weeks after the explosion in Stockholm, Emanuel suffered a stroke. He survived, but was never the same. Emanuel became obsessed with death, often rambling to Alfred about strange inventions, including a scheme to build a network of underground tubes that would carry corpses directly from people's homes to giant incinerators.
Nice.
His dad never had the success that Alfred's having, you know, financially, and he's being lauded as this great inventor. His dad, I think, is just jealous, essentially, but he claims that Alfred had stolen the idea for dynamite from him.
So he says to his dad, "Rather than regarding this idea as your own, far from it. You laughed at it. Your fatherly love seems to run aground on complacency or vanity. It should not seem strange that I, at the age of 30, will not allow myself to be treated as a schoolboy. It pains me, but when it comes to serious matters, I've adopted the rule of acting seriously." Despite the confident front he put up for his father, the truth was that his wealth hadn't made him any happier. He says, "I'm 2 steps ahead of my competitors, but the accumulation of money and praise leaves me totally indifferent. My home is where I work, and I work everywhere. I am a nomadic atom, with no attachments, no roots, and no real joy in life." By 1876, he couldn't take it anymore. Overwhelmed by the loneliness, he placed an ad. "Wealthy, highly educated elderly gentleman seeks lady of mature age, versed in languages, as secretary and supervisor of household." And into his life entered Bertha Kinsky. She was an idealistic woman, part of the budding peace movement. Together, they took long carriage rides where they discussed the role of science in society and whether it could serve a purpose greater than war. For a moment, Alfred was happy. Hopeful, he asked if her heart was free. But while Alfred was away on business, she left to be with another man in Austria. So Alfred was back to being alone.
Fucking bitches.
Alfred was heartbroken. He responded by throwing himself even deeper into his work.
Alfred attempted to sell his explosives to the French military, but they weren't interested. Then a year later, when war broke out between France and Prussia, German troops hurled dynamite at the French positions. Now, Alfred received a message. The French wanted to place an order.
One thing that I think is important to think about in this moment is that people have been stabbed, bruised, shot with gunpowder, and all this other stuff. But up till then, it would have been totally foreign to see that level of destruction on a human body.
It would have been unmatched in kind of human history.
As he starts thinking more about war and becoming involved with the French military, the German military, the Italian military, they come to him with a problem that's been plaguing them for hundreds of years since the invention of gunpowder, which is that on a battlefield with black powder, when you shoot, it obscures visibility so you don't really know how to shoot again. You can't aim very well.
Yeah, one thing you're seeing with the black powder is that every time it explodes, there's just this huge plume of smoke that enemy fighters would be able to see your location.
So it's just this big problem where there's a literal fog of war. Alfred starts contemplating that problem. What he thinks back to is gun cotton. It doesn't create smoke. Can I use gun cotton to replace powder? But the problem with using gun cotton or any high explosive
Guys, I think I
mass
cared
in
too much
small
about
arms,
making money and lost the love I had for writing, but I know now that I just love writing. I told you, Callie, you write for yourself and the money comes. Don't write for money because it'll never come.
Is that it detonates all at once, releasing its
Unless you're
energy
writing
in a
smut.
split second. And the pressure inside the barrel spikes faster than the bullet can accelerate. So much of the energy is wasted as heat. Instead of propelling a projectile, it can even destroy the barrel.
Tina,
What Alfred wanted was a propellant that built pressure gradually.
Oh,
so the force
Tina
goes
is
smoothly
chopped.
as the bullet travels.
Yo,
down
what's
the barrel.
up?
So
What's
he
good?
began
Not
experimenting
much.
with
How
a
are
new
you?
nitroglycerin nitrocellulose.
We're watching a
mixture.
Veritasium
By adding
video
10
on
to 20 times
nitroglycerin
more
and the invention of
nitrocellulose than
dynamite.
gelignite, he transformed it from a jelly into a tougher substance, one that could be rolled into pasta-thin sheets. In Italy, they even used pasta makers to do this. These sheets were then
Bro, do
stamped
you
into
like the
countless
ladies?
tiny little grains. When these grains were
yeah,
packed into a
I
cartridge,
do like
they
the
wouldn't fit tightly.
ladies.
Small gaps
Sure,
of air
Tina.
remained between them. But that
I
was
do like the
actually a good
ladies.
thing. Now, when one grain ignited,
I like the dudes, but I
shockwave
also
couldn't
like the
just
ladies,
race through
you
the
know?
entire charge at once. Instead,
I
each
like me
grain
some
had to ignite
titties.
its neighbor, and the one beside it, and the next one in sequence.
That
This slowed
tall,
down the burn rate and allowed the
6-foot
pressure to build
dommy
gradually.
mommy.
So they were able to replicate the effect of
Oh,
dynamite.
ladies
And
on your
because
face.
the fuel was a combination of nitroglycerin and nitrocellulose,
You
both
fucked
of
up,
which broke
ladies'
down into
nuts
pure
on your
gases that
face.
burned with little smoke. So Alfred had solved a problem that had plagued armies for centuries.
And to this day, the propellant in much of the world's ammunition is still a combination of nitroglycerin and nitrocellulose, just like Alfred's invention. He called it ballistite, the world's first smokeless, high-energy propellant.
Hey, we should call e-girls I-ladies.
Alfred quickly received an order for 300,000 kilograms of
I-ladies
ballistite
nuts
from
on
the
her
Italian
face.
army. So he opened a massive armaments factory in Italy and began to fall deeper into the world of warfare.
He developed landmines, early gun silencers, and even experimented with one of the first rocket-powered missiles. It flew over 4 kilometers downrange.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tina. That was hilarious.
This image.
How are you? How?
The whole time he's in
How could
contact
I ever
with
fall for
Bertha,
that?
like the woman who
I knew that
jilted
one.
him, and she's become pretty important in the peace movement at the time. She wrote this book called Lay Down Your Arms that became kind of a sensation and established these peace congresses across the world.
To
Good
her, he
sport.
insisted
Hell
my rockets
yeah.
are meant not
So
only
it's all
for
about.
war, but also for the rescue of shipwrecked persons.
Can't
He
make fun
even
of
took it a step
yourself,
further.
can't make fun of
Perhaps
anyone
my
else.
factories will put an end to war sooner than your congresses. On the day that
Humor
two
will
army corps
save
can
the
mutually
world.
annihilate each other in
That's
a
what I
second,
believe.
all civilized nations will
That's
surely
my religion. My
recoil with
religion is
horror
humor.
and disband their troops.
This is a...
And there are two things you need to know about humor. If it's true, it's funny. If it hurts someone, it's funny. If it hurts someone and it's true, it's really fucking funny. Yeah, we both get a laugh. I'm a troll, but not harmful. Exactly, Tina. You're like a mini Smokey. It's perfect. I love it. You would probably get along with Smokey very well.
concept that we see a lot of when people
Smokey,
are
where
sure
the
to kill
fuck
each other
are you?
with the modern weapons that I've given them, no war will be possible. It's also the same thing that we think about in Oppenheimer.
I feel like we've heard it so many times that you just can't believe it ever.
No.
And then it's just marketing on the part of all these guys who are selling weapons.
Mhm.
They don't want to come across as evil guys who are like, I'm going to make something that'll help you kill more people than ever before. I mean, that's kind of the truth of it.
Especially in the dynamite case, it feels like a tremendous misjudgment of human nature. It's like, yeah, this is not going to be used to stop war. And we definitely don't see that in the decades that follow. Between the 1890s and the 1920s, over 7,000 bombings occurred in New York alone. Imagine waking
That's
up, opening the
insane.
paper, and seeing another explosion every other day for decades. The most common perpetrators were known as the Dynamite Club. They were part of a deadly new political movement on the rise in America. They rejected
Antifa!
industrialization
what?
and longed for a simpler world. Today, their name evokes chaos and destruction. But at the time, it was more literal. No ruler. Anarchos. This was anarchy. They were so crazy and so effective using dynamite that Theodore Roosevelt addressed Congress, and he said the largest threat facing the U.S. is the anarchist threat.
Were they intentionally just killing people?
Yeah. Their argument was that, you know, if one person dies at the hands of an anarchist, 100 people have died in the industrial machine.
So who cares? If you don't care about,
Yeah, these people sound crazy.
if I mean, if you think about it, if they don't care that 100 people died in the industrial complex, that in the military industrial complex, then why the fuck would they care about, 10 people dying to an anarchist? And I mean, that is an interesting perspective to have. It's not something you would want to go through with, but it is an interesting perspective to have, because I can see definitely how you can get to that point. Right? And I think that's kind of the one thing that we've lost in our society, is the ability to see how the other side, or the opposing side, or the negative side, or whatever you want to call it, is how they got to the point that they're at. And I'd say it's like the same thing with like Queen saying, "Oh, I don't know if my idea is gonna be, viable because it might be too far." And then I say something that's completely unhinged, off the wall, out of there, and it's like, okay, well, yeah, now my idea doesn't seem as bad because it could be much worse, right? Which is better because that's the idea behind it, right? It's the contrast. But it's just one of those things where it's like, if you have the initiation for it, then moving on to another point where it's like, I don't know, something like giving rise to, not necessarily the ability, but the feeling for it, right? It's like, you look at something like Antifa, for instance. It's like, the idea behind it, how people, like, go along with media and propaganda, and how people have been conditioned to, like, not think for themselves and not critically think. It's like, I can absolutely understand people would be going around being like, we need to assassinate Trump. I agree. Not that we should assassinate Trump, that Trump is a bad person. He's a scammer, a liar, a fucking corrupt fucking piece of shit, basically. But in this situation, because of the timeline that we're in, it's kind of gotten to this point where that's what we need. Trump is like the hero that we need right now in order to get everyone else who's scamming and doing bullshit, like, pulled back into order. Because he's like the grand fucking scammer. So, like, now he's like, oh, I have the power for, like, 4 years to fuck all of you guys over. Fuck you! And in the meantime, he can do something that might, in the long term, make the country better. I'm Canadian, so I don't know, But I could see where the direction you're coming from and how you can get to that point. I don't think it should ever be escalated to, like, violence, especially political violence, simply because that violence will come back on you. So, and then it's war. That's literally how you start a fucking war. But anyways, it should be open to discussion and the ability to talk about it without being hampered by saying, oh, the simple fact that you thought about it and talked about it means you are it. No, you can talk about and say that these ideas in practice could have good standing, but in reality, it's just not viable, right? It's like socialism overall sounds great. Everyone has everything they need. But once you add humans into it and humans start to take more than they need, and then all of a sudden it's like, shit. And then from there, you're fucked. And that's generally how I think about it.
Crazy. In fact, the entire modern practice of terrorism, using spectacular violence to advance a political agenda, often targeting civilians, well, that all began with the anarchists and their dynamite.
Dynamite unlocked a new scale of destruction previously unimaginable. With only a few sticks in a coat pocket, one person could walk into a crowded street and wreak havoc.
What began as an industrial tool had become a weapon of mass murder.
In 1927, in Bath, Michigan, a man spent months wiring the town's new elementary school with dynamite.
What the
He
fuck?
hid the charges in the basement and crawl spaces, concealed them under
Mad
floors
King
and behind
level
walls.
of shit here with the fucking Dragonfire underneath the fucking King's Landing. I'm gonna blow everyone up.
All while serving as the school board treasurer. Then, on the morning of May 18th, just after classes began, he triggered the explosives.
As parents and rescuers rushed to the scene, he arrived in a truck packed with more dynamite and shrapnel and detonated.
In all, 38 children, 6 adults, and the attacker died. Another 58 were grievously injured.
The deadliest school massacre in American history was not a shooting. It was a dynamite attack.
That's
of course,
fucked up.
Alfred couldn't know all the ways in which his inventions would be abused, but he had seen the destruction in his own life.
Yeah, the
and
way that
he
his
had
brother
heard the
died.
pleas to change his ways. So in 1888, when he read that paper, something in him broke.
Reading your own obituary.
Just a few years later, as his health began to fail, as he took pellets of nitroglycerin to ease the pain in his chest, he couldn't shake the thought. So he called his lawyer and wrote a new will.
With 94% of his personal fortune, 31.2 million Swedish kroner, or about $340 million today, he created a set of prizes for those who, during the preceding year, shall have conferred the greatest benefit on mankind.
Yeah, he created.
The
Yeah,
Nobel
he created the
Prize.
Nobel Prize.
There were 5 in total for chemistry, physics, medicine, literature, and finally, peace.
Trump gets the Nobel Peace Prize.
On December 10th,
That's the
1896,
timeline we
Alfred
live in.
Nobel died in his villa in Italy. Just as he had always feared, he died alone. At the time of his death, he held 355 patents and ran an empire of 90 factories that produced explosives and armaments across the world. And yet, in his final act, he gave his fortune away for an idea.
So, did it work? Did it redeem him in the eyes of everyone today?
Have you ever heard the name Alfred Nobel?
Oh yeah, he was the creator of the Nobel Peace Prize.
Nobel Prize. Nobel Prize.
Nobel Prizes?
Nobel Prizes.
Nobel Prizes.
Nobel Prizes. Nobel Prize.
Nobel Prize. Nobel Prize.
Anything else?
I should know more.
The Nobel Prize.
Is that it?
Yes.
I'm saying like nothing like dynamite. Don't think about that at all.
Dynamite.
Yeah. He also invented dynamite.
Did not know that.
I didn't know about the dynamite. I knew about the Peace Prize, but that's it.
I think the attempt has been to have him portrayed as somebody who tried to promote new understanding and advances in science. And so that's
his legacy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would seem.
Joperu01.
Joe Peru, thank you for the follow. How's it going?
And are you inclined
Welcome,
to be
welcome.
cynical?
I think it must be at least somewhat appealing. To me, like Nobel Prizes has always been like the pinnacle of achievement. If anyone wins the Nobel Prize, like yeah, you're done. Like that's all you need to accomplish in life.
Yeah.
In some ways, like maybe he was in control of his legacy.
Why are you smoking?
Yeah.
And he took control of his legacy. He decided he wanted it to be a positive thing.
So you
There's
have
a
been
twisted
lying.
irony to
Now
this
make
story.
sense
When
to
Alfred
fill
Nobel
ashtrays,
created dynamite, he was trying to make explosives safer to prevent the kind of accident that killed his brother. But by making nitroglycerin easier to handle, he also made it more accessible. And that made it more deadly.
Second order effect.
So why then did he create the Nobel Prizes? Was it out of the goodness of his heart? Or a desire to redeem himself in the eyes of everyone who would come after? I mean, I think the idea that anyone anywhere can be recognized for advancing science, literature, or peace is beautiful.
This award is not just a piece of metal that you would wear or an award that you would keep in your room, but this is really an encouragement for me to go forward and to believe in myself, to know that there are people who are supporting me in this campaign.
So maybe it doesn't matter why he did it, only that he did.
Yep, true. Had no idea he created dynamite. that is crazy. And it makes the title, like, that's one of those titles that makes a lot more sense now. Where it's like the idea of rewriting history is his legacy. So it's like, can that money that he donated and creating the Nobel Peace Prize, did that rewrite his legacy? And it appears so, because everyone only knows him for basically the Nobel Prizes. Specifically, most people know the Nobel Peace Prize. I love how delirious I'm Mama. I said I'm sorry, Mama. I never meant to burp you. I never meant to hurt you, fries, but tonight I'm getting us a meal. Alright then, Callie, I love it. I love it. Oh. So we were talking about wholesome stories in Cow's channel. Were you there, Callie? I created a really wholesome story. So, like, how, what, where, when, why, we? No idea when I was where. Okay, well, I wrote this really wholesome story. This was it. The moment was mine. I raced to the door ahead of her. Grabbing the handle, I opened it, dropping to one knee as I did. "Please enter, my lady." The 3-year-old giggled and gave me a kiss as she entered the amusement park. Finn. Story of the day, boys. Story of the day. Oh, wait, I guess, well, no. Okay, so what are we doing now? Callie! Hey, Cubano! Thank you, good sir! Hope you enjoy the gaming. Thank you for the support, as always, good sir! Really appreciate it. We're gonna have an ad break in a sec here. And we've got Speckled Band and Yellow Wallpaper. One is a mystery and one is a horror. Then we have a new chapter of Catgirl Isekai and Gamer Girl Evolution. If only ads. If only ads would ever come. Ads! Get your ads here. I got ads, guys. I'm gonna do a terrible self-harm here. I'm gonna eat these ketchup chips. Oh. Why? Oh, God. What's the opposite sound of mmm? Ugh. Hungry. We'll start with Gamer Girl. Alright. Here we go. The mist thickened until it blocked out the dungeon transition screen. Then, slowly, it peeled back to reveal rows of crooked tombstones stretching into the gloom. The ground squelched under Slisa's boots, damp soil giving way to patches of cracked stone. You've entered the forgotten graveyard. Clear all hostiles to proceed. Salisa whistled high, her breath steaming. Cheery place, she muttered as she tugged her blade free. First skeleton rose almost immediately, ribs creaking as it pulled a rusted sword from the dirt. Its skull snapped towards her, sockets glowing faint green. More followed, clawing out of graves, their bony hands rattling. Classic, Salisa said, muttering under her breath. First skeleton lunged with a surprising burst, sword slashing in an overhead arc. Salisa dodged, steel whistling past her ear. Greetings, NW Country Girl. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. How are you? We are reading Gamer Girl Evolution, a story about an isekai inside of a game. It's very interesting so far with a really OP character. But are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? I'm Intoxication. Welcome, welcome. We are all about facilitating a community that is about promoting and supporting everyone else. So if you want me to read anything, feel free to join the Discord. And we have the... let me find it. Public stories if you want me to read any of your stories. And then self-promotion if you want to promote any of your content. Basically anything. Doesn't really matter. Feel free to drop it in the self-promo. Whether you're selling your book or, you know, just trying to promote a product or merch or something, doesn't really matter. We're all about that. What type of genres do you write? I'm a short story writer, trying to work my way into longer episodic things. We're writing Stoner Girl Evolution, a isekai satire. And that's why we are doing market research by reading the other types of isekais that are in the genre and getting a feel for how they're written and what the competition is, essentially. So far, I think I can do better. We've already got a little bit of chapter 1 down. I think I got like 12 to 1300 words for chapter 1, which is not bad. But it's just the way I want the story to start is at the end, where the character has defeated the goddess and turned into a tree, and it's the everlasting, working tirelessly to get rewrites of my chapter 2 in so I can finally start moving on and get to the book 2 before I die. Oh, I feel that, country girl, I feel that. I have so many works in progress, it's kind of ridiculous. Like, you got 3 short stories in progress, a web novel, and a main novel. Plus, like, all the beta reading and all the research, all the stories, plus the YouTube and everything, streaming. Work in progress is the first of a fantasy western series. Ooh, sounds interesting. We were just earlier having a conversation about if you were isekai'd. What kind of world would you want to get isekai'd to? I said, think of something like a steampunk in the Crusades. So it's like 1300s, 1400s Crusades, but like the light bulb was invented in like 800, 900. So it's kind of like they've gone through the Industrial Revolution, but they're still using like gears because they don't quite have like microchips yet. So everything's like super steampunky, but it's like the Crusades. So they don't really have guns, but you know, they kind of have a bit of technology and stuff like that. They have like very primitive guns. feel of the world is Middle Earth meets Gunsmoke. Ooh, I love that. I love, like, having the ability to take, like, oh, this is a combination of this and this. It's like, ooh, that's so intriguing. Such a great way to sell a story. Like, I want to write this short story. It's a combination between Beetlejuice and The Sixth Sense. It's called Ghost Mentor. That one we are in the plotting stages of. Whereas we are in writing stages of Chiral Clones and the editing stages of The Banquet. I have one work in progress at each of the stages. Classic, Selisa said, muttering under her breath. The first skeleton lunged with a surprising burst. Sword slashing in an overhead arc. Selisa dodged, steel whistling past her ear. She countered with a thrust, her blade punching through blown like paper. Thrust. Slash, thrust, cancel, slash again. The animation chain snapped together like it was all one command. His bones scattered across the mossy stones. 3 down, dozens more to go. A shriek tore through the fog. Not a skeleton this time, but a ghoul. Half-rotted flesh, hunched and twitching, its claws glistening like oil as it bounded toward her on all fours, faster than any level 15 mob had a right to be. Now that's new. Selisa juked sideways, watching its momentum carry it just far enough for her to step past its flank. One precise slash opened its spine. It twitched once before dissolving into mist. The Banshee's wail came next, high-pitched and mournful, rattling through her virtual skin as the mist swirled harder. For an instant, her HUD fuzzed, static, eating the MP bar. Stasis debuffs. On the first floor? Selisa's brows furrowed. Even in the forums, I never heard about stuff like this in the original timeline. Still, she wasn't phased. She moved like a blade herself, pivoting between mobs, every swing backed by animation cancels that looked like hacks. Ghouls fell, skeletons crumbled, even when the Banshee appeared. Transparent. Draped in skeletal cloth, her thrust-slash chain landed clean through its incorporeal chest. The double register, ignoring its usual evasion frames. The battlefield quieted at last, only mist curling around her ankles. Selisa sheathed her sword slowly, her eyes sweeping the environment. This wasn't just filler terrain. She knew the devs had tucked in details somewhere. They always did. Maybe that's it, she thought to herself, her eyes hovering over a specific place in the distance. A shrine sat at the far edge, cracked down in the middle. Black vines snaked through it, wrapping around the broken statue of some forgotten guardian. Once she'd gotten closer, she knelt down, brushing dirt from a fragment of inscription. The letters shimmered faintly, just legible. When the gates fell, the dead marched first. The living followed. Selisa frowned. She didn't remember this. Not this area, or the shrine, and definitely not the inscription. In her past life, the undead hadn't been tied to the game's lore until much, much later. As the timeline shifted, she whispered, her eyes narrowing, the mist rolling heavier as if the stage itself answered her thought. A low rumble shook the ground as more skeletal hands burst out of the earth. Though these were different, they had darker bones and gilded armor fragments which clung to their frames. Higher level, different code. Seeing this, Selisa's grin returned. Alright then, round 2. She darted forward, frame-perfect cancels already lined up in her head, every swing decisive. Quickly, the narrow wave of undead had met the same fate as their predecessors. Death. Once all the mobs were gone, the graveyard mist pulled away like curtains, revealing a narrow passage of black stone. Selisa stepped through, sword loose at her side, until the corridor opened into a chamber far larger than it should have been. The ceiling vanished into darkness. At the center stretched a shallow pool, perfectly still, perfectly reflective. The water glimmered faintly like polished marble. Selisa stopped at the edge of the pool, her boot creating thin ripples. The reflection looked back at her, the usual faint smirk tugging at her lips. The water trembled. Her reflection moved first, smirk widening into a cruel grin before it rose from the pool, water cascading off a body identical to hers. Something stood there, an echo of her in every way, except for the expression. It raised its blade. Selisa Chrysalis Clone, level 20. Selisa chuckled, resting her sword across her shoulders. Ah, the classic mirror match always trips up noobs who just button mash, but me, I actually know how to play this game. Copy didn't answer. Instead, it lunged, steel clashed, the chamber ringing with perfect echoes. Sparks flew as the real Selisa's arm jolted. She blinked. It parried? The clone twisted into a flawless counter, mimicking her own movement. Cancelled chain. It didn't glitch or jitter. No, it flowed like water. Every strike was by the book. Textbook perfect, without the jagged exploits she'd carved into her muscle memory. The duel was fast. Too fast. Each time she landed a hit, the mirror heightened its parry timing. Learning. Her combo starters stopped slipping through as easily. Adaptive AI, Selisa muttered, circling the pool. The clone slashed again, forcing her to backstep. She countered with a hop, sliding past its swing to carve into its flank. Her blade sang, cutting HP chunks free. Selisa's grin sharpened. So you can learn, huh? Cute, but you're still missing one thing. Her movements blurred, breaking frames and canceling animations faster than the eye could follow. Thrust slash double register overlap. The clone stumbled, its AI twitching, trying to mimic, but it couldn't. No dev script accounted for an exploit that wasn't supposed to exist. She pressed the advantage. The double register glitch poured damage like a waterfall. Mirror's HP bar shredded in chunks, plunging toward zero faster than the adaptive logic could keep up. It tried one last desperate counter, but the timing faltered, sloppy compared to her precision. Selisa drove her blade straight through its chest. For a heartbeat, both stood locked together, mirrored images frozen at the pool's edge. Then the red glow in the clone's eyes guttered out. Its form broke apart into shards of glass and shadow, scattering into the reflective water below. The pool stilled again, showing only her reflection. She exhaled, rolling her shoulder. Nice try, but you'll never beat the original. Congratulations, the forgotten graveyard has been cleared. Chamber walls rippled, pulling her forward to the final reward. The center of the floor, a chest materialized with a dull thunk. The surface wasn't gold or ornate, just blackened steel etched with runes that pulsed faintly. Selisa approached, rolling her shoulders. All that sweat better be worth it. She placed her hand on the lid, the chest clicked open. Congratulations, you obtained the hidden job class, Supporter. This class is unique, no other player may access it through normal progression. Inside lay a scroll wrapped in bone-white silk. It radiated with a low hum, faint motes of light drifting off it. Selisa lifted it, a smirk tugging at her lips. Supporter, huh? I heard this job was really OP, but... Her fingers tightened around the scroll. She knew exactly what this represented. In her past life, the supporter class was a rumor originating about from the Chinese server, a myth hidden in data mines, argued about in forums. Half the community thought it was a joke, the other half killed themselves searching for it, and now it was hers. Selisa pulled open her status page, eyes scanning the new tab that had appeared. Status: Selisa Trevine Chrysalis, Slime Nightmare. Level 20, Human Supporter. Experience, max, Strength 57, Agility 53, Vitality 5, Dexterity 5, Endurance 5. Wait, that means she paused, her eyes widened as if she couldn't believe. I'm no longer jobless. Mom, look, I've got a job! Not so silent tears of joy rolled down Selisa's cheek. Then the world cut to black. Selisa reappeared at the spot just outside the hidden stage. No trumpets, no glowing virtual text across the sky. She exhaled slowly, rolling her shoulders. Good, no public announcement this time. With a thought, her status menu flickered open, panes of pale blue light unfolding in front of her. She tapped into the skills tab, hungry to see what she'd just earned. Beneath it, 4 entries glowed softly. Cleanse Aura, foundational skill. Remove all applied debuffs. Cooldown is 1 minute? Wait, what? Okay. Yeah, that's pretty broken. That's pretty fucking broken. Basic buff, strength, foundational skill. Increase strength stat of 3 allies by 10%. Lasts for 30 minutes. Cooldown is 10 minutes for each individual cast. Basic buff, agility, foundational skill. Increase agility stat of 3 allies by 10%. Lasts for 30 minutes. Cooldown. Okay, it's the same thing. Selisa's lips curled into a grin. Oh, now this is broken. She scrolled further. At higher levels, the skill list grayed out, locked behind experience she hadn't yet earned. Even so, the previews made her eyes widen. Item augment. Buffs consumable item, increasing their efficiency. Aggro redirect. Force enemy to target specific allies or ignore her entirely. Aura. Infinite sustain. Passive region stacked per party member. Can be hoarded or shared with players in the party. Chrono stack. Increase item drop rate by 0.1% for each crit landed on the enemy. Toggleable passive. Her grin stretched sharper. Of course they buried the broken stuff under a class nobody would ever find. She had heard whispers about this. Obscure forum posts back in her first life. Half mocked on his hoax. There's a hidden class that's way stronger than people know. Some Chinese player found it, but then they quit. She'd assumed it was all trolling, but it was real. Selisa dismissed the menu and drew her blade. She glanced around. Empty trees, rocks, and a couple of dumb goblins respawning in the distance. Perfect test ground. Alright, let's see what you can do. She activated the basic ability buff and darted towards some nearby goblins. In an instant, she closed the distance, her strikes blurring as her sword weaved through several goblins in a ridiculous speed. Her laugh came sharp and delighted. Oh, that's filthy. She slid the blade back into its sheath, grin softening into something more cautious. Testing was fun, but showing off would be suicide. She'd need to hide this class, keep the supporter's true power buried until she could weaponize it fully. Still, as she flexed her hands and the... Hey, Sean! Welcome, welcome! How are you, good sir? How was your day? Did you write another chapter? Chapter 20 posted! Hell yeah! Still, as she flexed her hands and the glow of supporter buffs pulsed faintly across her HUD, she couldn't stop herself from whispering, "Feels good to be employed." Alright, well, since you're here, Sean, are you ready? Let's just hop right into it. Right? No point in delaying, let's just get started. Pesky Critters, Chapter 17. Is the music too loud? I feel like it keeps getting louder and... Oh, that's why. Never mind. That's me. There. It still is kind of a little bit loud. So let me turn it down to there. I think that's better. I don't know. You guys never say anything about the music, but... I just kind of look at my sound levels and what they say. Generally. Alright, this is Sean's story. Treehouse Isekai. Here we go. So we started into the forest. I noted wheel tracks. They weren't the small tracks of my hand wagon, but they were, at least, currently following them. Stay alert. Those wagon tracks weren't ours. I hope it's nothing, but they're following my own trail so far. The guards nodded curtly and proceeded with heightened awareness. We wound our way through the trees, and still the tracks were perfectly aligned with our own direction. When we came into sight of the treehouse, I could see the wagon we had been following as it was attempting to turn around. "Halt! In the name of the Princess Nayla, state your identity," shouted the guardswoman. Oh, I had a thought. In a world with game-like physics, you can see people's main 3 stats during combat: HP, MP, and SP. The bars start empty and fill to your current level based on percentage of the maximum. The main character was graced with infinite wisdom, which affects MP. So since they have infinite MP, their bar wouldn't fill. It would always look like they're almost out. You know what that reminds me of, Sean? If any of you played Diablo 2 back in the day, and if you ever used anything like Jamela Editor in order to change your stats on your character, basically if you gave your character like the maximum amount of health that you could give them, your health bar would always be at 1% unless you used a full rejuvenation potion. Because no matter how many potions you chugged or how high your regen was, the number of what you actually had as your health and what the maximum number was such a disparity, you'd always have 1% health. So yeah, it'd always look like you were about to die. I love that idea, Sean. You could have one of them whether it's their SP bar, one of them it's their MP bar, and one of their HP bar. So you can never truly tell if you're about to kill the main character or not, because his HP is so large like that, right? Easy there, I recognize these two. They are the carpenter and smith I hired to make some additions to the household. Rather surprised they're here, but now I see them, I also see what I ordered in that wagon. Wasn't expecting a home delivery. The guards eased their tension slightly. We intended to surprise you with the delivery, but we haven't found your home at all. Decided it was a lost cause, and we're turning around to head back to town. Well, you found it. Ain't found nothing. Nothing here but these wired trees, shouted the carpenter. I chuckled. You most certainly did find it. I then hit the switch to lower the stairs, and only then did they finally look up. The sight of their mouths attempting to drop to the forest floor was quite the sight. Then in unison, almost as if in a trance, they both started up the stairs with their eyes practically bulging onto the floor. The guards were affronted that these lowly commoners were preceding the princess, and seemed about to act as a result. Pay them no mind, they're completely unaware of their actions at the moment. They're crafters seeing work that defies everything they understand. They mean no insult to anyone, least of all the princess. Nayla nodded. Leave them be, it's of no consequence. I assume they can't enter the abode itself in any event. I nodded in response, and indicated that the guardswoman should scout the area ahead of their carriage. He'd always be underestimated because of his MP looking so low. Intelligence is needed to gain new spells, which would lead to mages being glass cannons, since they would normally only have 1 extra point per level to add to another stats. And character though has 2 extra points, since he'll never have to add to wisdom. I like these ideas, Sean. I like these ideas. Write them down and save them, good sir. One day we will come back to them and write a story about them. As we ascended the stairs to the lower deck, I noted that almost all of the traps I had set had taken one of the Valdruks. Nearly 3 traps remained empty. Nayla was surprised, then smiled in approval. Excellent, James. Those things are a proper menace to the wilderness. I'm sure the tree ant will be most pleased you've managed to cull so many. Mother has placed a 5 copper bounty on the beasties. I shook my head. I didn't set these traps for a bounty. I did it to protect the forest. If the tree ant can benefit from their corpses, he can have them. You needn't trouble the Queen Mother about them. I did hear from Lady Sperana that you had prepaid the taxes for this land for 20 years, so perhaps money isn't so much of an issue. Still, it's a small bounty. Why not take it anyway? It is a small bounty and not worth the paperwork to claim it. Speed, dex, and agility are different too. Speed is how fast, dex is how precise, and agility is how flexible or capable of third-dimensional movement. I like that differential there. Between speed, dex, and agility. Hey, yo! I also noticed that the tree ant had filled every crate that we had set out to the brim. We could plant hundreds of acres of trees with the amount of seeds that were here. We should take those seeds to the manor later. Mother's gardener can make them sprout in hardly any time. Then we can have them planted in the plains on the far side of the city. Marta was quite happy at the sight. Nayla looked with interest. The great tree ant created these seeds? These must be very rare. I nodded. As far as in the world, the trees supporting this treehouse are the only examples of these trees themselves. There are seeds for fir, pine, and apple trees as well. Fuck ads. Fuck ads. Fuck. I say fuck. Drawing a bow quickly is great, but without dex you aren't going to hit anything. Agility synergizes with perception to allow advanced aiming by tracking movements through three-dimensional space. Ah, nice. The apples taste amazing in tea, Cora claimed with pride. I'll have to see if I have any wood from other fruit trees. If I do, we can burn it for the tree ant to create seeds for those trees as well. Crafters were closely inspecting the tabs supporting the water tower. Clearly, they would be geeking out for quite some time. I unlocked the door and opened it, allowing Nayla to enter ahead of the rest. Nayla and Tessa's eyes glowed with wonder, tending to making tea once again. I encouraged everyone to take a rest on the couches, looking in the fridge. I noted that I had some smoked salmon, the kind that comes on a cedar board. I handed the salmon to Marta to serve. Rummaging further, I found a package of sliced cheeses. This, too, I also provided for the girls to enjoy. This is amazing. What is it? Tessa's glee was evident. Believe it or not, that's an ocean fish that's been smoked, then chilled to keep it fresh for much longer. The other slices are cheese of various recipes. Cheddar is the yellow, a very common cheese. Pure white is mozzarella, a soft, mild cheese. And the last is pepper jack cheese, which has spicy peppers mixed in. Truly, husband, I have never tasted fish like this. Ocean fish are well, but nothing like this. Tessa's delight is well earned. What does it mean to smoke food, though? It's a literal process of bathing the food in the smoke of certain woods. In this case, according to the packaging, it was mesquite wood, mesquite smoked. Mesquite is a desert bush that grows rather quickly, and it was cheap and plentiful. The nights called dawns in Mexico required their servants to use that to cook with, rather than proper wood. By their greed, they accidentally discovered a great wood to cook with. I think I even have a bag of mesquite charcoal around here. Maybe I'll burn some with this chunk of cedar. Cedar is a great wood for deterring insects of all kinds, especially the kind that like to eat clothing. After a while, I had finished preparing a proper meal. Just posted chapter 1 in Discord with the blurb before it. Ooh, alright, country girl. We'll get to that as soon as we finish this. I'm super excited. Hell yeah. After a while, I'd finished preparing a proper meal for everyone. Simple hamburgers with fries out of the air fryer. Nothing fancy, but filling and tasty. I served the meal on the table, and it included a serving of 2 crafters. For our 2 crafters, who at that very moment came into the house, prostrating themselves in front of Nayla. Please, we beg your forgiveness. We didn't realize our actions until a moment ago. Guards were mollified that their charge had received the honor she deserved, but Nayla waved her hand. Please, enough groveling. It's already forgotten. Join us at the table. Do not refuse the courtesy offered by my husband. That is a bonded breeder, and thus family. Here, we may behave as anyone else, at least for a time. You are valued crafters, and my husband needs your assistance. Do provide your best effort on his behalf. Though tense, the crafters did indeed join us at the table. The food was well received by all. Once the meal was over, I helped to set up a canvas outrigger tent below the treehouse, after which the rest of the entourage continued on to the port to carry out the rest of the mission. Since the carpenter and smith intended to assist in the installation of the new water tower, the guards insisted they share the tent, as I had provided it anyway. Meanwhile, Marta, Cora, Nayla, Tessa, and I retired to my bed. Sleep was a while off, however. Bow chicka wow wow. Nope, that's not where I want it. There. Can't spell country. Alright. Well, that's embarrassing. That's okay. Take your time. That's how I do it. You know what's happening, but I don't have to spell it out. Exactly, Sean. blurb is still there. Yeah, that's what I thought was really weird about it. Because if you look at the Discord, it says, "To remember things forgotten, Chapter 1." But there's nothing appearing in here. To remember things forgotten, to all things, their season book 1, written by K.M. Gilbertson, Chapter 1. A city of strangers. Ellie hoped to the hoped to the marrow of her bones that the man would either buy the pistol he'd been inspecting Okay, there we go. It's doing that stupid thing. Hold on, let me pull this up. Go here. That's okay, no worries. Okay, it didn't work, so we're just gonna do this again, because sometimes this shit just doesn't work. Bring this up here. There we go. Easy peasy transformation. Alright. To remember things forgotten, Chapter 1. One second, I'll put Discord back. There it was. Alright. Ellie hoped to the marrow of her bones that the man would either buy the pistol he'd been inspecting for the last 20 minutes or leave the shop. Heaven and earth, please let him be the last customer before closing. You won't find a straighter barrel or a better grip in the city, she told the man, who had been leveling the revolver this way and that for what seemed like the 15th time. Boss made it only a couple of weeks ago. But how's one shoot, young lady? The man looked at her across the display counter. He met her eyes in search of separating out honesty from grasping at her commission for the sale. Some polished iron and bolts only go so far if a pistol can't fire straight. What if I could guarantee you that, mister? Ellie coyly tucked a free lock of her cinder-brown hair behind her ear. She pointedly glanced around the mostly empty shop front to the draped door. I will say one thing right off the bat. So many people are just like, give a description of a character, but the best way to give a description of a character is through character action, which is exactly what you did here, where she did a movement, and that movement indicated more than just the movement. Now we know what her hair looks like because of that movement, instead of just simply describing her hair or looking at her hair. So that's like something I don't see a lot that's like really, really good. So good to see that. She pointedly glanced around the mostly empty shop front to the draped door behind the counter that led to the back room. Not only did I see Mr. Colt put it together, saw him test fire it himself in his practice range yesterday. No kidding. The worn and tired lines on the customer's face vanished as a spark of wonder in his eyes replaced them. You wouldn't be pulling my leg there, would you, miss? Of course not, Mr. Barrowman. Mr. Barrowman sells nothing he doesn't test himself. Ellie deftly lifted the pistol out of his hand. It was a motion so clean that he likely didn't notice the pale glow of her glass channel ring as she attracted the iron and cedar to her palm without so much as touching it. With a more pronounced wave of her hand, she made the cash register ring itself up. Ellie hoped that the clinking of gears would overshadow the poorly suppressed laughter she heard from behind the curtain. "Should I wrap it up for you, sir? Though perhaps you'd prefer to keep looking for the right fit. The James Brothers shop is right down the way." She jerked her thumb derisively out the door and to the right. "You drive a hard bargain, miss." He nodded, reaching into the deepest pocket of his overcoat. After a performative moment, he handed her a crisp banknotes. "But I'll take it. We appreciate your business." "Nicely done, Miss Karras," Colt said, slipping out from behind the curtain as soon as the shop was empty once more. "You know, I don't think I've held that particular pistol before. Pretty sure that finishing mark on the handle didn't come from me." "I know. Made me almost worried that he would notice." Ellie grinned. She was privileged enough to work for and to learn from the best gunsmith alive. He'd encouraged her before not to underestimate her own skills. "One of the batch I made last week. I wasn't making it up about the quality, though. And how much harder did you make it, Mr. Colt? Standing there like that. I was sure he would hear you." "Sorry, I couldn't help myself." Colt shook his head, chuckling again. "And yes, speaking as your teacher, I'm aware of how good your craft is. But I've told you before, don't undersell your own skills to people. And I've told you just as many times, your name is on the door, not to mention the gun, which is why people buy them." Ellie echoed her employer's gesture. "You've built your reputation. I haven't, at least not yet." "And you never will if you don't start somewhere," Colt muttered to her, turning his back quickly as the shop door opened and a bell rang. "Here's your chance. Go for it, Miss Ellie." "Evening, ma'am. Evening. What can I—" Ellie's word failed her when the new customer stepped into the lamplight and she saw a large burn scar on the left side of his face. Averting her eyes in a way she hoped would come off practiced and demure, she cleared her throat before trying to speak again. "How may I help you, sir?" And gonna say here with that, I love that instant response, because it's like there are two things that basically humans have like an uncontrollable response to, and that's like severe scarring or deformation or bad teeth. And you see that shit and it's just like it instantly crumbles your perspective of the person. And it's like just an inner human like thing because of what those things in general say about your lineage, essentially. It's like a genetic cringe imprinted into humans to make it so we choose like the genetically perfect mate, so we, it continuously improve the species as opposed to degrade the species. "I'm finding myself in need of a decent pistol," the new customer said as he walked in. There was an odd limp in his leg, though he moved in a way of one used to the impediment. "Would you be able to assist me? Preferably no silver in the handle." "Sure thing," Ellie said, trying to hide her own hesitation. She moved to one of the side cases that held the specialty .45 caliber, all the while keeping the scarred man at the corner of her eye. "I think I have just the thing." There was something about this stranger that made her reluctant to turn her back on him. Separate from the habits formed in the nearly 2 years of working for Colt Barrowman, distrust didn't cover it. Fear was lingering in the shadows of her awareness, and she didn't have a cause for either sensation. Men who outweighed her by at least 50 pounds were the regular clientele of a gun shop. She was used to it, and still the question remained, why was she so nervous? "Try this," Ellie said, looking him in the face again to prove to herself, if no one else, that he didn't scare her. "See how that feels for you, mister." Handing him the revolver, she felt a lingering heat in her hand, incongruent with letting go of the cool metal of the barrel. "She is a beauty," he said, his eyes shifting from the pistol held casually in his hand to Ellie behind the counter. still doing her best not to meet his eyes. He was stout and broad-shouldered. Not wearing an overcoat against the wind allowed her to see he possessed arms that wouldn't be out of place attached to a bear. "How long have you worked here, miss?" "Would think it'd take something special for a man like Colt Barrowman to hire a woman." "Little more than a year and a half," Ellie said, straightening defiantly despite herself. It was common for the men who walked in the door to underestimate her, though they rarely made the insinuation quite so plain. How and why she'd gotten the job was no one else's business but Colt, and had just told her not to sell herself short, so she opted for honesty. Fairly knowledgeable, and he was a bit of a tight spot, so he welcomed the extra pair of hands. Very interesting. "What is?" She could curse the weakness in her own voice. "You don't look or sound like you're a local girl." His intense gaze lingered. If Ellie had put a name to his expression, she thought it was a mix of disdain and curiosity that she had never seen before. "You're from up north. Loretto. Am I right, miss?" "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name." "Karras. Ellie Karras." She blurted out before she could stop herself. Her breath was coming short, skin suddenly tight all around her chest, accompanied by an oval pattern of searing pain on her shoulder. "And yes, I was born and raised in Laredo." Laredo? I don't know. How are you supposed to pronounce that? Laredo or Laredo? Laredo? "Tom Doolin. Glad to meet you, Miss Ellie." He offered her his hand. "You've been down here a few years, you say? Don't suppose you could show me around while I'm still in town?" "Sorry, Mr. Doolin, was it? We're getting ready to close up for the night." Colt walked into the storeroom before Ellie could process, let alone answer his questions. "Miss Ellie, I asked you to clean up the back before you left." Laredo. Laredo. Cool. Okay, thanks. Laredo. "Yes, sir," with an appreciative nod. She did as he said, quickly shutting the door behind her to muffle any sound not already drowned out by her heart pounding in her ears. "Get a hold of yourself, Elvina," she said through gritted teeth. Within a matter of minutes, stretched into hours, Ellie heard the dinging at the front door and the audible thunk of the deadbolt before the returning footsteps of Colt to find her in the chair by the fire. "Miss Ellie?" he asked cautiously, approaching her. "Are you all right?" "Hot." Ellie looked down at her own palms, laying face up in her lap. "My hands are hot." Elvina? Elvina? Okay, Elvina. Cool. Epic, thanks. "Did you burn yourself?" He rushed over to inspect her hands. Colt looked confused when he turned her palms over and didn't seem to see or feel anything out of the ordinary. "I don't see anything. Are you alright, Ellie?" "I've seen you making a sale 100 times. Never seen you intimidated like that before." "It's nothing. Just tired, I think," Ellie said, shaking her head as her sense of self slowly returned. "Not sure why one werewolf caught me off guard." "How'd you know he was a wolf?" "Named her after my great-grandmother." "Oh, that's so cute. I love that." Taking inspiring names from, like, real life is such a cool thing, because it gives so much more weight to the name, even if, like, the reader doesn't know. It's just like, I don't know, it's like the cosmos speaks it, you know? You just feel it behind it. I don't know, his size, the look he had. She had to pause. I would say this. If it was meant for the fact that the guy said, preferably the handle without silver, it immediately made me think that there's something odd about this guy. I wasn't thinking werewolf, but I was thinking like something down that lines, like not human or subhuman or something like that. So that was actually like really good foreshadowing, because normally people just drop something like that But I think, like, having that one single line just leaves the curiosity in the reader's mind that when it's revealed, it's like, oh, it totally makes sense now, right? Having those little tidbits make the story that much more potent for the reader. Yeah, but that's kind of tongue-in-cheek, I think, is fun. Yeah, exactly. It's perfect. It's perfect. Having a guy named Colt working at a weapons shop is slightly on the nose. Well, I was going to say, same thing with, like, the name Colt. Like, you know, like, it just, it's on the nose for it. So, like, the naming schemes and, like, presentation so far has been amazing, Country Girl. She had to pause. How did she know and not register that she did? Then she remembered. Oh, when he asked for a piece without silver in the handle. That'll do it. Stood eyes still scrutinizing how she sat. Colt Peacemaker is what I automatically think about in that situation. I think Colt 45 and, like, Supernatural and, like, the original Colt. Yeah, see, and that's what you're trying... That's what's great about using names like that, is you can use the depth of the... and weight of the reality behind the name and give so much more weight to your characters. Like, people absolutely underestimate how powerful using names that are, like, either ironic or evoke something like a response to something, like a connection in real life, like Colt to guns, right? And having that in your story just elevates it all that much more. Because you don't have to put in all the work to get anything out of it. It's like, it's basically like you're just getting free wins at that point. As long as you implement it well, right? Which was like, I was wondering if his last name was going to be Colt, but it's not. It's just his first name is Colt. So, it works like absolutely perfectly. So it's like taking a cliche and making it your own. I think that's probably the simplest way of saying it. That'll do it, he stood, eyes scrutinizing how she sat, then glanced at... That makes me think of, like, how I'm sitting. I'm like, I know, my posture's fucking terrible. That'll do it. He stood, eyes still scrutinizing how she sat, then glanced at the fading light from the nearby window. Think we both may have stayed here too long today. Want me to walk you home? Thank you, but I'll be fine. She stood quickly, blinking through the blood rushing to her head, followed in the movement. I'll see you tomorrow, bright and early. Colt opened his mouth to say something, then closed it again, thinking better of it. They parted ways at the front door of the shop, Colt giving her the strict instructions to get some sleep. The Gulf city of Borum? Again, not exactly sure how to pronounce that. Borum, Borum, Borum. Borin. Burun. Bow Run. Bow Run. Baroon. Boon. So many... English is such a fucked up language. There's so many different ways that I'm like, I could pronounce that. The Borin was mercifully quiet. Ellie assumed that most people... Ba-run. Ba-run. So it's like a long A. So Ba-run. Ba-run. Ba-run was mercifully quiet. Ellie assumed that most people were either enjoying a late dinner hour or settled into their homes. One thing I will say about, like, names and stuff like that is, like, I fuck up names all the time, and I make names that I don't, like, when I make a name, I don't necessarily expect that when a reader is reading the work, that they're going to pronounce the name the way that I would want them to pronounce it. So, one technique that, I think is like very interesting to use is when you introduce a new word, try and put another word in, like, somehow figure out a way to put another word in the sentence that, like, sounds like it or within that paragraph, so that it's like it just gives like a psychological emphasis on how you're supposed to pronounce the name. But it's sometimes really hard to do because you may not find a word that even goes along with it, right? And maybe sometimes doing like a fourth wall break or something like that is the right way to go. When I'm finally ready to publish it, it'll come with a pronunciation list. Ah, nice. Not that she minded. Street lamps cast a dim glow onto the streets and into the mouths of alleyways. She found the silence reassuring. Colt was plainly worried about her after the brief encounter with the wolf, Mr. King. Truthfully, she couldn't blame him for that. It still made her uneasy. She kept walking and blatantly ignored any dark alley corners she passed. Making it inside the front door of Seaview boarding house, she closed the door behind her and turned the top lock. Miss Ellie, you're back late tonight. Duh, knew I was missing one. What was that? Missing what? Mr. King became Mr. Doolin. Ah! Changed the name. I was wondering if that was a pun of some kind? A play on words with something? About just like the way that she felt, his like intimidating presence, maybe alluding to the fact that he might be more than just a nameless werewolf. But the fact that it's a mistake kind of clears that up. Hey boobs, how are you? Hey bro, what's up, muffin? Always have the worst timing. You do, muffin. You're the new Beezus, man. You're walking into the middle of fucking ads. What is this? I need another sub. Yeah, someone throw some subs up in the chat here for my good buddy Muffin.
You're a fraud. Where's my toke? 700 septillion.
Thank you for following Country Girl 17. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4, less than 3 plus 1.
Edge over. Thank you so much for the follow, Country Girl. I really appreciate it. It really helps the channel. Thank you so much. Oh, you put that vid as the follow alert? I hate you now. Why, Muffin? Why? It's perfect for it. I always wanted something that was personal to the stream. And that is, because Beezus made that for me and Smokey. And it's fucking amazing. And I literally cried on stream. Muffin, I cried on stream when I first saw that, because I was like, this is the impression I have given. I have crafted, oh so magically to everyone, this image of what Smokey is, and fucking Beezus brought it to life, and it was so fucking hilarious. It's like the first time in a decade I have seen something and just instantly burst into tears, because it is just so there wasn't any build-up. There wasn't any context. It was just boom, and I instantly fucking teared up because it was so fucking funny. Oh my god. It was so goddamn fucking funny. My masterpiece has been completed. It's just it's a great first impression to new followers. I'm a fraud! Where's my toque? Where's my clip? I said I'd set Smokey won the clip. Where is it? Well, it's holding my wires together. So Smokey ain't getting it because it's holding my fucking wires together. It's the only thing holding the stream together is this one clip. If that clip ever gets dislodged, the entire desk falls down, the PC crashes to the ground, my monitor falls, that hits my TV, knocks the TV over, that hits my second PC, and destroys that PC, and yeah, then I've just got, like, everything is just fucked. How long until normal schedule? Until the normal schedule, Muffin? November, assuming I go back to work. Because if I go back to work and I'm under the same hours, then I'll be working between like 1 and 10. So we'll be going back to 12:30 onwards. But I do think, Muffin, I have considered after this month that it may have been a bad idea to start 6 hours earlier instead of just continuing the stream on for the 9 to 11 hours, 12 hours. But the whole point of moving the time period of when I stream is because this is when, like, the writing category is at its peak viewership. So it's like I'm trying to maximize gaining viewers at the time when the category is at its largest, essentially. You're gonna have a lot of dead followers when when you get back to it. Well, it's not really. It's like people could, like, adjust their schedules. They could watch the VODs. I have everything on YouTube. They can watch on YouTube, right? You know, just because it's late for me doesn't mean it's late for them either, right? And we already stream late into the night anyways. Like, it'd only be 2 hours from now when we started. So, it's not that bad. You just gotta think about it from, like, the perspective of what's it gonna look like when we go back to that schedule and know what the outcome of that is. Just like when I knew changing the schedule and starting 6 hours earlier, we were not gonna have the same audience. So it's like, I know a lot of people will get discouraged because we went from, like, what, we were between 9 and 11 to like 12, 13. Like, we were averaging somewhere around 8 viewers. And then I changed the schedule and we're now sitting at like 3.5 to 4 viewers. Because Smokey counts as half a viewer. Of course you say 9 and 11. What? I was just saying numbers. I wasn't doing anything, you know? I wasn't being any kind of sneaky or anything. I wasn't being like Smokey and throwing out the 1411s or 1488s. Jesus. I don't even know what the number is because I don't care about it. Couldn't tell you the 14 words. Something bullshit, something bullshit. But yeah, I think a lot of people get discouraged for losing their audience like that. But that's what the schedule change is. So it's like, you have to take that into account into your mentality going into it, right? I knew that a lot of people weren't going to be watching the very beginning of the stream. And the first, like, 5 to 6 hours of the stream were probably going to be pretty dead for, like, the first month and a half. So I'm even surprised that we're, like, at this level, right? Like, we're every time, it's like, everything surpasses my expectations. And it feels kind of great. I mean, I don't set my expectations very high. I keep them very, very realistic. And I think that pays off to having a positive mentality towards it. But anyways, sorry for diverging so much. We get into tangents and rants a lot, so it kind of happens, country girl. I keep wanting to kind of call you cowgirl because I came from Cow's stream earlier, so I keep wanting to say cow, which is a compliment. She's amazing. So let's get back to it. Yeah, we're all about the tangents. Making it inside the front door of Seaview Boarding House, she closed the door behind her and turned the top lock. Miss Ellie, you're back late tonight. I'm afraid you missed dinner altogether. The sing-song voice of Mrs. Jennings called from the dining room. Popping her head through the door, whatever she was going to say next was replaced by concern, but for the expression on Ellie's face. Are you all right, honey? Why'd you go locking the door? Did I? Sorry, just a little under the weather. Ellie slipped by her to the stairs as quickly as she could, not wanting to over-worry another respected person. Wait, you like Cowgirl. Don't ban me. I love Cowgirl. Muffin, Fuda Cowgirl is my favorite. I mean, what? Huh? I mean, what? This needs to be out of context. Oh, God. Good times. Another respected person, she turned back to Mrs. Jennings. Put them S in the highlight reels. Does it really? I don't think you can really take I like Fuda or Fuda Cowgirls are my favorite really out of context. I don't know where I got the S from. I meant to type this. I mean, I guess if you would say state it as you were reading someone's comment, and then afterwards you're like, whoa, 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 that wasn't me, that was someone's comment. But, you know, look at the... It is what it is. I'm gonna get back to hunting, not streaming. See ya. Alright, Muffin, enjoy the hunting. Good luck on personal bests, my friend. Enjoy! The older woman looked up to her. Long salt and pepper waves of her hair framing the concern lining in her face. I'll be fine in the morning, I promise. Alright. Reaching the door to her room, she etched the privacy ward into the familiar spot on the frame. The curved hourglass shape which would halt nearly anyone else from crossing the threshold until sunrise. Was she alright? Heaven and earth. Ellie wished she were. Her lungs weren't giving her enough air, blood thundered in her veins, and her skin was painfully tight all over her body. No, she didn't know what was wrong, but she was certainly not all right. She longed for a clarity that only medication could bring. Ellie opened the gemstone box on the room's small vanity and took it out her favorite palm stone. Kneeling in front of the fireplace, she began the path to sorting out her mind. Unfortunately, the only way of finding peace in that sea was to swim into it. Ellie had handled the odd, difficult customer at the shop before and done it well. There was no reason when stranger werewolf should have unsettled her as he had. The pain in her shoulders, which had come and gone on its own schedule for years, had chosen to stick around tonight as a dull ache. Accepting that ache as a piece of her body, that was where it belonged. The hoped-for blanket of peace covered Ellie entirely. Was she frightened by the werewolf tonight? Yes. And still she remained whole. Had her heart raced at the event? Yes. And it remained beating in her chest. Did her shoulder still hurt? Yes. Meaning it was still attached to her body and she could move it. At least for tonight. She could count all that as victories. Smearing the fire and turning... Not sure about that one. Never heard s'moring before. S'moring the fire and turning in under the covers, Ellie was plenty ready and grateful to mark this day in the ledger and put it behind her. Letting herself drift into contentment and ease, the waking world dropped away. Dreams, in their own wondrous magic, offered something not even deep meditation could. Asleep, Ellie could exchange the scent of salt water and marshlands for the clean, crisp air of the foothills in the shadow of the mountains where her roots had grown. Heaven and earth. She missed her home. Nice! Well, I mean, you definitely dragged me into the story, you made me enveloped in the character, and you even left it off with something that makes me, you know... It's like backstory for the character. The character misses her home. You know? So that probably is going to tie more into the plot, right? So it's like... And I like the idea of the magic of dreams. Because, like, it is true that, like, your mind and your subconscious, like, tell you things in your dreams. And it's like taking a step back and stopping thinking about something and letting your subconscious unravel it on its own instead of brute forcing it is, like, one of the best ways to, like, answer something or come to a conclusion or find the answer or, you know, solve something. I've spent so much time with this in my head, sometimes can't see the forest for the trees. Exactly. That alone counts as a story, too, which I like. Which is good, Sean, yeah. That's a good thing. Emmanuel, hi! By any chance, do you speak Spanish? Unfortunately, no, Emmanuel. I do not speak Spanish, my man. I am the sorries. But if that is because you wish to submit work and it's in Spanish, I can translate it. It may not be 100%, but it's usually like 97%, 98%. We do that from Spanish, we do that from Portuguese, we do that from French, we do that from German. It seems to work pretty well, and the people that have submitted the stories in those languages have said, I could show you the synopsis if you'd like. I would absolutely love that, Emmanuel. If you want to join the Discord, feel free. We have the public stories section where you can drop your stories if you want me to read them, as well as the self-promotion. If you have anything that you want to promote, feel free to drop it in the self-promotion section. Discord is kind of all about building a community of people, you know, networking, marketing, and general sharing and enjoying each other's creativity and art. Alright, give me a second, man. Thanks. No worries, Emmanuel. Always glad to have another submission, you know? I love reading and picking apart people's ideas and seeing how people craft stories and incorporating those ideas into my own and learning to become a better reader, a better communicator, a better, like, the good thing about the more that you, like, beta read and the more that you read, like, non-professionally, like we're reading at the moment, for instance, Eye of the World by Robert Jordan, the first book of the Wheel of Time. But it's like when you're reading professional works and stuff like that, you don't get to see the amateur mistakes, right? So it's nice reading people's works and seeing that because it gives you this understanding of it. So when you look at your own work, you can find those places, right? So it's kind of like training. That's how I think of it. It's like training, because I'm an idea reader and writer. I really only care about the idea. Did you get the idea across? Was the idea, you know, something that enticed me, right? Do I see the potential of the idea? And in this story, that's yes, 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 very much so. Yes. But it's not so much like sentence structure, grammar, story structure, or anything like that I really care about. And I'm a very abstract, esoteric, experimental writer. So general story structure is like not as important to me as it is to like a lot of people, which is probably why a lot of my stories are fucked. But that's what we've been learning to do over the last year, is go from this random, esoteric, empty void that can only be filled by the knowledge that I, the writer, have, or someone who's like extremely intellectual or totally understands the topic that's being discussed. So I need to put in more grounding. It's not that people are dumb and wouldn't understand, it's that no one could possibly understand. And it took us back to this idea of Samson's riddle of, what is it? From the beast's mouth, something sweet. Either way, I mean, this is a project that was kept stored many years and finally got the courage for start writing. Well, think about this, Emmanuel. I've been writing my main Final Fantasy inspired story since I was 14. I'm 34. That's 20 years. And I have chapter 1 and the final chapter. The rest is in my head. And like timelines, character stories, like places, maps, motivations, like political structures, locations, species, magic system, like, but we just haven't written it. Because I know I don't have the potential to live up to what the story is. So I want to become a better writer before I write it. And boy howdy, have we become a better writer over the last year. It is crazy how much we've improved over the last year. But anyway, so finding these like grammatical errors, sentence structure problems, and like cohesion in communication in the story helps me as a writer work through that. World building is a tough part when you do fantasy. My world building is fucked. So, you guys want a crash course in my world? Consciousness is fundamental. There is a tree made out of crystallized consciousness. It is the source of magic in the world. Magic is invoked through consciousness, through sound, motion, and thought. You think of how to interact with the world in a way, and then you use motion to enact it and sound to evoke it into the world, between something called the soulscape and reality. And the soulscape is where it's basically the canvas that reality lies on, and consciousness is what the paint is like reality is the paint that consciousness uses to create reality. Do you know the platform of Inkspired? I have a direct link to the story there, so I don't have to look for the doc. No, I have never heard of it, Emmanuel. You could post it in the chat. I would be interested to look at it. Then there are three main races: the octopi species, the avian species, and the insectoid species. The avian species and the insectoid species are kind of looked down by the octopi species because only the monarchy and political leaders can be of the octopi species. So due to this, there's this social class structure where avians and insectoids are considered lower class. But then there's outside of the tree where the Final Fantasy aspect comes in with adventurers. And people leave the tree because inside of the tree you don't get tired, you don't have to sleep, you don't get hungry. And you basically can't die unless you get your head cut off. Can I send a link in the general chat? Yes, you can, Emmanuel. Feel free to drop a link in the chat. No worries, bro. It's all good. And the outside world, people have gotten stagnant. Like, people think it's stagnant inside of the tree because we've gotten to a point, and it's kind of a critique on modern society with, like, the internet and, like, connectivity and, like, entertainment. How our lives are so mundane, we basically have to make up this insane entertainment in order to keep ourselves sane throughout our experiences.
Where's my toke? 700 septillion!
700 septillion! Thank you for the follow, Emmanuel.
615. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4, less than 3 plus 1.
Welcome, welcome. Really appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. It helps the channel a lot, man. Hope you'll stick around with us. And, yeah, so the people are leaving the tree to create the Adventurers Guild because it's just so stagnating inside of the tree. And there's really nothing to do. And it's just this endless paradise. And it's kind of like the paradise is too perfect that people just kind of want to leave and experience something else. And then things from the outside world and the Adventurers Guild, and then, you know, get pulled into the tree, and now the main character, who's the leader of the Adventurers Guild, gets blackmailed for murder, basically. And he leaves the tree to go on a fake audit of the Adventurers Guild to kind of say, well, we haven't left in 30 years, so let's find out what the reality of the Adventurers Guild is versus what it is now. And he's gathering all of his old party members across the world, while at the same time, a Beastman war is on the rise, because a dragon who hasn't been seen in 600 years is now coaxing the Beastmen into fighting the Adventurers Guild. You're welcome, man. You look pretty chill. Well, I thank you, Emmanuel. I try to be super chill. We try to use stories as imagination for communication and, a stopgap between the idea of, like, agreeing to disagree for, like, different constructs of a world. Like, if we can, in a creative environment, create worlds that are so absolutely abstract and different from each other, it just shows how differently the perspective it can be valued from someone else. And I try to incorporate as many people's perspectives into my writing as I can, because I know that I only have a very narrow perspective. So if I can put myself in other people's perspectives and use that to increase my knowledge and awareness and, like, understanding of different things, then I can drag into my writing in order to improve what I'm doing, right? So what I want to do is be able to have a place where people come together and there's no restrictions on creativity. This may get me some hate, but hot take here. I compare, this might be random as fuck, but I compare AI in writing the same way a camera to, like, drawing. Like, it took the medium of drawing that was inaccessible to people who may have amazing imaginations, but they just don't have the skill to output that imagination, right? Like, imagine trying to recreate nature. It's like, it's just not that easy. But a camera allows you to do that. So even an amateur can take a picture of a landscape. But you give a camera to a fucking professional, and oh dear God, you can tell the difference. And I think that's the same thing with AI, where it's like, you can have AI that's an absolute amateur that doesn't know what they're doing, but they can still produce something that's a creative work. And I think, sure, it should be disclosed that you made it with AI, but I don't think it should be necessarily discriminated against. Because I don't think gatekeeping creativity should be something that we do. I think we should be facilitating and enhancing the tools and using the tools that we have to our advantage. And if the story's good, who the fuck cares where it came from? Language is one of the most beautiful ways to connect and transcend into the lives of people in our lives. That's why I end up learning more language to share with more people. Exactly, Emmanuel. That's a beautiful way to think about it, right? Communication, in our case, is the fundamental pattern in which humans share information, knowledge, experience, emotion. Bring someone else to your perspective of your own life, right? The complexities, the nuances, and there's the downfalls of it too. Miscommunications, misunderstandings, conflicts of thought and idea. Oh, you formed this thought into an idea, and now that idea has people throwing fire at you, right? Like, a lot of people hate the fact that I embrace AI. Because I think it's a tool that you should use. Because you should use every tool in your arsenal because someone else is going to use it. And if you don't use it, someone else will, and other people will outdo you because they're using it as a tool. But the same thing with any tool. You don't have one single tool that you rely on. You have a kit of tools that you use to build your artistic work. That's something kind of funny. In the Spanish writing community, using some things like the long dash is an actual grammatical rule, but for the social media community, it seems like the AI writer is using AI. Exactly, Emmanuel. We have another Spanish viewer in here named Raymundo, and he has the same thing. And he says that a lot, that the dash is like a Spanish thing, but everyone says that as soon as they see the EM dash, they're like, AI! AI! Motherfuckers! Fucking AI! Look at that! But it's like easily, or if it's like in a translation or something like that. AI is amazing for translating. It's such an amazing tool for that. Research, translating, editing, proofreading. Like, don't 100% rely on it, but it is a good tool. And guys, we got ads. I don't know what to do with myself. There's just so many of them. These big ads, big long ads. Just it's too much for me, you know. I can't handle it. Anyways, ads are bad, okay? It's a bad, okay? Okay, that's a bad. Okay. It's a bad. All right. Oh, we are back. Okay, so if you'd like, you could give it a look. I've already sent the link in the chat. I don't see it, Emmanuel. Where did you put it? Oh, general chat. Okay, I see it now. Yeah, no worries. It's all good. Okay. Oh, can I not copy and paste it? If I can't copy and paste it, I can't translate it. Do you have, like a Google Doc or something that I could copy and paste, and then I can put it through Grok and translate it? No, it needs to be something that I can take the text from, like a copy-paste. Like, just, you could put it in a text file, and just, like, I'm at the phone, so I don't have the doc right now. Ah, I see. That's unfortunate. I can try something, though. I can try something. Hey, Grok, not sure if you can do this, but here is a story in Spanish. I can't copy the text, so I was wondering if you could read it and translate it to English for me, please. Oh, the story in Spanish can't be copied, so let's figure out how to help with that. Might be an image or PDF with the story, given the user can't copy the text. Updated files are likely involved. System allows in analyzing images and PDFs. Translate will need to read the image, probably using OCR for text extraction. See, guys, AI is fucking amazing. Oh, I'm retarded. See, guys, I'm fucking retarded. I did all of that, and I didn't include the fucking link for it. Oh my god, missed the most fucking important... Missed the most fucking important step. Oh my god. I fucking love it. That's why we have this emote, guys. Whoops. I can't even do the fucking emote right. Fucking Botrix. Botrix might be fucked because I got logged out of everything. It's been super delayed lately too. That would suck if it doesn't work. I can just use the emote either way. Why did I use that emote? I don't know why. I am really fucking retarded. I just saw myself and I was like, God, damn, I'm pretty, man. I'm fucking gorgeous. Let's go. Yeah, see, it was just super delayed with Botrix. If that doesn't work, AI can read images, so you can take screenshots and it'll translate it. I do it for university when I have a paper. I have to read a complex paper. Okay. I've never done that, Emmanuel. Well, let's do that then. Is F11? No. F10? No. I have no idea what the screenshot button is. It looks like it's working, though. Might just take a sec for it to go through it, but that's okay. We can just sit and chill. And then we'll have to see how accurate it actually is, right? This would be probably one of the more inaccurate ways, I would say. Windows Shift S, maybe? Let's try that. It's just I have two monitors, so I don't know, Oh, this just brings up a snipping tool. Yeah, I have Windows 11. Boom! AI is amazing, guys. Just Control V and ChatGPT or something. This is why Grok is my favorite AI. Gonna try to get a writing sprint in before I pass out, so help me. 2 will be finished, and then I can move on. Chapter 2. Alright, country girl, thanks for sharing, and thanks for stopping in. Super glad to have another person in here. Hopefully the sprint goes well, and have a great night. Hopefully we can see you again. I stream every single day at the same time, so you know, you want to stop in tomorrow, feel free. Good luck, indeed. Even if it's one word, it's still one word. This might take a while for it to get through everything. Okay. Note. It looks like the chapter continues beyond this point, but based on what I could access publicly from the page, this is the extent of the text I was able to retrieve without login or further authentication. The story appears to be ongoing with additional chapters that may require signing up on the site to read in full. Is this the end of the chapter? Yeah, because it's part of this link, so you'd have to go to the next chapter to read it. So that should be... the very last thing it says is... And how, complained Kyrion, rolling. Which sounds like it kind of cuts off mid-sentence. That's not where we want it. No, that's not the end. Okay. How far through is that? Is it near the end? Is it like halfway? This is 3,000 words. I believe it's close to the end. Because it looks like... So this is like... I can't, like, pronounce that to read that properly, but can you see this? So this should be the end of the chapter, right? So I'm guessing it's within this dialogue. But I'm looking for that name. right? Chiron. But, oh, is that it? Kwando? I don't know. Because the translation of the name might be different, right? No, it's the same. Okay. So we're looking for Alice. Seems like it's like right here. There it is. Yeah, okay. So this is where it is. It ends here. So unfortunately, everything from here down was missed. Would you be able to just, what does it say again? Where we were is, and how complained Chiron, and then rolling, which is right, there's Alice, and Alice, where was it? I think it's actually up, isn't it? No, it's gotta be down. Okay, so we're here, and then Chiron, okay, maybe it was up, Chiron. Couldn't have been this far up. What the hell? I can't believe I found it and then I lost it. It has to be above here. Alice. There. Fuck, man. I can never find this. Okay, it's right there. Right there. So it says Chiron Rodando Los Ojos con Ironia de Heco Intento Muscular Alice con una sonrisa cara. I'm sorry, I'm fucking probably butchering the shit out of this. Picara and El Rostro. So if you want to translate this, Emmanuel, and type this into the chat, then I can add this to the end of the story. Or is that, like, too much? You said you're on your phone, so that must be fucking annoying to type out, unless you can do, like, text-to-speech. Or speech-to-text. If you have any speech-to-text capabilities... Well, let me see if I can find some old copy of the book. I mean, we can read up to this point anyways, right? I mean, we got like 90% of the way through the story. It just kind of cuts off on that cliffhanger there. And in the meantime, if you want to do that and see if we can find the ending... because it's going to take us, like, you know, 10-15 minutes to read it anyways, right? And then you can let me know if the translation is accurate or not. You're 100% right. You're 100% right. That's the solution to this. I forgot about that because I'm retarded. Yeah, it's just like, it'll be like three or four screenshots. Way easier than doing the entire fucking story. That would take him like fucking half an hour. Especially if I couldn't just press a button for it. If I had to actually like do the whole fucking thing and then save it, and it's just like... But having two monitors probably fucks with the original settings for whatever it would be for you to screenshot. Alright, okay. Here we go. This is Emmanuel's story. The Forging of the Reliquary by Emmanuel Osorio. This is the synopsis. In a world where every human manifests from childhood a glimmer of their soul, the Rs, the nobility holds the privilege of achieving a second awakening and traversing the veils of power. That gift turns the veiled into feared and venerated guides, while others only watch from afar. Trevor, a young researcher at Harrington College, never sought the glory of nobility. His ambition was different, to understand the mysteries of the Rs through science. But when an ancient monolith reacts to his power and drags him into visions no one should see, he awakens as a veiled against all expectations. That accident places him at the center of a dark conspiracy. The most powerful houses in England have learned to profane numenite, the sacred mineral that forms the soul's vestiges, to forge weapons and forbidden ascents. While the truth about his mother's death pushes him toward vengeance, Trevor is caught between loyalty to his conscience and a temptation of a power capable of shaking the world's order. What starts as an academic research soon becomes a battle against the corruption of the noble houses, and against the limits of his own spirit. Damn, bro, that's a synopsis right fucking there. The monolith. The large window of the library let in all the light from the sunset, as if tracing its path across the sky on the floor. The air of cleanliness and calm, typically of Harrington College, tried to be as imperturbable as always. But that afternoon, as had become customary in the last couple of months, this is actually a pretty nice translation, actually. Good. Yeah, that's what everyone says. It's pretty decent. It's like, technology is getting fucking better and better, guys. It's fucking scary. Imagine where it's gonna be in a year from now. Look where Will Smith eating spaghetti was in 2020. Look where Will Smith eating spaghetti is now. Next thing you know, we're not even gonna know it's the real fucking Will Smith actually eating spaghetti. We're all gonna think it's AI. When Trevor had done nothing but take over the research wing of the college, the chaos of papers and the noisy movement reigned in the large study room. Shouldn't you check higher up? If I remember correctly, the records the Professor Marlowe mentioned are up there, pointed out Kyrian, perching on Trevor's right shoulder in the form of an owl. Careful, Kai. You're making me lose my balance, and I don't plan on falling. Gabriel Uzumaki! Hello, hello! How are you? Welcome, welcome, Gabriel. We are reading Emmanuel's story. But are you a reader? Are you a writer, Gabriel? Do you enjoy stories? Are you a purveyor of creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? I'm Intoxication. Welcome, welcome. Here we do tips and tricks on writing to improve your writing skills, as well as social commentary and world building aspects in order to incorporate the real world into your world building to make it more solid and realistic, as well as my own writing, reading, and a little bit of video games here and there. Replied the boy, trying to hold his body stretched toward the highest part he could reach with his arms on the bookshelf, while balancing all his weight on one foot. Almost there. Got it. Ah, shit. His foot slipped a bit on the creaking rung of the sliding ladder. The boy struggled to regain his balance, but the rusty wheels on the rail worked against him. Kyrian did what he could to pull him by the shirt, but he didn't achieve much before a crash filled the room and Trevor was on the floor again, with all the papers from his desk fluttering in the air. I swear, I hate having to search these high shelves using these old things as support. Every rung feels like it's going to fall apart under your feet. Problem isn't that. If you just move the ladder instead of acting like a tightrope walker every time, maybe your back would thank you. Shut up. At least I got the book I was looking for. Although, what color did you say the spine was? Asked Trevor, quickly making sure no one in the room could have seen him fall. Yellow, replied the Numina, with disdain, still in owl form. Seriously? Then what book is this? Register of counting books. I can't believe it. I took the hit for nothing. At least no one saw me this time. Ahem! Sounded behind him. He looked up to find Alice's face, struggling to keep her composure while stifling a laugh. At this point, it would be strange to run into you and find you standing. Starting to wonder if the floor is really that comfortable. She threw at him with some irony, the effect to hide her smile evident on her face. Alice, what a surprise. I didn't see you a moment ago, claimed Trevor, getting up quickly with his face flushed with embarrassment. The boy tried to look away while dusting himself off. He was trying to let the embarrassment pass before resuming the conversation, but he noticed that the crack on the back of his left hand was glowing, and Kyrian was nowhere to be seen. He quickly put his hand in his sweater pocket and pulled out a silver watch. It was emanating a vibrant blue light, the same shade coming from the crack in his hand. I'm so sorry, buddy. I didn't notice, murmured, bringing the watch to his face. It turned out that the shock of seeing Alice was so great that he unconsciously made Kyrian return to his vestige. Next time, keep me in mind, okay? You know I can't stand the dizziness when this happens, complained the Numina, while rematerializing on the desk in cat form with an aura glowing in the same blue as Trevor's hand and watch. After apologizing to Kyrian, the boy turned to Alice again. He was still embarrassed, but he wasn't going to stop him from trying to preserve some of his image in front of the rest of the college. I am crashing hard. Have fun all. Alright, Sean, have a good night, good sir. Thanks for hanging out, man. Always good to see you, bro. Have a wonderful night. Again, thanks for sharing Treehouse Isekai, brother. Always good. Alice, please tell me you won't tell anyone about this, especially Professor Marlowe. I want to keep some dignity at least until I finish this research, he stammered, almost begging. Alice couldn't hold it anymore. Ah, don't worry, Trev. It's not like your image couldn't handle another fall in the library. I'm not saying it's terrible, but I doubt this makes it much worse, she said in a mocking tone, wiping a little tear with her hand, while her Numina fluttered behind her in the form of a small golden glowing hummingbird. By the way, speaking of the professor, I came because he sent for you. He says one of your packages arrived and go to his office when you have a moment, but to tidy up your workspace first. He says he's getting tired of finding your notes even in the hallways. Oh please, you say that like I'm some kind of walking disaster. Sometimes a few sheets escape me, but it's not that big of a deal. Whatever you say, Trev. But at least try to be a little bit more careful, said the girl, handing him one of the sheets that was at her feet. After all, it's always me who helps you turn the campus upside down and find the pages you lose from your notes. It wouldn't kill you to organize them once in a while. Yeah, it would. You wouldn't understand, my dear Alice. He let out with a smile full of sarcasm. The great minds work in mysterious ways. And you'd be surprised at the genius behind my system. You're right, how didn't I think of that? She replied with the same playful tone. Anyway, did you say a package arrived? Did the professor happen to tell you what it was about? Asked Trevor, bending down to pick up some of the mess, while trying to remember what it could be that had arrived. No, he didn't tell me anything else, but it seems like something big to be any casual mail delivery. Isn't it those texts you made so many requests for about 3 months ago? Interrupted Kyrian. Suddenly, Trevor's expression changed completely and raised his gaze in a moment of realization. He started speeding up the pace, at which he was picking everything up. He started speeding up the pace at which he was picking everything up. Jesus, I'm terrible at reading. Alice noticed this, but before she could ask anything, Seed? I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Seed? Beat her to it, still fluttering behind her with notable curiosity. Requests? What kind of texts are they that require requests that take so many weeks to process? She exclaimed hastily and with a shrill tone. They're nothing special, just a few pages I requested from the National Museum of Denmark through the college. Though nothing guarantees that this package is that. For nothing special. Relax, even my Spanish beta readers struggle with her name. It's all good. I'm just asking just so I know how to pronounce it properly. Your eyes are shining pretty intensely. But that's cool because it's such an out there name for like an out there idea of like, I'm guessing like this is like their soul incarnate. Like if you've read, I'm wondering if an inspiration for this is his Dark Materials, Emmanuel. If you've read his Dark Materials or seen the show, like that would be the Golden Compass. Kinda, but the books. Yeah. Yeah. It's just that's the name of the series, right? The Golden Compass, was it the Subtle Knife, and fuck, what's the third one? I can't remember what the third one is. I have absolutely... my mind is blanking. I'm like, there's a third one? Wait, what? No, there's 3 of them, right? I have to look this up now, because this is going to be like... his Dark Materials object. Combine that with the Lord of Mysteries, and you'll have something close to the magic system. Nice. Oh, the Amber Spyglass. Right, the spyglass that allows you to see into other... Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, the spyglass. How did I... Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. I was like... Predict everything, see everything, and move everywhere. Spanish is La Brahala Dorada El Cateljo Telho La Cado Yila Daga. Yila Daga. Nice. I butchered the shit out of that though. For nothing special. Your eyes are shining pretty intensely, don't you think? Argued Alice, raising an eyebrow, seeking Trevor's evasive gaze. What do you mean? Anyway, I'll go in a moment. Let me finish picking this up first. Of course, if you help me pick up, I could allow you to come with me to see what arrived. If it's what I think it is, it's very likely that you two would be interested, too. Alice hesitated for an instant with a tired expression, but finally, the curiosity hanging in the air won the battle. Fine, all for not being left with curiosity. She muttered with some reluctance, bending down next to him. About half an hour passed, and the sunset had adorned the library a short while ago was slowly giving way to night. Both young people left for a large hallway, chattering very animatedly. They headed to the end until they left the research wing, which in itself was already a miracle for the young scientist, since he lived absorbed in his ideas and those hundreds of books piled around him. Once outside, they headed to the professor's offices at Harrington College. Trevor always found the view of that walkway fascinating, because it was impressive how the traditional architecture of the college blended in so naturally with those machines that ran along all the walls, as if they were the veins of the building itself. Although he was conversing calmly with Alice, his eyes wandered all over the corridor, losing themselves for the 1000th time in what he admired so much about the institution he belonged to. I really like this, Emmanuel, because so many times when characters are talking to each other in books, all they're doing is staring at each other. So, using the medium of movement through walking, it gives you like so many layers to work with, because you're moving location, you're talking with a character, you're describing an area, and it also gives a feeling of like the things that the character is paying attention to give you an understanding of the character. So it's like with this tiny little piece, you're using as many, like you're cramming together perfectly as many of these layers as you can, and I fucking love it. His eyes wandered all over the corridor, losing themselves for the 1000th time in what he admired so much about the institution he belonged to. That footprint of progress. No problem, man. I love being able to point that stuff out now that I can put it into words and categorize it and like communicate it to people, instead of just having this like really good feeling about it and not knowing why I have this really good feeling about it. So now when I get that, I can analyze it and be like, this is why. This is why I get that feeling from this. Firmly supported by foundations that smelled of tradition and history, it wasn't unusual to see small steam automa carrying messages or cleaning some of the portraits of former directors that adorned the long walls. However, Trevor still admired them like a child seeing a new toy, with a gaze full of that longing and reveals faint spots of envy. His attention jumped from one corner to another without rest. In some way, he felt that by admiring each of the details around him, his soul filled with an insatiable curiosity. However, amidst it all, the irregular swaying of a machine in the center of the hallway caused him a certain degree of bewilderment. It was precisely an automaton not much taller than a nightstand. In its hands, it carried what seemed to be a tray with correspondence and a letter opener, but something about its behavior was out of the ordinary, though he thought it might be just his imagination. "Hey, Alice, do you see that one over there?" he said, pointing at the automaton. "Doesn't it seem like it's acting a bit strange? I don't know, it looks odd to me, I suppose. I hadn't noticed," she replied. "But now that you mention it, it seems a bit unbalanced. Maybe it has a misalignment in its axis." "I don't think it's a big deal," she added, focusing her gaze on the small robot in the distance. Then Trevor started walking towards it, accompanied by Kyrian, full of curiosity, almost like when an animal approaches to sniff something unknown or novel. "No, I don't think that's it. It's more like it's having problems with movement. If you look, it's like it accelerates and stops consistently," murmured, as if the idea had tiptoed from his mind to his lips. It's really like, wait, why is it approaching so fast? "Watch out!" he shouted, jumping out of the automaton's path, which went straight past him and crashed into the wall, denting one of the wide copper pipes. Trevor lost his balance and started flailing his arms to avoid falling. But just before losing the fight, a hand held him by the shoulder and helped him stand up. "What's going on here?" asked, somewhat alarmed, a man standing behind Trevor. He had an older appearance, somewhat tired, but with a countenance that conveyed stiffness. "Professor Marlowe." "It was nothing. It's just that one of the automata was actually acting unusually, and ended up charging unexpectedly at me." "At us," added Kyrian, annoyed. The boy turned to see his Numina standing next to him with its fur standing bristled from the impact a moment ago. "Sorry, Kai, but your reflexes far surpass mine. Besides, What are you complaining about? If you had waited, you could have simply let it pass through you. Then Alice and Side approached the group quickly. Now, next to the machine, is everyone okay? Alice asked. Yes, don't worry, replied Trevor. See, that's real concern, interrupted Chiron, with that slight sting of painful sarcasm which was with which he usually teased his human. And that's not even my Numina. Maybe you should learn more from her. But how dramatic you are, Kai, said Trevor, rolling his eyes. Well, Side noticed, as if validating the scene Kyrian was trying to build. Anyway, let's see what happened to this little one. Trevor then approached the robot lying on the floor and first touched it with his foot to make sure it no longer moved. Once he knew it was off, he squatted to look at a small rolled cloth of tools from its coat pocket. His face showed some genuine compassion, as if what had happened to the machine caused him some kind of pity for it. Then he took a screwdriver and began to adjust the rotors and its limbs to calibrate the transport bands to great delicacy. A few seconds later, when he seemed to have finished, he stood it up next to him and opened a small door in its chest, where what happened to be its power source was. Seeing no sign of life in the machinery, he slowly inserted his left hand into the compartment, and with a slight expression of effort on his face made the crack in it glow, as Kyrian was now doing too. The intensity of that glow increased gradually until at one point it seemed to stall. At that moment he snapped his fingers, and from his index finger came an electric current that brought the internal machinery back to life with a loud, quick movement of gears. There you go, little buddy, that was all, he said at the entire time. The poor thing had all possible problems in its transport system, and to make it worse, the battery was completely dead. No surprise it lost control, but, well, at least the adjustments were simple, though it would be good if someone checks its power source, because if something like this happens again, someone could get hurt, he said, addressing the professor with an almost familiar naturalness. You're right, I'll inform the servant staff. They'll have to do maintenance more often then, because I wouldn't want to have personally check every machine in this place. By the time I'm done, I'll probably be twice the retirement age, commented the man in a jocular tone. Well, let's not waste any more time, he said, opening the door to his office. Come in and make yourselves comfortable, young people. The correspondence you came for will be brought in a moment. I assure you, you'll be quite amazed with what arrived. Both kids moved forward while the professor closed the door behind them with that false demeanor of calm they knew so well. After all, so many years under his teaching not only cultivated them as academics, but gave them master classes in reading that man like an old book. And to be fair, it was evident that the comment he had just made was not in vain. There was something behind that correspondence that made Professor Marlowe's soul burn with impatience. Something that disconcerted him but fed his curiosity like dry wood feeds fire. Alice and Trevor took their seats as Kyrian and Side sought to settle next to them, expectant of what might come across that door. The air of familiarity in that office brought them some nostalgia to the youngsters. Years of meetings and conversations in that room somehow made them feel like, in a room of their own home. In front of the velvety seats where they were stood the professor's large desk, an imposing dark mahogany table that filled the air around it with a solemnity that the man itself transmitted with his teachings. The atmosphere of warm and somewhat dim light felt full of an expectation that none of the three involved could fully explain. Can I offer you something to drink, kids? It's been a long time since we had a cup of tea together, especially with you, son, claimed the professor, perching on his desk. Since you came back, it seems like you haven't left the blessed library in almost 3 months. I'm very sorry, Professor. I assure you I hold those evening talks dearly after a long day of class. But I think I've made important advances in my research, and you more than anyone have experienced those streaks of obsession that arise in me from time to time. Oh, have I ever? I could swear some of the tiredness from guiding your thesis work is still there. That's precisely why I worry so much, he said, looking at him over his glasses. I know firsthand how imprudent and passionate you can be with these kinds of things. Believe me, I respect you as a colleague in research, but I fear for your well-being as my pupil. Suddenly he turned his gaze to Alice and the Numenians. Tell me if you haven't found him more than once lying on the floor, sleeping from extreme fatigue, or complaining about a new fall, and how complaining Kyrian. Alright, so we're at that point now. Oops, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. Wait. Oh, sweet. We can change it into English. I didn't know that. That's cool. Google Translate OP. Okay. So we were here. Rolling his eyes, ironically. Okay, so now it has like all the quotations because it kind of got fucked in the translation. So it was kind of hard to follow for like if like using inflections for people's voices as well as like maintaining like neutrality for the narrator. That's what I try to do at least. You can say that, Kyron. We could have done that from the beginning. Well, hey, we know now for the next chapter, next time, right, Emmanuel? Better late than never. You can say that, Kyrian complained, rolling his eyes ironically. Actually, Alice tried to mumble with a mischievous smile on her face. Shh, Alice. You said you wouldn't do it, Trevor interrupted excitedly. We found him lying on the library floor today, Cide added. What, I didn't promise anything, the Numina said in a high-pitched voice, avoiding Trevor's gaze. Do you see what I'm talking about, son? Besides, how many years will I have to remind you of the importance of order in your workspace? The other day I found pages of your handwriting in the cafeteria almost at the other end of the campus. How did they get there? I have no idea, but for some strange reason they were there. Professor Marlowe rebuked him with a certain degree of impatience. But the kind of impatience of someone who has repeated the same speech so many times that they've forgotten how many they actually did. It's because of this very problem that I called you to accept this package with me, because I know what it could mean for your research, so your access to it will be restricted by several conditions. Does that mean they accepted the applications? The boy asked, his eyes almost white from how bright they were. Indeed, the National Museum of Denmark accepted the request, but when it came to submitting it, they did find things a little differently than we expected. Then their conversation was interrupted by knocking on the doorbell and the large wooden gate behind them. Come in, Richard, said the professor, turning to the servant behind the door. When it opened, a steel cart was revealed, carrying on it a wooden box that could easily be taller than Trevor himself. But what's this? We're supposed to ask for a manuscript and a transcript of don't tell me what. Yeah, I didn't expect it either, but it turned out that instead of the transcripts, they sent the entire monolith. I see where this is going. I see exactly where this is going. That's beautiful. I love that. I love that. Yeah, that's a great cliffhanger and a great twist. Because I'm thinking book, right? Manuscript. But, like, the relic itself? Ooh, okay, now I see how that ties into this and how this could all go wrong. And it adds in the thing of, like, who the fuck would ever actually send the monolith? So, like getting to the synopsis and knowing what happens in the synopsis and about a conspiracy, it's like, did someone purposefully make this happen? Pulling the strings in the background? That's always my thought. Remember, when coincidence and benefit connect, it's not coincidence. But I don't think we need to read these other ones today. We can hold off on them now that we've read enough stories. It's just, you know, getting in the words for the day, basically. But we've got this to do. But I need to go make some food, because this is the halfway mark in the stream. So I'm going to go throw in some food and grab a drink. Could be interesting. It's deep in the future. But for now, it have a simple explanation. See, I like the idea of that, Emmanuel, having a simple explanation on the surface, but there's a lot deeper explanation that you can get into later on that's like evoking questions in the reader the entire time, right? But anyways, I'll be right back. Officially low! Yo, bro, how's it going? We're just throwing some food in. Getting ready to watch a Mr. Ballin' story for more research on presentation and story structure for we're gonna try and copy his format for social like social commentary stories instead of like horror. It's gonna be more like the inevitability of political outcomes, and it's all whoops, this one our commentary, like today, the domestic versus foreign workforce, which is better for the country, and at what point, like scaling on a graph, where is the point where you want to say, okay, these are the jobs you want to have for domestic workers, and these are the jobs that you can have for foreign workers, right? Which in my opinion is low skill, no credential criteria jobs should be given to citizens. High skill paying jobs should be, if we can't fill them, should be imported, or skills should be imported from other countries in order to exchange perspectives and ideas. Then you don't remain stagnant in your field. And I think that's something we're extremely missing. Or it's kind of like it's the Overton window shifted so far one way that we don't have any recourse on the other side. So it's almost like it's gone so far it fell off and reset on the other side. Like it's like walking off one side of the screen and then appearing on the other side of the screen. And then it's like, oh, I was just here. I gotta go, thanks. Have a good night. Yeah, man, no worries, Emmanuel. Thanks for sharing your story. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out, man. Always appreciate it. You take care, good sir. Remember, we stream every day at the same time. If you want to come back again tomorrow, feel free. Hopefully, I have been entertaining and enticing enough for you to want to come back. That's all I can hope for, That's all I can strive for. If I don't meet that match, well, just get better. Just keep getting better. Okay, guys, let's see what the video's at now. I don't know what. 210 views. Oh my god, guys. This video is popping the fuck off. Is fucking crazy. So you look at it from like home status, right? It'll tell us the top ones. Look, 23, 23, 27, 28, 85, 210. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, guys. We managed to do something. That tells us something, right? We're finally going in a direction where at least there's a couple of things. So, is it the thumbnail? Is it the description? Is it the search engine optimization? Is it the content itself? Like, we'll have to see when the analytics come in for viewer retention. Alright, you can't outrun the Midnight Man. Ooh, sounds like a good time.
Sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction.
True.
And today, I'm going to share 3 stories that demonstrate that. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you,
I was here
please
when he
offer some house
uploaded
sit
3
like
times a
But
week.
while you're there, make sure you glue all their kitchen cabinets shut. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't
And whatever
miss any
happened
of our
to
video uploads.
good old
Okay,
Seagull
let's get
Lung?
into today's stories.
He hasn't talked about Seagull Lung in forever. Did Seagull... Was that like his actual frog? Did it like die and that's why he doesn't do the seagull frog thing anymore?
One day in 1785, a woman writhed in pain in a hospital bed at the Royal Infirmary of Edinburgh, which was one of the largest and most advanced hospitals in Scotland at the time. Now, despite this hospital being enormous, the room this woman was in was very small, and it was very stark too. The walls were blank, the floors were blank, there was just a single window to the outside. In fact, the only furniture in this room was the metal bed that she was lying on. And this woman, as she was laying on this bed, she was gripping the bed frame and she was sweating profusely and she was shrieking in pain like her body was being ripped in half. And surrounding her on all sides were all these nurses sort of anxiously watching her to see what was going to happen next. This woman was in labor, and she'd been in labor for several hours, and so far, it was not going well. So giving birth in the 18th century looked a whole lot different than giving birth today, primarily because there really was very limited pain management tools at doctors' and nurses' disposal.
No
I mean,
epidural.
there were no epidurals. They basically had opium they could just give to the women, along with maybe some alcohol. That was it. Also, giving birth in the 18th century was far more dangerous to the mother than it is today. I mean, today, it's practically unheard of, at least in the UK, for mothers to die giving birth. It's something like 13 out of every 100,000 mothers dies during childbirth, so like 0.01% of people. But in the 18th century, it was like 30 times higher. Basically, women died at a fairly regular clip delivering babies. The reason for this was partly just because of bad sanitation. Back in the 18th century...
No, we don't need to wash our
doctors
hands.
and nurses to not even wash their hands between patients. And so naturally, the spread of disease and bacteria was much higher. And then also, when it came to just complications, there just weren't that many available solutions. And so when this woman showed up at this hospital...
If you've never heard the story of the guy who discovered germs, it's really fucked up because no one believed him. And he was literally sent to an insane asylum because he wanted doctors to wash their hands. And it turns out he was fucking right.
After her water broke. I mean, naturally, she was terrified. I mean, she obviously knew she had to come here and deliver this child. It was inevitable. But she knew the risks. And so here she is. She's terrified. But quickly, you know, the staff, they took her in, they got her to this room, they laid her down, and it just sort of seemed like everything was sort of normal. Like, they do this all the time. Yes, it's a risky and dangerous thing, but it just sort of seemed like her delivery was going to be fairly normal. And so for a couple of hours, she's laying in this bed, the nurses are checking on her, everything's fine, and then at some point she begins to feel contractions. And so at this point, the staff is in the room with her, and they start encouraging her to push. And so she's pushing and she's pushing, but she's not progressing. And eventually, after an examination, the staff determines that her baby's skull is so big that the baby is not able to exit her body. The baby is stuck in her birth canal. And so by 18th century delivery standards, this is a huge emergency. This is a major complication. And so the mother and the baby's lives are now in danger. So if this happened today, this woman would just be given an emergency C-section. And very likely, she and the baby would be fine. Now, back in 1785, C-sections did exist, but they were extremely dangerous to the mother.
Also, another good thing here is, if you haven't seen it, there's a mini-series on the guy who basically solved the problem with C-sections. And he was like the guy who basically invented the C-section, and the biggest problem was that women would bleed out. And through the process of C-sections, he thought, you know, it was a race against time. But you had to do it in like less than like 90 seconds or something like that, which just wasn't possible to do before the mother bled out. And then that led him to the idea of clamps. And like staunching the blood flow with like clamping down on veins and arteries. And he literally not only invented the C-section, but he also invented started the practice of like clamping on and like pinning shut veins and arteries so you don't bleed out. So now you can do extreme things like a C-section without having the patient bleed out, because we know where to clamp and how to clamp the blood flow. Because the main problem is bleeding out. It's not that the surgery necessarily goes wrong, it's that it takes too long in such a sensitive spot that they die from loss of blood.
It was basically a death sentence for the mother. And so they were only used if there really was no other option. And basically the mother was going to die anyways. And so naturally the staff did not want to go to C-section at this point. And, you know, the mother laying there, certainly does not want to go to a C-section. And so she's screaming in agony. You know, she's not progressing. It's like complete chaos in this room. And at some point, one of the nurses senses like, okay, we need to do something here. And so she left the room. And a couple of minutes later, she came back with this gray-haired surgeon. He walks over and he surveys this mad scene of screaming and yelling, and there's bodily fluids everywhere. I mean, it's absolute madness. And he looks at the mom and he just says, everything's gonna be fine, okay? Your pain, this miserable situation you're in, it's gonna be over in a second. And most importantly, you and your baby are gonna be just fine, because I have a brand new piece of technology that's gonna save your lives. Dr. John Aitken was one of the leading doctors at this hospital. And in fact, he was a pioneer in the field of childbirth at the time. And one of the things he really focused on was finding ways to make giving birth not only less painful for the mothers, but also less dangerous, you know, to lower the fatality rate. And recently, he had developed himself a new piece of technology specifically for the emergency that this woman was having when the baby got stuck in the birth canal. He had come up with it, and now here was his chance to put it to use. And so when he kind of explained this piece of technology to this totally distraught woman who can barely focus, you know, all she really heard was, it's gonna be okay. I'm gonna get rid of your pain. Your baby's gonna be good. You're gonna be good. And she's relieved, and she's like, thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Dr. John Aitken, he leaves the room, and when he comes back, he's now carrying this instrument. And suddenly the woman, when she sees the instrument, she goes from being relieved to being downright horrified at the idea that that is going to be used on her. But even though she began to panic and literally tried to leave the bed to get away from this doctor and this crazy barbaric looking tool, the staff literally held her down, basically strapped her to the bed, and then Dr. John Aitken said, okay, here we go, and he turns on this instrument, and this woman, she's already in blinding pain. She can't believe she's experiencing this much pain. But when he begins to apply this instrument to her body, the pain somehow becomes even worse. It's like she begins having this out-of-body experience. The pain is so intense. And then suddenly, when it feels like it literally can't get any worse than this, that she must be dying, it all kind of fades for a second, and she hears this sound that she did not expect to hear. It was the sound of a baby crying. Her baby had just been successfully extracted from her stomach. Her baby was okay. And amazingly, she was okay too. Dr. John Aitken had been right. This instrument, despite how horrifying it was, really worked. And it literally did save her and her baby's lives. So the procedure that this woman underwent was known as a symphysiotomy. And the procedure itself had been around since, you know, the 17th century. This was a procedure used when a baby got stuck in the birth canal. And the way this procedure worked is they would go in and sever the joint called the pubic symphysis, which connects the left and right pelvis bones. So imagine, you know, right in the middle of your crotch, them going in there and cutting through this big, thick joint to basically open up your birth canal. I mean, this is a highly...
God, I hate to be a woman.
Excruciatingly painful
Fuck,
procedure.
man.
That is,
Oh, God.
Aitken invented this
So glad I'm a
piece of
dude.
technology. Thing he just used on this woman to save her and her baby's lives. This piece of technology made the symphysiotomy basically more targeted and more efficient. So it's still totally invasive and painful and awful, but smaller incision, much faster, and a higher success rate. And so despite the fact that Aitken's invention sort of looked really barbaric, it caught on very quickly and sort of became the standard for how these symphysiotomies were done. They used this tool. And it would remain that way until about the turn of the 20th century, which is when C-sections became much safer, which meant the need for symphysiotomies decreased dramatically, which meant this tool was sort of no longer needed in hospitals. And so basically this tool sort of faded into obscurity until another group, completely unrelated to medicine, found a very specific use for this instrument. And that group were lumberjacks. They found that this tool, which had previously been used to cut open women's bodies and sever these large joints, was also really good at cutting down trees. The device that Dr. John Aitken's invented for medicine was actually just a chainsaw. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's video.
And then
After I shared
completely
my
cut
near-death
into you and
experience
fuck you
on
up.
live stream earlier this
But there's
year,
also like
a lot of people reached out
extreme
to me and
like
told me that that sort of inspired them
aftermath
to
problems
open
with
up about
that.
their own trauma.
Like you become
Now, these folks didn't
incontinent.
say, "Oh, yeah,
I
I
don't think
too
you
had a
can
near-death experience, and now I'm gonna open up about it."
like give birth
No, it's
again.
like they saw I was being
chronic pain.
vulnerable.
But hey,
That
you're alive and your
vulnerability
kid's
sort of
alive. So what are you
created a
gonna do,
connection.
right?
It was like we were having this shared moment of sort of understanding that, you know, carrying something really heavy in silence can be extremely isolating. And keeping in that pain really only makes things worse.
I know, right? I just can't help it, but those Fuda cowgirls are just so hot. I mean, what?
It's a great therapy option and is a great starting point for people who are struggling. It's entirely online. All you have to do is fill out a quick survey, and then you're matched with a trained therapist in just days. And you can switch therapists at any time at no additional cost. So if this is of interest to you, use my link, betterhelp.com/MrBallin, to get 10% off your first month of therapy.
The Midnight Man. Ooh.
One night in the summer of 1904, a young woman named Anna Gray was laying in her bed in her second-story room in a bed and breakfast in Chicago, Illinois. Except she couldn't sleep. She couldn't really tell why she couldn't sleep, but you know, her stomach was kind of upset from the mince pie she had eaten earlier, and it was kind of, you know, her stomach was rumbling around, and so maybe that was why. And also, you know, the air in the room was very stuffy, you know, there wasn't any circulation, and so she's just laying in silence as her stomach is growling, and it was very uncomfortable. And so eventually, Anna felt so frustrated that she was not able to sleep that finally she just threw the covers off, hopped out of her bed, and walked over to the window, and she opened it up to let in some fresh air. And even though, you know, her stomach still felt pretty upset, you know, having the fresh air hit her and sort of circulate through the room did, even if it was just by a small percentage, make her feel a little bit better. And now that she was standing up near the window and sort of realizing how late it was, she suddenly did feel sort of tired. And she was like, great, I'll leave the window open and I'll go back to sleep. So she walked back to her bed, laid down, pulled the covers up over her, and sure enough, just a couple minutes later, she had fallen asleep. But several hours later, Anna suddenly woke up. She's laying in her bed, her eyes shoot open, and for a second as she's laying there, she can't quite remember where she is. She's confused, disoriented, and then she remembers, oh yeah, I'm in that bed and breakfast, I'm in Chicago, okay, I'm going home tomorrow, okay. But as she's laying there, sort of putting together what's happening, she just has this weird feeling that something just feels off in the room. She can't quite place it, but there's something wrong here. And so instinctively, Anna sits up in her bed, and she kind of just surveys this small room that she's in. And at first, everything seems totally in order. There's nothing odd here at all. It's just a late night inside of a bed and breakfast. It's still, it's quiet, there's nothing going on here. But then as she scans the room one more time, her eyes stop on the open window, because now there is a man sitting on the windowsill, looking into the room right at her, unflinching, just staring right at her. And Anna, in an instant, is looking at the sky and a million thoughts go through her head. She's thinking, oh my God, he's here to hurt me. He must have climbed up and he's about to come in here and attack me. Like, what's going on here? She doesn't know if she's dreaming. She's just completely panicked. And unlike a lot of people who in this situation might freeze completely or scream and try to hide or run away, Anna's fight or flight response was to fight. And so it was almost like in a fraction of a second, she had leapt out of the bed to confront this man, this stranger in her room. But the man, as soon as she jumped up, he didn't budge. He's just sitting there staring at her. And then almost like delicately, he leaned backwards and fell out the window. And now Anna's thinking, oh my God, is he okay? She doesn't know who he is, but you know, it's a serious fall. They're on the second floor, and so she runs to the window, looking out, expecting to see this guy, you know, with a broken neck down on the ground. But she looks down, and there's nobody there. You know, the window's wide open. You know, she left it open before, and so she's kind of looking around to make sure, did he really fall out the window? Did he come into the room? But no, she's all alone in her room. And so she's looking down to see if maybe he kind of, you know, ran up against the side of the house and maybe he's going to show himself, but there's nobody. And then at some point she notices there's this long, dark car that's parked out on the street underneath the street light. And she couldn't remember if that car had been parked there the whole time. It seemed sort of out of place, but she just couldn't remember. And so she's looking at this vehicle and she realizes there's somebody in the car. And as she's staring at the car, the driver begins to move. They sort of position their bodies down low and they look up at Anna. And Anna realizes it's the same guy who was just sitting in her windowsill and fell out the window a second ago. He's in this car. And so Anna, she's just frozen looking at this guy, wondering how could this be happening? Is this a nightmare? Is this real? She doesn't know. But as she's looking, this guy who's looking up at her, he extends his hand out the driver's side window and begins beckoning to Anna, telling her to come down and get in the car with him. And so Anna, she's seeing this, and she's also realizing the car he is in is a hearse. And so she is just beyond terrified, and instinctively she just jumps back, slams the window, and sort of just pretends like this can't be happening, like this is not real. But then after a couple of seconds, she's thinking, I gotta make sure I know where this guy is, where he's gonna go next. And so she goes right back to the window to see what he's doing. But now the hearse, the man, they're gone. And so Anna remained at this window for quite a while, just looking out the window, just making sure this guy really was gone. Because again, she just doesn't know, like, was this real? Am I imagining things? Am I going crazy? Was this a nightmare? Like, she doesn't know. And so she's just standing there waiting, watching, but you know, this guy doesn't reappear, the hearse doesn't reappear, and so eventually she crawls back in bed, and after what felt like forever, she drifted off into a fairly light sleep, and then before long, you know, she opened her eyes again, and sunlight had filled the room. She had survived the night. And so now, you know, feeling the comfort and safety of light in the room, and knowing that it's a new day, she told herself, wow, like, that was crazy, that was terrifying, that had to have been just a particularly vivid nightmare. Like, there's no other reasonable explanation for this. It had to be a nightmare. So, Anna got out of bed, convinced she was just fine, that nothing strange has happened here at all. She got herself together, and she left the bed and breakfast, and she headed out to this brand new department store that had just opened up in Chicago. She wanted to go and have a nice day of shopping. And so Anna gets to this department store, and it's so vibrant, and it's bustling with people, and there's 4 floors of all this incredible stuff that they're selling. And for the next several hours, Anna just has a great time walking all around, picking out things she likes, and just basically enjoying shopping. And then eventually, when she was up on the 4th floor, after she had purchased all the things she was going to buy, she decided it was time to leave. Now, by this point, she had basically completely forgotten about, you know, whatever happened the night before. The sky, the hearse, all of it was completely out of her mind. She is back to normal. And so she makes her way over to the elevator to go down to the 1st floor.
I
So she hits the
go
button.
grab my food. many pizzas.
And she's waiting and waiting, and then eventually she hears a noise, a dinging sound, and the doors open up, and there's loads of people on this elevator car. It is packed. And so, like most of us would do in this situation, Anna kind of waved them off and said, I'll take the next one. And she's expecting that, the doors will close and these folks will go down, and, when it comes back up, she'll get on, and that's that. This is like not a big deal at all. She's not even thinking about it. Just go ahead. But the doors don't close. And instead, as she's kind of not really looking over in their direction, she hears this voice come out of the elevator car. And it's this kind of rude tone. It's a man's voice, and he calls out, "One more," like demanding that Anna get in there. Like, what are you doing? You're holding up the car. And Anna was kind of taken aback by whoever was kind of barking this order at her. And she turned around and she looked into the elevator car, and she couldn't really tell where the voice was coming from. But then eventually she noticed it was coming from the guy who operated the elevator car. The elevator was manual. There was somebody who literally moved the car up and down, and she kind of didn't see the guy's face at first, but eventually, when the guy kind of poked his head through and looked at her, confirming that, yeah, I'm talking to you, get in the car, she realized the elevator car operator was the man in the hearse that she had seen in her windowsill. It was the same guy. And so Anna is so horrified, she gasped out loud and just was like, no, I'm not going in there, no. And so all the folks that are in the elevator car, they do not know what's going on. And they're kind of looking around like, what's happening here? And the car operator continues to look out at Anna for a second. Then he just kind of scoffs at her like, fine. Then the doors close and the elevator disappears. And for a moment, Anna's telling herself, like, what is going on? That can't be the same guy. It's just gonna be a coincidence, right? But as she's having these thoughts, these crazy thoughts, trying to rationalize something that's not rational, she suddenly heard this loud, metallic, crunching sound inside of the elevator shaft, followed by what was obviously people screaming. It would turn out that elevator car that she nearly got into, but didn't because of her fear of this guy that she was seeing again, the same guy from her bedroom the night before, that elevator car, as it began its descent, it malfunctioned and fell 4 stories, killing 2 people on board. Now, unfortunately, we don't really know much more about what ultimately happened with the elevator operator, if they ever confirmed without a doubt that, that guy is the same one Anna saw the night before, or if he even really was on the elevator car. Like, we don't know that. But what we do know is Anna did speak to reporters, and they did widely publish this story. And that is how we know about it.
Damn. He was warning me, and then he wanted me, and I was like, nah, I'm out of here. Fuck this. Last tenant.
On the morning of July 5th, 2008, a 50-year-old man named David File walked up to his apartment in Bishopstoke, which is a small village in southern England. So this apartment complex was massive. It took up an entire block, and it was comprised of several 2-story buildings. When David moved in 8 years earlier, this apartment complex was sort of bustling and doing quite well. There were loads of tenants, it was well kept, it was a nice place to live. But now, the place was kind of fallen into disrepair. There were weeds everywhere, it was kind of dirty, there was graffiti, buildings were all boarded up. This place really had fallen on hard times, almost like it was abandoned. And in many regards, it basically was. In fact, David was literally the last tenant in the entire complex. There were a total of 72 apartments in this complex, but 71 of them were boarded up and totally abandoned. It was just this last apartment that David lived in. And on this day, as David approached his front door, he noticed there was something taped to it. It was a piece of paper. So he walked up and he read it, and he quickly understood it was an eviction notice. They were kicking him out. And so he angrily ripped it off the door and he went inside his cramped, small apartment. There was a full-size billiard table sitting right in his living room, and everything was just tight and on top of each other, but this was David's home. He loved it here. He did not want to leave. And so he took this eviction notice and he went over to the kitchen and he just threw it on top of a pile of other papers that were mostly all from the company that owned this complex. The company was called Atlantic Housing. So part of the reason this building had really fallen on hard times here is because 2 years earlier, Atlantic Housing had decided to tear this place down. And so they had offered to help relocate all the tenants, and basically everybody else had agreed to leave and, take the assistance from Atlantic Housing, but not David. He refused to leave. And so eventually, Atlantic Housing got fed up with David because they're offering him money, they're offering him assistance. I mean, they're really trying to just get him to leave so they can move forward with their project. And so eventually, when he wouldn't budge, no matter what they offered him, they just sued him. And it took 2 years, but eventually a court ruled that, okay, Atlantic Housing, you can kick him out of your building. And so David, you're being evicted. And so David knew this was coming. He knew he was going to be evicted, but he just simply could not accept the ruling. He's looking around at his cramped little apartment that he had called home for 8 years, and he just loved it here. He didn't want to leave. And so he thought to himself, you know what? They can try to evict me, but I'm not leaving. And so David decides he's going to protest, but not some little protest. He's going to do something that is so big, so extreme, that it will guarantee people will pay attention and recognize that this ruling is wrong. And David knew exactly how he was going to do that. And so later that afternoon, David made his way over to his storage closet, and he pulled out some rope, an electric timer, and a power tool, and he brought these supplies over to his living room. And there, David rigged up this elaborate trap that he was designing specifically so that when Atlantic Housing or the police or whoever it was that showed up to evict him, that when they opened his door, they would have to be confronted by this trap. And for David, he felt like this was his last-ditch effort to prove once and for all that this eviction was wrong. A few hours later, 2 police officers, along with David's very worried parents, stood outside of David's apartment. Earlier that afternoon, David's parents had tried to get in touch with David, and they had called him repeatedly, but he hadn't answered. And so at some point, they had driven over to his apartment, and they had pounded on the door and tried to get his attention, but he hadn't come to the door. However, they had heard this strange sound coming from inside the apartment, and it was unsettling enough, and considering the whole circumstance of not being able to get in touch with their son, that they decided to call the police. And so when they got there, the police, they're knocking on the door, yelling out for David, but still no answer. And the police too, they can clearly hear this strange sound, which almost sounded like a mechanical whirring sound or something. They couldn't quite place it, but there definitely was something odd happening in this apartment. And so given the fact that, there's real concern around what's going on with David, the police decide to kick in the door and see what's going on. And so they get out of the way. One of the officers steps back, kicks the door down, and as soon as the door flies open, that loud mechanical whirring sound becomes way louder, so loud, and they suddenly get a complete view into the apartment, and all of them just froze and gasped. So the trap that David had built had functioned exactly as he intended it to. Basically, the authorities were going to come in the front door and be horrified by what they saw, because this trap really was not for them as much as it was for David. He was sort of putting himself into a trap as a display of his protest that you can't pull me out of here. And now authorities have arrived and they've seen the results of this trap. What the trap was a power tool that was on, that was the mechanical whirring sound they heard, and it had been tied by David to one of the legs of his billiard table, like an arm jutting off the side of this billiard table. And then the tool had this electric timer that he had rigged to it so that when it went off, it would start the tool. What was this tool? It was a chainsaw. And what did David do? He intentionally positioned his neck right up against the teeth of this chainsaw, set the timer, and then waited. And he basically timed it so that shortly after getting in position, the timer would go off, it would cut his head off, and then presumably authorities would look inside the apartment and see what, in David's mind, they were responsible for, his death. And sure enough, when the police and the parents looked in, they saw the trap, they heard the saw buzzing, and they saw David's severed head on the ground. Despite David's final protest really having a lot of the effect that he was hoping for, I mean, it did make headlines all over the UK. A lot of people heard about this and they were horrified by it. Despite all that, shortly after his death, the apartment complex was demolished.
Well, obviously. What an idiot.
Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the
Well,
comments.
shit, we haven't even
And
eaten yet
remember,
because this
we
shit
have
is taking
hundreds
forever to
of
cool
videos for you to
down.
binge right now. But if
Do
you're
we watch
looking for a
another? Do we watch another
recommendation
ballin'
from me of
video?
that-
Let's look a kind of short one. Death finds a way, places you can't go.
Today, we're going to look at 3 places you can't go and people who went there anyways. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please gift the like button a brand new puzzle, but don't tell them you've secretly removed 2 of the pieces. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. Just before midnight on August 20th, 2012, a 19-year-old college student named Rose Marr and her best friend, 19-year-old Elizabeth Nass, walked down Main Street in their hometown of Ellicott City, Maryland. It was their last night together before they each would head back to college in separate states. And so to cap off what had felt like a perfect summer, they decided to grab a few beers, despite being underage, and head on over to their favorite hangout spot, a train trestle that ran over Main Street. A train trestle is literally a bridge, but for trains. Now, to be clear, this train trestle was not like some secret daredevil hideout spot. Lots of people knew about it. Lots of kids in town, including Rose and Elizabeth, had been up here many, many times. And while there was an active train track that ran across it, the ledge on the trestle where everybody would sit when they were up there was several feet away from the tracks, kind of safely out of the way. You could be up there looking down over the town, and a train could literally pass right by you and not affect you. So overall, it was safe. So Elizabeth and Rose climbed up onto the train trestle and took their seats along the ledge, safely away from the tracks. And then they cracked open a few beers and began talking about their upcoming semesters. They talked about which classes they were going to take and what they were looking forward to and really how much they were going to miss each other. And then at some point, Rose pulled out her phone and she took a photo of her and Elizabeth's feet dangling off the trestle. Basically, the photo captured their feet kind of hovering over Main Street. Then she posted that photo to Twitter, and then as soon as she hit post, she and Elizabeth heard this loud screeching sound coming from right behind them. They turned around to see what it was. Something huge smashed into them, and then it went black. That loud screeching sound was the sound of a train passing by right behind them. But remember, the tracks are set far enough back that, the train, it couldn't hit them. And in this case, the train was not the thing that hit these 2 girls. Instead, it was something truly unfortunate that happened to them. When that train passed by the girls, it partially derailed. Not a full scale, like cars going everywhere off the tracks, but instead, several of these cars basically toppled over to their sides. And some of those cars that toppled over were carrying thousands of pounds of coal. And these were open cars. You can literally see the coal as the train goes by. And so as the train's going by, those cars topple, all this coal comes out, and the coal smashed into Rose and Elizabeth and fully buried them. It was like they were under an avalanche, but not of snow.
Damn.
And so by the time the girls were pulled out of the coal, they were already dead. Rose and Elizabeth were the only 2 fatalities from this derailment. Their families would later sue the railroad company, alleging negligence, and each family would receive a settlement, though the exact amounts were never disclosed.
Crazy.
Thank you to BetterHelp
World's
for
a
sponsoring
fucked up
today's
place,
video.
man.
June is Men's Mental
Shit
Health
just
Awareness Month,
happens.
and so in honor of that,
Shit just
I want to
fucking
share
happens.
a quick story about my own mental health. So back in 2017, I got out of the military after several years, and I really went through a sort of identity crisis. So much of who I was wrapped up in being a Navy SEAL, but now that I was out on the other side, it was like I didn't know who I was anymore, and I didn't even know what job to get or really what to do with my life. And it was sort of like this existential crisis that really sent me into a very dark and depressing spiral. But instead of seeking help or telling anybody about it, I began sort of lashing out at family and friends and just kind of being a downer everywhere I went.
Being a dick!
It wasn't until my family and friends, because they loved me, stepped in and said, "You really need to see someone," that I finally understood the impact I was having on other people and how bad things had gotten for me. And so I did go out and I spoke to a therapist. And at first, I admit, I wasn't sold that this was going to be a big solution for me. But pretty quickly, having that neutral third party to kind of bounce ideas off of and gain perspective from really changed my life. And it set me on a course to where I'm happy today. I still see a therapist, but it's therapy that got me to this place right now. This equilibrium I have reached, it's because of therapy. So if you're struggling right now, I would highly suggest thinking about therapy as an option. And a great starting point for therapy is BetterHelp. Primarily because it's entirely online.
No, apparently BetterHelp is shit.
You know, all you have
All
to do
I've
is
heard
fill
is
out
like a bunch of
survey
shit about
online,
like
and then
fake
within
doctors
2
and stuff
days,
like
they'll pair
that.
you up with a
You can
licensed
just
therapist.
sign up to be
And
a
if
doctor.
for any reason you want to change your therapist, you can do that at any time at no additional cost.
For a therapist.
Click the link in the description below or go to betterhelp.com/MrBallin to get 10% off your first month of therapy. Again, that's betterhelp.com/MrBallin to get 10% off your first month of therapy. Okay, back to the stories. At 6 p.m. on October 27th, 2014, a 17-year-old boy named Jesus Meneses was playing basketball with a group of friends on an outdoor basketball court at Kinloch Park in Miami, Florida. The friends had broken up into 2 teams and were in the middle of a very intense pickup game. And the game was pretty close, and Jesus' team was doing pretty well, but at some point when Jesus and his team had possession, one of his teammates just got frazzled by the defense and just took this crazy 3-point shot from way behind the line, and the ball just sailed right past the hoop, completely missed it, air ball, and it bounced and then went clean over this chain link fence on the edge of the park. And as soon as this happened, Jesus and all of his friends let out a collective groan because they knew basically anything that went over that fence was pretty much gone forever. But to Jesus' surprise, one of his friends turned to Jesus and was like, "Hey, why don't you just hop the fence and go get the ball?" Now, Jesus really did not want to do that. I mean, he had been coming to this park since he was like 1 year old with his family, and his mom and dad had always told him to never, ever climb that fence. Never. But now, Jesus' friend who had asked him to do this had kind of like turned it into a dare, and he's like, "No, really, come on, Jesus, like, go hop the fence and get the ball." And the other friends had kind of picked up on this, and they were kind of egging it on, being like, "Yeah, Jesus, go over there, get the ball." And so Jesus knew, like, this is not a good idea. I cannot go over that fence. And here I am, surrounded by all my peers, basically egging me on to go do it, and he didn't want to look weak or scared, and so he's thinking to himself, you know, hey, what's the worst that could happen? And he's like, all right, I'll go get it. And so Jesus left the basketball court and walked over to this fence. And it was about 7 feet tall, and there was all this barbed wire across the top of it. And so as he's standing there looking at the fence, he turns back around, and his friends are all smiling, like, yeah, go get it. And so he's like, okay. And he begins climbing the fence. And he gets to the top, and he reaches the barbed wire, and he very carefully positions himself so he doesn't cut himself on the way over. And right after he's cleared the barbed wire, he kind of tumbles to the other side of the fence. He hits the ground, and he's kind of shaken up from hitting the ground pretty hard. But, you know, he stands up, dusts himself off. He realizes he's okay. And he turns and looks through the fence now at his friends, and they're all cheering him on. And so now Jesus is feeling really confident, and he kind of smiles at his friends like he's the hero now. And he turns, and sure enough, there's the basketball just a few feet away. So he walks over, picks up the basketball, and chucks it over the fence back to his friends. And Jesus was about to climb over the fence and go rejoin his friends when he happened to look back in the direction of where his basketball had been, and he noticed there was another basketball that somebody else had lost over this fence. Except this basketball was on the other side of a second fence. Basically, once you climb this first fence, a couple of feet later, there is a second fence. These were the 2 fences that Jesus and everybody who ever came to this park were warned about. Never climb them. But Jesus has already climbed the first one, and he's got his basketball, and he's thinking, I can climb the second one too, and I can get that basketball, and then we'll have 2. So if we ever lose another one, we have a backup. So, without even telling his friends, Jesus walks over to the second fence, which is basically identical to the first fence, about 7 feet tall, a bunch of barbed wire at the top, and he carefully climbs to the top, and he kind of positions himself over the barbed wire, and then he drops down to the other side, except this time, when he hits the ground after clearing that second fence, something horrible happens. Within seconds of Jesus landing inside of that second fenced-in area, His friends back on the court saw what was going on and began totally panicking. They're screaming, they're running around, they don't know what to do. Eventually, one of them would call 911, and then minutes later, first responders show up and they find Jesus' friends. They're totally frantic. They're all pointing toward the fenced-in areas. And the first responders, they look and they know right away there's virtually nothing they can do to save Jesus. The reason these fences were totally off limits, the reason Jesus' family specifically warned him from when he was a young kid to never ever climb them, was because inside of the second fenced-in area was an electrical power grid. And there were signs all over these two fences warning people to stay back, that it was dangerous, no trespassing, like fatalities will occur if you go in here. But Jesus ignored the warnings, and he climbed the first fence, and he climbed the second fence. Except when he landed inside of that second fenced-in area, he landed on a live electrical wire. And the second he did, 500,000 volts of electricity coursed through his body. For reference, the average lightning bolt contains about 300,000 volts of electricity. So, as soon as Jesus hit that wire, it was like the equivalent of 2 lightning bolts striking him at once, but not just one time, over and over and over again. And so, unfortunately, Jesus died almost immediately.
Unfortunate. But how do you do something? How do people be so stupid? How people be so stupid?
On April 22nd, 2023, a 49-year-old father of 3 named Carl O'Keefe crawled through a cave system in Cumbria, England. He was on his hands and knees, shuffling his way forward, and the only light that guided him through this tight, small tunnel was the headlamp on his head. So Carl was an adventurer. He loved things like rock climbing and exploring caves, but this particular cave he wasn't that familiar with. He'd only been here a couple other times, and he didn't have a map, so really he didn't actually know where he was going. But Carl wasn't remotely worried, because he knew this was easily the safest cave system he had ever explored. In fact, this place was so safe that often people showed up with their kids and let them run around freely with no fear they were going to get hurt. And so Carl has no worries here, and also he's thinking to himself, he's not very far into this particular tunnel. He can actually still hear the other people and their kids kind of right behind him. And so again, even though he doesn't really know where he is, he feels completely fine. And so Carl continued crawling through this tunnel, and eventually he reached this T intersection where he just had to choose between going right and left. And again, he's got no map. He doesn't really know where he's going. So he decides, okay, I'll just go right. And so he begins going down this tunnel, which closely resembled the tunnel he had just came from. But as he was crawling along, he started to feel like the walls around him were kind of shrinking, and it was getting harder and harder to push his body through this tunnel. And then finally, when it felt like it was so tight around him and it was getting so claustrophobic that maybe he should just turn around, he reached a dead end. That's all this was. The right turn was just a dead end. And so he thought, okay, I'll just turn around and go back the way I came and, maybe explore the left side. So in order to do that, Carl decided he would make a U-turn with his body. He would literally just turn around and go back the way he came, leading with his head and his upper body. And so he's facing the dead end. He's on his hands and knees, and he begins doing this U-turn. And he kind of turns and gets his head and his shoulders and his upper half kind of folded around until they're looking back in the direction he was coming. But he was too physically big to get his lower half to complete the U-turn. And so he was effectively wedged in this U-shaped position. He couldn't do anything. He was just stuck. But Carl didn't panic because he knows this is a safe place. This is not a big deal. Nobody gets hurt in these cave systems. And I just need to rethink how I go back the way I came. Clearly, this U-turn attempt is not working. And so he decides, okay, let's reset. I'll pull my shoulders and my upper body back, and I'll reset facing the dead end. I'll basically go back to exactly the position I was just in. Except when he tried pulling his upper body and his head and his shoulders back to where he was facing the dead end, he realized he was also stuck going in that direction. He couldn't go back to the way he was, and he couldn't return in the direction he had come. He was stuck in this U-shape and couldn't go anywhere. Now, again, Carl is telling himself that it's going to be okay. this is a safe place. Kids play here. Like, this is no big deal. I'm gonna be okay. And so he tried, you know, to kind of shimmy himself one way or the other, but it was like no matter what he did, he just could not move out of this U shape. And as that happened, he began to kind of panic. His heart rate began to rise. It became harder to breathe. It felt like the walls of this cave were kind of pushing down on him. And before long, he was becoming overwhelmingly claustrophobic. It just felt like the walls of this tunnel were crushing him, and he really began to panic, and he just started screaming out for help. Immediately, some of the staff who heard Carl yelling out made their way into this tunnel system and actually saw Carl. They could see him in this U shape, totally wedged. And at first they couldn't understand what was even happening here. But when they tried to pull him out, they couldn't get him to move. I mean, he really was totally stuck here. And so sensing that this was a true emergency, the staff backed out and they called the fire department. The fire department, they came out and they too could not get Carl out. He was stuck. And so pretty quickly, Carl realized all he could do here was just do his best to stay calm, because this position he was in was really restricting his breathing, not to mention, you know, the tunnel itself is pressing down on him. And so he just tried to stay calm and kind of have measured breaths, and he kept thinking, you know, the rescue team, they're right there. They're gonna get me out of here quickly, I know it. But much to Carl's shock, and to the shock of all the first responders, they didn't get Carl out quickly. Instead, it would take an agonizing 4 hours to finally free him. And during those 4 hours, Carl got weaker and weaker and weaker and more panicked. The instant Carl was out of the tunnel, he was rushed to the nearest hospital and admitted to the intensive care unit. And there, they would discover he had suffered all these extensive crush injuries from being in that position for so long. He had severe bone damage, organ damage, and nerve damage. I mean, he was in horrible shape. And despite heroic efforts by medical staff to try to save Carl, ultimately, he would die 8 days later from those injuries. And his death would become massive news, because it really seemed impossible that somebody could die in that cave system, because it was meant to be so safe. This cave system was not like an underground cave system where spelunkers go. No, this was a cave system for kids. It was a kids' play place. All the tunnels in the cave itself was made out of plastic, again, so kids could crawl and explore. But adults were told they too could go through those tunnels with their kids. And so Carl had gone to a birthday party for one of his kids' friends. He had brought his kids along, and being the devoted father that he was, he went right in there with his kids and was crawling all around and goofing around with the kids until, unfortunately, he got stuck.
Damn. Brutal.
In case you haven't heard yet, our newest graphic novel...
True. All right. Unnecessary redemption arcs. Dun dun dun. Do you have an unnecessary redemption arc in your story? Perhaps. Character, do they deserve it? Is it important to them? Is it important to the story? Are you just turning them for the fact of turning them? Oh, this is the only guy that can do it, so he just eventually has to become an ally. Like, I literally thought, because I watched Infinity Castle, Demon Slayer Infinity Castle, like a couple days ago, and the way they do the backstory for Arkaza is like fucking insane, to the point that I thought he was gonna be an ally until, and like tell them basically how to defeat Muzan. I'm kind of glad they didn't, because that would be such a fucking cop-out. That would be a terrible ending, I think. I don't even know how it ends, though. It'd be great if it ended without Muzan's death.
I can happily say that this video is sponsored by Bing Nebula. When does a villain deserve a redemption arc? When do we deserve redemption? Does Azula deserve redemption? Tell me your thoughts down below, but the latest Avatar comic, Azula in the Spirit Temple, says maybe? Well, deserve is a funny word, isn't it? A person might do something wrong and face up to it and deserve redemption. They might earn forgiveness, but hear me out. Hottest take ever. I know this is gonna hurt.
Alright. Thanks, YouTube.
Heard, but characters are not people. They are tools. They are narrative representations of people. We can use them to say other things. Characters can exist as foils to others, as symbolic representations of other ideas, their failures as morality tales, their actions and fates as important pieces of a greater story being told. That can be the point they serve. Unlike us, they don't exist in isolation, free of an overarching narrative, following the bits and bobs of free will. They are not individuals, but pieces of a tapestry carefully woven together by the author to explore something else. Azula's story isn't just about a 14-year-old girl defeated by her brother Zuko for the throne. That's the plot. Azula is Zuko's character foil. Where she is ruthless and practical, Zuko is empathetic and emotional. Where Azula is a prodigy, Zuko has to work painstakingly hard to achieve a fraction of her power, and her flaws highlight Zuko's new strengths he discovers throughout the series, and vice versa. Azula's fall is a reflection of how different parenting styles can affect a child. Ozai's affection was something exchanged for being useful, something Azula will go on to do to her friends, whereas Iroh's affection came as something freely given with patience for imperfection and failure, traits which Zuko adopts. And crucially, where Azula's ultimate fall comes from her cruelty and pride and rejection of friends and allies, it is Zuko's humility and kindness and friendship that ultimately wins the day. Him sacrificing his life for Katara, Katara bringing Azula down, and then her healing him. Azula ending up alone, imprisoned, isn't something happening to a real person. It's a deliberate narrative choice by the author to say something about how people like this isolate themselves and end up alone. And Azula and the Spirit Temple, the comic, does seem to acknowledge that as kind of a meta decision. Basically, in the comic, Azula is on the run after the series. She's kinda, well, let's be honest, let's just call it what it is. She's a terrorist. Full-on political assassination, bombing the consulate terrorist. But she bumps into a spirit here who takes on the varying forms of those she has wronged, especially Zuko, Ty Lee, and May. The spirit prompts her to reflect on her past and her actions, specifically speaking to how she, quote, surrounds herself with people she can control and manipulate because she can't stand the idea of being alone. That importantly, Azula constantly paints others around her as nothing, as worthless without her, that they only have value in her shadow. She tells Ty Lee in the comic that she was a, quote, nobody circus freak before Azula found her and made her into something better, that she gave her and May a chance to, quote, do something important. But that something important is purely centered around her, around Azula, that they had the heir of Fire Nation royalty, that they could be part of her pursuit of the throne, and now that they're not part of that, they are less than nothing. They're worthless. This is a typical abusive or bullying tactic, that you bring down others around you and make them feel dependent on you so that your approval is the ultimate validation. I'm hesitant to call it abusive because she's a 14-year-old kid. This is a tactic she definitely would have gotten from Ozai, who is abusive. He's a fully mature adult. Bullying can lead into abusive tactics, but there's an issue of scale and maturity and age there. Because as with Ozai, his children were only valuable to him insofar as they pursued his goals. In a sense, they only existed with any real value because they could be part of his legacy as the leader of the Fire Nation. When he goes on in the finale to go and destroy the Earth Kingdom, he tells Azula to stay behind. She wants to be with him, but he doesn't want her there because he wants the glory for himself. She is not useful to bring along. The comic basically has Azula going back and forth with this spirit for a long while, unpacking her past, unpacking her trauma, and what she needs and wants, till she attacks it, says, you can't make me learn things, and runs away.
Smokey! Yo, what's up, brother?
Robin Hood group
How's
of
it
terrorists
going?
with her, but after she abandons one of them to be captured, they abandon her, and she insists, well, I never wanted you anyway, you were never worthy of me. So the story explores the opportunity for redemption, but she resoundingly rejects it.
Just
Which, if
woke
they're going
up.
to do
Nice.
redemption, it needs to be slow. She does need to reject it. Azula's ultimate collapse alone, crying, breathing wild flames into the air, is a stunning visual reflection of all of these ideas the
Are you
writers
level 100 yet,
purposefully
Smokey?
incorporated into the series. Not only a condemnation of Zula's actions throughout the series, but an elevation of what Zuko has learned across it. In this way, the last Agni Kai isn't just Zuko and Katara proving they are more powerful, but an expression of the ideas underpinning their arcs and the themes of the series. And sometimes those are more important than how we might realistically treat a kid like Azula. because the story works when you
You
like,
stopped playing. Why, Smokey? Give me all your gear.
And a character might deserve a second chance, but the story does not necessarily need to explore that. We like redemption arcs because they are some of the most dramatic arcs that a character can go through. You're completely reorienting their values from one thing to another. It's also an underdog.
I just want the druid to come out so I can play the fucking druid.
Often their own instincts, their social circles are against them. It can work well for enemies to lovers, or at least enemies to friends, and there's a real catharsis in that. If an evil character is sympathetic or likable or, God forbid, hot, people kind of want them to be better. We want to see them healthy
Skate?
and good. But let's be honest, I think we also
Why are you playing
anti-heroes or
Skate,
antagonists
bro?
to be
What are you, a
redeemed
fucking
because we often
noob?
like them in a weird way. They're the bad boy more than the hero, who's often perhaps boring. And redemption feels kind of like validation of that desire, of that feeling. That they're the interesting hero anyway, and seeing good in others and wanting to facilitate that is a kind of virtue in a way, right? There's also been this rejection over the last decade and a half or so of like purely evil villains. People want complex characters, complex villains, and what's more complex, what's more extreme than redemption? Or there's the sense that characters can't be fully complex unless we fully explore their capacity for good, and if you take that to its logical end, it often ends up in a kind of redemption, or at least middling heroism. Even when it's not necessary or true, or because it's somehow bad to empathize with someone who is just too far gone, even if they have somewhat sympathetic traits, like some people might say about Azula. But all too often, redemption arcs feel like the writers don't really know what to do with a villain once they're defeated or they've reached the end of their story. They can end up as these unneeded sequels, muddying the point that their character originally served
I
in the
lied.
story,
I
or just
believe you,
dragging out
Smokey.
the plot unnecessarily.
You
And
would
redemption
never
arcs
quit
with stuff like
PoE.
this is just not great. I mean, look at Kylo Ren and Kuvira. You might remember Kuvira from her famous hits like giant Evangelion space mecha Death Star powered by spirit juice, or Earth Kingdom fascism. Yeah, well, in the comics, they're kind of giving Kuvira a bit of a redemption arc, but they're doing it by, one, minimizing her responsibility for the bad stuff.
How long you been live? 2 minutes, Smokey. I've only been live for 2 minutes.
Without her knowledge or approval that she would never have allowed to have happened. Two, they're trying to paint her or her acts in as sympathetic a light as possible, overemphasizing a traumatic backstory that we never really got before.
No,
And
it's the
three,
truth.
She's immediately contrasted against someone who is supposedly much worse than her, and that she basically helps take out. This often happens when a character is so bad that they can't really redeem themselves on their own. When I talk about redemption arcs sometimes muddying the point a character originally served in the story, this is kind of what I mean. What does Kuvira's story say about a charismatic leader who draws people together and for whose ends always justify the means, when they're not necessarily aware of either the means or the ends anymore? These stories often feel less like redemption and much more
Where
like
is
what I'm gonna
people?
call
What do you mean,
character
where is
work, where
people,
you're sort of
Smokey?
washing over the story again and changing what it means in a weird way, especially when a character
There's never
no longer
anyone
quite
here.
acts the way that they used to. They're suddenly exhibiting more empathy or remorse than they ever did before, and it feels to me like the writers want Kuvira to be likable because she is likable in like a weird way. That's kind of the point of her. She's quite compelling. But that's only okay if she's good. Or they
You
start
are
to turn
normally
bad
blah
characters
blah
from bad
story
things for bad
time.
reasons into kind of okay
Story
characters doing
time.
bad things
I'm
for
listening to
maybe
story
okay,
time
sometimes
though.
good reasons. The thing is, sometimes
I just
having
don't have any
characters
input
both
on this because
destroy
I don't have
that
characters
being
that
the
have
end
these
is
kind
a
of
more
redemption
meaningful
arcs.
exploration of
The
their
biggest
character
redemption
and
arc is
flaws
Husai
than
himself
any
when he
that a redemption
falls.
arc ever could be, and that's okay. The permanence, the finality, that being the last beat your story ends on for that character can be a really powerful message. The way you hit
We're
your
learning.
ends as hard as
No, we're
possible.
learning.
Here is one of those, probably doesn't deserve it, and the story definitely doesn't need a redemption arc. Like, it would have been fine if Kuvira was just someone that Korra brought down. Zahir, on the other hand, right, he's got a lot more interesting a story after he's defeated. He's imprisoned, but he becomes this sort of weird mentor character for Korra that she has to face up to, and yet he's also completely free, right? Because he's enlightened, he can travel to the spirit world at will. He doesn't need a redemption arc, and he remains interesting. The story not only found a more interesting place for him to go, but I think that there's still a lot of room for like, oh, this is a complex character who has
I
some
have
good.
drawn
Azula
you,
ending up
dude.
alone, and that basically being the final note her story ends on is a really powerful, striking image, something that will resonate with a lot of people, and that gives
What the fuck, Smokey?
People often justify redemption arcs by saying,
Let me
it's
see.
realistic that someone will
DM
get a
it to
second
me.
chance and have the ability to change. And
That
that's
with
good. It's just
nipple
that
tassels.
anyone can change. no matter how far you've gone. And some stories will write characters whose entire purpose is exploring that concept, and that's why the redemption arc is there, and it works. Or in the case of
You
Azula,
have to
it's
DM me
wrong
this
to
shit,
leave her
bro,
story in a
right
place
now.
Where a kid is left broken and alone and not explored that someone like her could change. And I do think there's a space for those kind of stories. Sometimes realism really does matter with how you depict certain issues and problems. But it's also important to remember that fiction often deals with extreme versions of reality. It plays with exaggerated dimensions for a point. And that's a strength of what it can do. A character being imprisoned forever as their fate in a fantasy novel is not all that different to saying, and they lived happily ever after. It's done to make the story satisfying, to make it hit harder, not because it's saying people like this could never change in the real world. We empathize with people who do horrific things that we never would, even if in the real world, we would not normally give a crap about the genocidal dictator who had a change of heart at the last moment. He's Darth Vader. Or we fall for the obsessive, overprotective lover in a romance story, even if we know that would be unhealthy in real life. We allow ourselves to feel things we might not normally, but healthily engaging with fiction, with all of these stories, means knowing where fantasy and reality have to diverge. Zuko ending up as Fire Lord is vindication for him and a symbolic validation of his growth, not an endorsement of monarchy as a political system with all of its issues. We explore real feelings and real things in often more extreme scenarios, and in that light, maybe it's okay if Azula's story ends where it does in the series. That we would separate how we would treat a real 14-year-old girl from a villain in a series, and that's why any redemption arc, any further story, isn't needed. After all, a character needs or deserves a redemption arc when it becomes the most meaningful way to explore their character and place in the story. But a character deserving redemption usually comes before the story really needing it, and I don't think Azula's done anything to deserve it yet. They've got to exhibit some willingness and action to change, and the comic does acknowledge that Azula hasn't. I think there's also this kind of underlying assumption some people have that, like, redemption arcs are the best kind of arcs. I mean, they're dramatic, and when they're done well, they're really compelling. And I think this is kind of what happened with Kylo Ren in Rise of Skywalker.
Fafner's
something
redemption
went wrong
arc,
with that film.
I
A lot
guess.
of things went wrong with that film, but one of the things was that suddenly he's on this redemption arc for some reason after clearly being positioned to be more like the big bad in The Last Jedi, and they're just basically retconning that, whatever. It's part of why they brought back Palpatine, it feels, so that someone else could be the bad guy. It becomes a kind of character laundering again. Rise of Skywalker, like Kuvira, repositions him against someone worse, minimizes Kylo's responsibility, and just kind of ignores the past story. But the real crime is that it's just much less interesting than having him go full-on villain, which Adam Driver has said was the original plan. I haven't seen it, but I've also heard that Negan from The Walking Dead suffers from a lot of character laundering issues as well. Azula's redemption in the comics is not nearly as messy as Kuvira or Kylo Ren's. Even if the story doesn't need this, it doesn't need her redemption, I don't think her healing and changing is an unnatural extension of the story. One of the head writers, Aaron Ahaz, even spoke about how if there ever was a fourth season, he thought it would be about Azula and her changing. And The Last Agni Kai is also a sad reminder that she is a kid, like Zuko. She's just as damaged as him. This is not a glorious moment of victory of taking down someone who's purely evil. It's two siblings pitted against each other by a cruel parent. And maybe Azula deserves exploring that a little bit too. She needs her Iroh, and Azula in the Spirit Temple kinda does this a bit. She admits that she became what Ozai wanted after Ursa left because that was the only way to protect herself, and she became a weapon. If this is a sad ending, if how parents can screw up their kids is part of the narrative purpose it serves, then this kind of follows on from that in ways that, you know, Kylo and Kuvira don't from their narrative purposes. Unlike Kuvira or
What's
Kylo
POE?
Ren, the comics also aren't interested in glamorizing or minimizing Azula's responsibility or agency here. There's not really that character.
Sure.
The comic pretty honestly says, hey,
Fine.
you rejected every offer of redemption and forgiveness.
Fine,
You
Smokey.
alone, that's on you, right?
We
Because
skipped a
good
couple
healing
things
or
today, so
redemption
we can
stories
skip.
don't have to
We can
bend
skip
over
the
backwards and warp things to make
domestic
redemption more
versus
palatable.
foreign workers.
You certainly can't deserve redemption until you work for it. And in
I
the same
mean,
sense
if there's
as Solo
nobody
Zuko, I
here.
think it's fine to reflect on
Well, it
how
doesn't
she
matter
ended
if
up the way
anybody's
she
here.
did.
It's for the
That's always
YouTube
the first step.
videos.
I asked you guys whether she deserved or needed a redemption arc, and most of you said no. But I think a healing arc is on the cards. Azula in the Spirit Temple is not the worst Avatar comic release since the show. That would be The Search. It's an interesting look into her mind. Tylee lays out how it's unhealthy for her to be so obsessed with someone else's relationships, which she is, and it goes out of its way to be like, hey, I want to help you, but you are stuck in this pathological way of looking at yourself and others. I will say it's very on the nose. It lays out very explicitly a lot of stuff which was mostly left to subtext in the series, where I think I preferred it for the most part. If I was doing this, I would probably be fine with ending her story where it was, and having a footnote later on in a Korra book or something saying that eventually Azula and Zuko sort of bonded again and she found a kind of healing. But unlike what we've seen with Kuvira and Kylo Ren, I don't think exploring Azula this way retroactively makes the point she served in the original story worse, that it like destroys that, undermines it. In fact, there's even a nice kind of symmetry to Zuko helping her after Iroh helped him, and healing.
It's
from
cold
family
here.
trauma.
It's getting there.
Exploring her Aang is
It's only
re-establishing
26
the
in here,
animations
not
of
29
natural stage
now.
of the story. I think this is mostly fine. Even if I wouldn't have written it this way myself, I think it is a little too on the nose, a little too fast. Redemption arcs are themselves tools authors use to explore bigger ideas, but that also means that they're not always going to fit. Neil Gaiman uses a lot of healing arcs in his stories, where people process things from their past in new ways.
Because you're there, Smokey, your cold soul is leaking. Smokey, I thought you said there was no one here. What the fuck is wrong with you? You see that, Smokey, this is your problem. You would just assume that no one's there. You have to assume that someone is there.
To use their different tools to communicate their ideas. Or if that doesn't interest you, if you prefer crazy.
Because then when someone shows up, they feel like they're immediately part of something instead of feeling like they're not there.
I kid you not, a hot air balloon.
I said if, motherfucker.
It's an incredible little documentary. And
I'm always here. I'm everywhere. True queen.
The balloon, so many more over on Nebula. But even more than those, even better, and I'm adding this in later because it's super amazing and important. I can't believe I didn't talk about it when I was recording. Go listen to The Sojourn over on Nebula. Seriously, it is a sci-fi.
Hi,
series
Smokey.
Like The Expanse. If you love that, you will love this. It's amazing. I love it. It's the sort of story that I like to talk about whether I'm being sponsored or not, okay? This is me telling you about a story I genuinely, unabashedly love. Nebula is expanding into storytelling, which is...
Yeah, but I have to pay money to read
this is
it.
the sort of thing that I want to see more of everywhere. Here's the pitch. An expedition is sent out to the Tantalus cluster where they come across more than they bargained. New enemies, new opportunities, new mysteries. It's amazingly voice acted, incredible production, great writing, exciting, fast-paced, brilliant world building, all the sort of stuff that I know you, if you're watching this channel, love. I want to share this with you, and the entire series is available on Nebula right now. Nothing held back. Every single episode, right? If you love rich character arcs and interesting stories, then I know you will love The Sojourn.
It is cold. My nipples are hard now.
Making more stuff like this happen just by going.
Of course, Smokey. I should have known that's where it was going.
I think is about the easiest way to be part of something this cool. Because the best way to support artists and writers and actors is basically just to go and engage.
Shut the fuck up and talk.
And you can be part of making more stuff like this happen with Nebula. Nebula, if you haven't heard of it, how? But it is a platform that's basically different to anything else out there. The reason being, it is made for, by, and owned by creators themselves. And
because you have to pay to use it.
Platforms online right now. Tons of the best creators online.
Right? Yeah, like we googled this, but like as far as I know, like you need to pay to use it.
If you want gaming or journalism, then there's a ton of creators there for that stuff as well. Engineering.
Yeah, it's a streaming platform. You have to pay for it.
Absolutely amazing. You should check out the ones on
It's
YouTube.
that's bullshit.
Even more of that there. Nebula is
the
built
fuck
to curate
pays
some of the best
for
creators,
it?
especially in the educational sphere right now. Nebula
Especially
is
when you
our
have
answer to
options
having
that are
made
free.
high quality art and content better than traditional media without the corruption and exploitation that so much of that entails usually. And you can get all for the price of a few bucks a month, and you can get it 40% off.
And monthly charges isn't? I mean, technically X is the same way.
What matters is that you check out
in order to stream on Twitter, but like
far better than me. So click the link, have a gander, see what you like. There will be something.
There are
Stay
other
tuned, and I'll see you in the
benefits.
future.
It's not like you have to pay to use Twitter. It's just you have to pay to, and you don't have to pay to watch things on Twitter. You only have to pay for you yourself to be able to stream. But you can't even access any content on the site without paying for it, which is, in my opinion, absolute bullshit. So, Smokey, are you officially stating that we are skipping everything and going straight to PoE? No more writing? We're just we're skipping editing. We're skipping everything.
IMSACVATM in.
All right. I'll bite.
I am a scat man.
I'll bite. It's always too quiet.
I'm a scat man. I'm a scat man.
I am a scatty man.
He said, "Scattered to be."
Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. Everybody's saying that the scat man stutters but does and never stutter when he sings. But what you don't know, I'm gonna tell you right now that the stutter and the scat is the same thing. Yo, I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man? I'm the scat man. Why should we be pleasing any politician reasons who would try to change the seasons if they could? The state of the condition insults my intuition and it
This
only
song
makes
gets me bouncy lol.
Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, brother, so can you. I'm the scat man.
Sure. I'll try. Okay, Smokey, I will try for you to not be fucking annoying. Okay?
One way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. I hear you all ask out the meaning of scat. Well, I'm the professor, and all I can tell you is why you're still sleeping, the saints are still weeping, because things you call dead haven't yet had the chance to be born. I'm the scat man.
Oh shit, I gotta change, hold on, I gotta change the settings here. Okay, talk now?
Where's the scat man?
Okay, there. Because it was coming out of the TV instead of on my speakers, because Discord doesn't know how to fucking keep its shit the same as my own settings. So I had to switch it back and forth manually between my headphones and TV. So where were you yesterday, Smokey? Where were you yesterday?
What happened yesterday?
I was just wondering where you were. You never showed up.
Oh yeah, I thought, well, fuck you, right? You don't deserve my presence, so I didn't come.
Shit, I feel... What have I done?
Yeah.
What have I
Because you took my
done?
points.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
No, that's a lie. Really? I didn't know that. I mean...
Come to your live and you already ended your live stream, so it's your own fault.
Wait, that's not possible.
You done like a
I don't...
You done like a 4-hour stream.
What? No, that's a bullshit.
Yeah, you did. Go and
Oh,
look.
that's
Go and look.
fucking
Go and
bullshit.
look. Go and look.
That's bullshit.
So I was bored yesterday.
Why were you bored yesterday?
I had to watch a female streamer instead.
What? Traitor?
I know, right?
How dare you? I know you have to wait for fucking full moons to get your goon on, but that's supposed to be the whole point. God, Smokey. You're just terrible.
Never guess what I dropped yesterday.
Amir.
No, Headhunter again.
Another headhunter.
Yep.
How much are they worth? Like 150 divine?
No. 67 divine or something.
That's insane still. So you're gonna give it to me?
So, no, I just sold it to the vendor, man. For gold.
Fuck him. Fuck it. Anarchy, man. Anarchy. I'm the fucking Joker. Burn the fucking money.
It's farming that aura, bro, you know, so.
You should have made a clip about it. Have one in your inventory and be like, oh, I don't know what this thing is. I found one of these. It looked cool. But I found another one. I guess they're not that rare. And fucking sell it to the vendor. Dude, I get like 3 million views, dude. People would be so fucking pissed.
Thing is, though, you can buy it back from the vendor, so people will just say, oh, you sold it and then you bought it back. Blah, blah.
Well, no, then in the clip you exit the game.
No, hell no.
And then you exit the game, the buyback is gone.
Nah, it's just fucked up.
And you'd be like, fuck this game. This game's boring. And then you just exit the game. And people are like, what? He just sold a headhunter to his fucking vendor. Shut the fuck up.
Yes.
That's my job.
This is all we have.
Oh, what have I sold? I've sold something.
Opening my mouth.
Yo,
for
listen, if I sold
cock.
something for
I
the
mean, you opening your mouth for food, right?
Here we go with the underline shit.
I can't help it. I can't help it. Okay, we're doing another unique map, Castaway. You ever done Castaway? We're gonna do it on a tier 11. Okay. You ever watched Castaway?
You need to invite me first. You need to invite me first.
You ever watched Castaway? It's a great movie.
No.
With
Is that the one? Is that the one where he
Tom-
makes friends? Is that the one where he makes friends with the ball and draws a face on it with his blood?
Wilson, yeah. Wilson! We're juicing the fuck out of this map. Are you ready?
No.
Apparently my UI isn't because it just fucking froze. Okay. Tier 11. We ready?
Wait, I need to put some music on because you stress me out. Wait.
My music's better, bitch.
Alright, go.
A pirate's dream, a fool's downfall.
I'm scared. I'm scared now to save me, please. Save me from the baddest. How low are they hands? The fuck is that? A divine orb? Holy shit, guys. I'm so lucky. Thank you, RNGesus. I can't believe that. What did you kill? Damn, bro. What are the fucking chances? What the fucking luck? This game is crazy.
Come on, come to me, man. What are you doing?
I'm gathering gold. It's a gold! It's all the gold! Get the gold! It's not enough gold!
You want to be closer to get XP, man?
I also gotta be close to pick up this gold. I have no idea where... It's like I can see the numbers on the map, but I can't see it on the ground. I've like no idea. There's so much of it, so much everywhere. And it's like, no, give me more. I need more. Where is more? Please, Daddy, more. More gold. More gold!
You got any papers from your parents?
You know what? I haven't even asked them. Yeah, I haven't even thought about it. Fuck.
Oh, look at all this gold right here. Holy shit.
No, my gold! Don't you dare take my gold! My
If
gold.
I take the gold, then you can't get the gold. Look at that 4 million.
Pirate's fucking dream, bro. Pirate's fucking dream. Yeah. Love it.
You found the satchel charge yet?
You're a satchel charge. What the fuck is a satchel charge?
None may leave this accursed island. Drown in sorrow. Broadside. Drown in sorrow.
Nice. Satchel charge. What does
Right, you
that
can see
do?
on the map. Look on the map. Oh, just follow me. Just follow me. Wait, I think I need to run around. I don't know if I need to press them or not. You see on the map these little gold things? If you stand by it and press A, I think it releases the soul. And then when you do it to the other one.
And this is like the idea of this map?
I don't know. Right, press, you know that button that pulls out your explosives, right? Can you
No
place
idea.
it right here? Oh, you pressed it.
I clicked on it.
I don't think there's anywhere else. Can you place the thing right here?
I
Should
don't
say
know.
place satchel charge.
Oh, I can just right click it right here?
Yeah, I guess. Will I explode? No.
I guess so.
Run, run, run. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck the point of that is, but...
Oh, just to be immersive, probably.
It's a bit time consuming.
I mean, I got a divine orb out of it, so I can't complain.
You got any chance orbs? I got
I
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
do.
6. I got 8 heavy belts right now. Oh, he's a brokey. You're brokey.
Just one.
I'm gonna share my screen, and you're gonna watch me get a headhunter right now.
Okay. Right now. Ready?
I'll leave the other 2 in there, because I ain't got enough. Only got enough for 5.
God, it must be so annoying doing that with fucking controller.
No, it's alright. Oh. Have I got overs? I only got 1. Alright, okay. Right, let's get Headhunter. You ready? Oof.
Did you just blow it up?
Oof. Yeah, it either makes an item or it don't. And that omen I use at the beginning, it guarantees a
Guarantees
ability.
one.
Yeah.
Well, you win some, and then you win some, so you won some, right? You just didn't win them all. Alright, oh well. Come back next week for the next clip. Will Smokey get what he needs? Some bitch.
They will leave him. I don't know what I'm saying. Make a way go.
I mean, what the fuck? I just, from full health, I just like rolled and it was just, bleh, I was dead.
Holds more than simple trinkets.
Some fucking bullshit.
You know, if you use firewall, right, you do more damage.
You'll do more damage with my firewall.
Just saying.
That's one more spell I have to cast.
Yeah, it takes 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's like 12 casts.
And plus, you don't even put down your Orb of Storms, man. You get most of your damage from the Orb of Storms.
Eh. I get most of my damage from arc.
Yeah, if you use Orb of Storms, you get your fusions, right? I don't know how that build works. Oh yeah, you got a speed shrine. Oh yeah, without me, piece of shit.
Oh, 100%. You don't need it.
Yeah, I'll do.
I'm faster than you. Slowpoke. Fucking slowpoke.
You really though. Yeah, I'm faster than Usain Bolt. Oh, did you know Mr. Bolin was Canada, from Canada, Canadian?
Wait, what?
Yeah, did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah, he's Canadian, man.
That's insane.
So looks like you guys have something in common after all.
I mean, hell yeah. That'll put me on the map, right? Guys, I'm the Mr. Ballin of politics. I'm Canadian, so is he. That means I'm qualified. Next I'm gonna say, Smokey, he's white. I'm white. I'm qualified.
Bro.
Definitely gonna turn it into a race card.
I'm faster than you. Faster than you.
No, you're not.
Faster than you.
In your mind you are, but not in reality.
Go back. This map's done.
There are many things that are different between your mind and reality, Smokey, and one of them is that you're not level 100 and I am.
I got to halfway till, halfway to 96 and I started dying, lost so much XP, so I just thought, nah, I don't want to do it, man.
It's the worst part, is just the losing the XP. That's what really does it.
Even if you use the ogres, man, they don't really do much. 75% loss of XP.
Sun Temple? What the hell is that?
You don't want to do that. You know that stupid map in the campaign where you fucking got a zigzag and shit. You got the big sun that burns you, you know?
Oh, that's just the map?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was something interesting.
No, definitely not.
Your tolerance tolerance of the intolerable is admirable.
A relic of
Ooh.
worth.
Ooh.
Are you smoking without me?
Look.
Fuck. How did I fall so far behind, Smokey? When did I lose my edge? When did I become a fucking pussy?
You're a peasant.
I'm a peasant.
What happened, buddy?
I don't know, just some shit exploded on the ground and the next thing I know I was fucking dead.
I did revive you, man. Where the hell did you go? Did you revive?
I revived myself, motherfucker. I don't need your sympathy. Or your handouts.
Come. Alright, give me that divine back, then.
No, I said handouts,
Yeah,
not handouts.
Exactly.
I don't want your hand reaching out to me. I want your items reaching out to me.
Oh, you can have that.
Perfect jeweler's orb.
It's worth like 20 exalts.
Damn, Smokey. Where do you get this item quantity, quality, shit, stuff, percentages, quarantine.
You're bloody slow, man.
Oh shit, none of my stuff is on.
None of your stuff.
Wait, I'm so confused. Can we not wait? Why can I not turn my spirit stuff on?
Over to skill gems.
No, I have 134 out of 134 spirit, like, and it says I can't activate them.
Yeah, so go over to your skills. And then click it. Whatever one
Oh!
uses spirit. And then you activate it.
Ah!
It's probably where you change your chest piece or something.
Not enough spirit. What? It says reservation 30 spirit, and I have 43 spirit. Okay, I took the gem out, and then I put it back in, and it worked. So it was just a glitch. So I was like, where the fuck are my buffs?
I lost like 800 evasion, 400 energy shield just so I can get 50 fucking spirit. Stupid.
It's one of those things you need, but it's so sacrificial.
It's not even like I need it, man. It's just stupid. Divine's coming, I can feel it, man. I can fucking feel him up, man.
Range guys are the worst because they can just stack so much fucking damage on you so fast.
Love a dead end.
How is that a dead end? Just go through the puddle.
Just a boss solo down here, man.
You mean a rarity rare? Rarity rarity rare? Rarity rare. Rarity rarity rare.
You done your
Rin radity rare.
done your ascendancy or not?
No, not yet. There's no point in doing the ascendancy.
Why not?
I'm lazy as fuck.
Just pay one div for someone else to do it for you.
Yeah, exactly. I want you to do it for me while I AFK and fall asleep in my chair. Take a micro nap so we can keep streaming.
I probably ain't even strong enough to kill fucking the temporal with 2 people. I'm surprised.
You're strong enough to do whatever you need to do, Smokey. You just have to believe.
No, I think they done something to this build. It's like I shoot my rods up in the air and I shoot and it don't explode my rods, man. Something real.
Your rods don't explode? Well, you're not doing my mom right if that's not happening.
Yeah, my gear's looking pretty good now, man. Kinda
Yeah,
not
so is
really.
mine. I'm naked. What about you? I love being naked. Oh yeah, being naked is great.
I got 35% movement speed boots, 44 to lightning, 38 to cold, and 41 to fire. It's pretty good.
We're juicing, okay?
Just calm down.
We're juicing tier 10s. Let's go. You ready
What
for
happened
this?
to your other hideout, man?
Huh?
You had a different hideout, right?
No, this is the only one I have. I don't believe in hideouts. Hideouts are for people that need to hide. That's why you're in an outing that you're hiding in. I'm super scared to do anything, because if I die, map's over.
Yeah, stay behind me. Yeah.
Oh my god, I almost fucking died.
The winds
No, I'm
bring
not doing the
fortune.
abyssal deaths, a waste of time.
So you know what I did today, Smokey?
What?
You know what I did today?
What?
I made a Reddit account. A new Reddit account.
What did you do?
And I made it with an author name. My pen name.
You know, Reddit's full of armchair detectives, right?
What?
Reddit is full of armchair detectives, you know, they solve crimes, man. It's good.
Oh, okay. I thought they were called to Congress to testify about terrorism.
Oh, well.
You don't know about that? Twitch, Reddit, Discord, and there was another one. Instagram, I think. We're all like called to court about, maybe it was YouTube, about growing terrorism on platforms and like extremist rhetoric.
The only extremist platform I see is TikTok.
Yeah, but they're already doing things with TikTok with like the whole like 3-year trying to ban in order to sell TikTok. So it's not a Chinese government entity. Because any company that works in China is essentially a arm of the government, because the government does not let a company run in China without it being harshly controlled by the government. And if the government says, well, now you are a spy and you're gonna go steal information, well, you're gonna do it or you're gonna die and the rest of your family's gonna die.
If anyone was to steal information, it'd be China, bro. I'll tell you that.
Well, China steals everything. That's why they're the innovators. Because everyone else pays for it, and then does all the research, and then China just steals the final product and makes it shittier but better.
You see that whole thing about the New Jersey drones? Apparently they were Chinese as well. Thousands and thousands of fine-sized drones, man.
I believe it. China just broke the world record for the amount of drones in one area in the sky at one time. It was like 8,800 or something like that.
Those shows they do, man, they're cool as fuck.
Yeah, I know, they're fucking sick.
I watched the video of a malfunction and all the drones dropped from the sky, man.
Yeah, I saw that
Cost
too.
thousands, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's a big error, man.
So we have that reminded me of just like the EMP scene with the Sentinels in the Matrix. And they just like fall out of the sky. I'm frozen. Fuck. You know what's better than falling out of the sky though? I'm not even gonna say it. It's bad.
Oh, it's kind of gay, bro.
No, it actually wasn't gay, so I'm actually gonna say it. It's like eating your mom.
That's nothing, man. You could have said a lot worse.
I know, but it's your mom, and I wouldn't want someone talking about
Again,
my
a bit
mom.
boring.
So,
like, at least say my dad.
that's why I need to talk about your mom, because I know I wouldn't want someone talking about mine. Right? It's just...
I'm an adult, I don't talk about people's parents.
That's a lie.
I've never once spoke about your mother.
Well, okay, but your mom's sitting beside me, so it's kind of a different story, right? Like, if I didn't know who she was, right? Maybe that would be a little bit weird. I hate these maps.
These keyboard players, bro, they're so slow.
You're a keyboard warrior, Smokey. Don't keyboard warrior me, motherfucker. I'll keyboard warrior you. So this is the one where you just die if you just go in here? Why is this a fucking mechanic? I hate this mechanic.
It was just one. I told you don't pick it, but you chose it. I don't know why.
Because they're blocking it. They're literally blocking the way.
And it's just so confusing.
I hate things that are like multiple layers like this. Like levels and stuff where it's like you have to go
3 different rooms.
Yeah, upstairs and shit, and you never know which side of the map stairs are at.
It goes on me. Stairs on me.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
Oh, if you die, you're not gay.
You die, I disavow you.
I'll never die it.
Fucking frozen.
Run to me, buddy. Hey, look who is. Look who is. Oh, look, you got a white one, I got a red one.
Nice. You know what white and red make?
Fucking purple.
Pink.
No.
You have to have blue to have purple.
You don't.
Red and blue is purple, dude.
It's not.
Know your colors. What the fuck? How do you not know that?
You guys spell color with C-O-L-O-R, bro. It's weird as hell.
You mean C-O-L-O-U-R?
Yeah, that's how we spell it, but you fucking American Canadians spell it with C-O-L-O-R.
No, it's called the French spelling. The
No,
French spelling is with a U.
Spelling. No, it's called the dyslexic
No,
spelling.
so the French spelling is with a U. So what you're saying is wrong because we spell it without a U.
Right. No, we spell it with a U.
No, that's French. You
No,
want to
it's
spell it
not.
without the U, that's English.
No, you don't. No, it's not.
That's how languages
Search up.
work,
Search up.
Smokey.
Search up.
You know what? Just because you lost the argument, now you're just gonna blather about it, right?
Search out. Oh yeah, I'll search out.
I don't know what you're saying. Where was I? We were doing like crits or something like that, or something. No, penetrate, lightning pen. That's what it was. Lightning pen.
Go. Color is the standard in the UK and the Commonwealth countries, whereas color is standard in the US. So suck my balls.
It's French.
Yeah, originated from France, but the UK did it.
Cause it's French.
No, it's not.
Okay. Okay. Live in your delusion, bro. Live in your delusion. I can't change your mind, you know. Well.
Is your map done yet? You take so long, man. Are you still in the map? What? Bro. Wow. That's what happens when you go on a map without me, bro.
I just spawned in, I just instantly died.
Fucking weakling ass. You got like 70,000 DPS, bro.
Wait, what?
I said you got all that DPS though, right?
I have like 12 DPS, bro.
No, you got thousands of DPS.
12 to be exact. I don't believe in shields, okay, Smokey? So carry me.
A shield.
Carry me. No, seriously, carry me. Stop running away, carry me!
I'd rather play hardcore than play warrior. Fuck
Daddy, carry me!
you. No, you smell.
Pick me up!
No, you're too fat.
Fuck! All those reasons are your fault.
Hey, fatty boom boom.
You're the one who gives me money, you're the one who gives me baths.
Wonder why your toes are fucking deformed. You're fucking. I don't know.
Why would you talk about my toes? You're so mean.
Sometimes you gotta do these things. Bro's definitely autistic, I promise you that. Fucking swear no. He's either dropped on his head as a baby, or he's dropped on his head as a baby. Yeah. Which one?
You've never heard the story, Smokey?
I don't know, you told so many stories, bro.
I literally have a dent on my fucking head.
Fucking hell, thought so.
My dad, we were walking through church, and he was like throwing me up, you know? Like throwing me up in the air.
Bro,
and
God told him to do
and
that shit,
we were walking through, and it's like we were walking through the archway, and there's like a bar across the top, and he throws me right into the fucking corner of the bar. My head goes fucking straight into the thing. It's kerclunk. And yeah, I literally have an indent on the top of my head from it. I was like 3 years old.
I bet you that shit got used as an ashtray too, right? It's a fucking episode where I'll find
Oh, you're great, Smokey. I love it. Oh, hey, Smokey. I didn't show you. Check this shit out. Hold on. Pull back. Pull back. Pull back. You gotta check this shit out. I forgot. You are my most popular. You're popping the fuck off, dude. $215 views.
Oh, what?
Your story.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah, losing to my homeless viewer. This bet destroyed my streaming career.
Hey, let me go and give her a like real quick.
Hell yeah, buddy.
Post it in the chat because I can't be bothered looking for it, man.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Let him post it in the chat. Come on.
Shadows in the chat.
Yeah, he definitely got a dent in his head, chat. He takes way too long.
Everyone go check it out. Go give him,
Type
go
in
give
the
it a like,
comments,
go give it a
alright.
comment, go give it a, go give me a subscribe, and yeah.
Who is Intoxication Mind Independent? Who the fuck is that?
That's my very first account that I made. That's the account on my other PC.
Ink Veins.
True. That's such a good name, too. Like, damn. AI can come up with some good names.
No, I'm in my religion. You're not allowed to have tattoos.
You're not allowed to have toes?
Tattoos.
Tattoos?
Yeah.
Why?
Shit, I'm a Muslim, bro.
No, you're not. You're from the
I know,
UK.
right? Yo, bro, there's
Oh.
more fucking Muslims in the UK than there is fucking UK
Yeah, what's
people,
this
bro.
shit about,
Hey,
like, some 8-year-old getting arrested for waving a flag? I keep seeing that everywhere. I'm like, this has to be fake.
nah, it's apparently if you put up the British flag, you're racist. That's how it is right now.
That's
It's
like
to do with all these refugees coming to Britain and shit. And the people are protesting like they want their country back, you know. And people are doing these little things like putting up flags, but yet it's not allowed. People are saying it's racist. So we're in a fucked up state right now, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the people that say it's racist, those are the people you say, go, okay, well, you go to China.
Don't mind having refugees, right? But we don't want illegal refugees.
Yeah, I love it how people are like, they just refuse to like separate the idea of a legal immigrant and an illegal immigrant. We don't want to stop legal immigrants. We want to stop illegal immigrants.
Exactly.
And they're like, you're racist. And I'm like,
It wouldn't
okay.
surprise me.
If
It
you're
wouldn't
gonna
surprise me if the country was built on immigration. You know what I mean? But let's keep it illegal. You know. You got people coming over here who wants to rape all the children and shit, bro. We ain't having them.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up, right?
You know?
Not just kinda, but like really fucked up.
It does happen, man. Down in Liverpool, there was 2 girls who got killed by a fucking illegal alien. You know what I mean?
Well, I know there's like 2 girls that were doing like the older and younger sister and the chick who had like the knife and the like axe, and she was like, "Fuck away." Oh my god, they both steal mana? Oh, this is bullshit. Oh my god.
Out of mana.
Mana! This is bullshit. That was like the worst possible thing. It was like a mirror. Looking into a mirror and seeing myself, and then I just like fucking scream in horror at the awfulness of it.
That would
Could
be
this
kind
be
of fucked up.
such fucking humanity? Ah, shit. Guys, I don't trust this place. Can I come home, Daddy? At this rate, I'm gonna run out of maps. None of them have been dropping.
You're dying. If you don't die, you guarantee the map when you kill the last boss.
If there's a boss.
You know, if they're like the last rare monster. You know?
Oh, well then, I guess I should stick with you, and I've probably been not picking those maps up. shit when they just pop on top of you like that. It's like, dick bag to the face, bitch!
Ooh.
Nice knees, bro.
Speak.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. We're unlocking all of it. We're unlocking all of it. Just don't fucking kill me. That's all I ask.
I ain't seen you smoke once.
Yeah, you did.
Smoke.
Dude, I've had 4 bowls so far.
You chat so much shit.
No. Seriously.
4 bowls before I got here, yeah, maybe.
No. 4 bowls since you got here. Like 22 bowls before. Hi, come from TLC. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Kels. How's it going? Yeah, we're just playing some Path of Exile. Smokey is carrying the hell out of me because I'm bad at the game. He has good build and I have bad build.
Pretty bad, you know.
Yeah, well, you have time to play the game, Smokey. I'm off, you know, having fun, networking, making friends, and, you know, creating experiences. You're just sitting here grinding in a video game. You might as well be grinding on my dick.
Just gay.
Of course it's gay. Oh god! I banned the bot and I died.
No waypoint for you. No waystone, no waypoint, no nothing, bro.
Can you finish the map even though I'm dead?
No.
Are you sure?
I might die, bro. So you should change your gear, man. Obviously you ain't got enough energy shield or something.
How about no, Smokey? How about no? Just, yeah.
They dying, bro.
Well, that's your fault?
Oh look, I got a waystone.
Are you gonna come to my map or not?
You told me to finish the map, man.
No, I was fucking with you.
Fucking retard.
Okay, this time I'm not gonna be a smart ass. Leroy Jenkins. I am, however, gonna grind some weed.
Why the fuck are we doing this again? I just done this, right?
Yeah, but we failed because I died.
I done it, so.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you do it. It doesn't complete for me.
Yeah, I do.
No.
Yes, I do.
Well, then what? How am I able to do the map again? Because you can't do a map once it's complete.
I was in the map when you changed it. This is you being a retard, man.
I'm trying not to be annoying, Smokey. I really am.
Oh, you're definitely being annoying, bro.
I know. I never said I wasn't gonna be annoying. I just said I'm trying not to be.
Right, you coming or you waiting all the way down there?
Huh? I just said I'm grinding some quad. I'll just play with my feet, okay? How about that?
Yeah, you do that. Make sure you get that fucking gunk between your toes.
Fucking on a domestic. My toe is too big. I can't press W. Oh my god. How's it going, Stone? How are you today, good sir?
Yeah, I got Force Hammer here if you want it.
You know something's wrong if me and Smokey aren't in the middle of a domestic dispute. Be like, what happened? Did one of you finally off the other one? Well, I gotta open my door. It's fucking hot in here. I can't wait for winter and it'll -5 in here. Oh, it's gonna be
And then
so
you'll
nice.
end up complaining because it's too cold.
No, because if it's cold, I can just put on more layers. I have clothes. The only problem with cold is when you're like out of the house and like you don't have enough clothes.
Yeah, I done that map about 3 days ago, bro.
3 days of your mom. All your mom, 3 days a week. Fucker.
You should have finished the map. I was only lying.
Oh, well.
You
Too
gotta
late
take this.
now.
Thor's hammer.
Sure, cool, epic. Yeah,
Yes.
thanks. Never gonna use it.
Speak.
Put it in your fucking stash, you retard. That's why I gave it to you.
Huh?
Put it in your stash.
I did. I mean, I want to collect at least one.
You want to collect them, but you'll never use them.
No, exactly.
A waste of
Exactly.
currency.
You're super smart, Smokey.
Probably the worst stash tab now. Have you got anything in that price 10 divine?
What?
You see there where it says price 10 divine?
I don't know where it says price for anything.
All those stash tabs and you use one of them.
I don't understand. What do you mean by stash tabs?
All those stash tabs on the right. All those different, you got essence, gems, forge, whatever the fuck that means.
Wait, what?
Never mind, just pick them up, bro.
I don't know what you mean by that. You're just confusing me, Smokey.
Shut the fuck up and do the back, bro. Please. It's too early for your fucking shenanigans, bro. Right now, you carry me.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, I'm scared. Carry me. Oh,
Yes,
oh,
Lord
help
Smokey.
me.
I will be your guard, and nothing shall ever touch you.
Oh. Don't touch me, though. What the hell?
I'll touch you where the fuck I want, bitch.
Bro, they're hurting me, man. What are you doing?
Oh shit, I'm dead.
Bro. Worst security, bro.
I got
Who's gonna revive you? What the hell did
distracted.
you fucking
I got
resurrect?
distracted.
Don't take much for you, right?
It is my perpetual state of being. Oh god, am I gonna die? I'm gonna die again.
Whoa.
Fuck. Well, that sucks.
Come on, you're supposed to be a beast.
That's what it said. They said this was the tankiest build. How much energy shield do you have?
5,000.
I have 1,200.
No, I only got 1,600.
I have 1,000 health though.
1,600 of.
So why? And I have like max resistances.
Jeweler's orb here if you want it.
Shoo-doo-doo, bop-bop-bop. Another one? Holy shit, that's insane. You have to have like a really high amount of item rarity, don't you?
Skill ISUUE.
Skill issue? Your skill issue is spelling, obviously, Stone.
Don't lose him now.
There's definitely a skill issue, bro.
Mine's a brain issue. I don't have one.
Boy, you fucking ashtray head.
Ashtray head, I love it.
Look sharp. That beast is
I do,
mine.
I'm dyslexic, thanks.
You're a natural at this.
I'm not kidding. I'm like slightly dyslexic. You can't tell.
No, you're just fucked up, man.
Well, I'm 4 doors way down to fucked Phil, right? Across like open humidor, I'm an equal esquidot.
Aye, if we running up.
My heavy belt, fuck you.
I'll heavy belt your ass. Please heavy belt mine. Hey, this thing where I put stuff places goes far with. Who's what's bad hap? Do ritual. Ritual go. Go ritual. You know ritual bad, go you. Do what? You're a dead end. Leroy Jenkins! Oh, the map's done. Well, that was boring.
You speak. What happens when you die all the time? It's boring.
I don't die ever. Excuse me, this is a hardcore character, Smokey. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
Intoxication! That's my name. Wear it out as much as you need. I'm here for your entertainment. Entertainment.
Do I make you this way or something?
Wait, what?
Do I make you this way? Because I swear you're only like this one on the fucking one mic with you or something.
It's true. Hey, but it's not you, Smikey. Smikey. It's not you, Smokey.
The fuck is Smikey, bro? Fuck.
It's not you, Smokey. It's... I don't remember what I was gonna say.
Bro lost track of fucking...
Smoke at that dick. Smikey. Oh my fucking god.
Smoking that dang Smikey.
I don't even remember what we were talking about.
Oh, you remember now? I'm sure you'll forget in a minute.
No, I don't remember. If I don't remember, can I forget to remember?
Sure.
Or I'm gonna remember to forget. Fuck, I was saying something. What was I saying?
Listen to you, so.
Shit. I'm gonna have to go back in the VOD, and that's gonna drive me crazy. Oh, you didn't kill him, Smokey. You didn't kill him.
For you.
You were trying to assassinate me. Guys, Smokey was trying to assassinate me. I don't know if I can trust him anymore. Why you're like this or something? All right. All right. No, it's not you, Smokey. It's me. It's the situation. putting me in a social situation, I try to be as belligerent and as uncohesive and ridiculous and annoying, obnoxious, insane, so people kick me out and then I never have to worry about social interactions because no one wants me there. It's like a 5-head move, you know? You just act like a retard and then no one wants you around and then you just stay at home and you don't have to ever fucking ask, don't ever have to worry about turning someone down because no one was ever going to ask you.
So very fun.
Detonate!
I got no mana. Oh look, expedition logbook. You died. I guess I'll pick that one. You okay?
I'm just enjoying myself, Smokey. I'm just enjoying myself. You know, I hope you are too. I really hope you're enjoying yourself in this beautifully high-vibing, family-friendly, beautifully natured, totally homey, absolutely 100% loving Espinet Couture Padushkadin.
Yickle you.
Ishkababa de Minxkama? I'm stuck in this Mikey hole for real. I was smoking whatever the fuck comes out of Smokey's butt. It was not a good time, I'll tell you that.
Bug, bro.
Hey, Citation in chat.
You really
Hey, Bolia. How's it going? Welcome, welcome.
You don't want to come here, I'll tell you that.
Hey, I'll come when I want to, okay? You can't force me. Oh shit! Yes, you can. It's tits. No, don't kill her before I see tits. Fuck.
Fuck your tits, bro.
Fuck! It's not. That's not. I was about to see tits until Smokey killed her. He killed my wife, Ebola. Can you imagine that?
Guy's never seen boobs in his life.
I'm sorry, babe. I'm sorry. I know he is so rude.
The only boob you've seen is your mum's when you were sucking that nipple.
I don't remember when I was 7 years old, okay?
Yes. You act 7 now, so. That's about 8.
It is true though. As soon as I, it's not just you, Smokey. As soon as I get on any kind of interactive thing, my, I would like to call it my goober brain automatically activates. And I just want to act like
across the room. It's just
fucking
crazy,
retard.
You go from 0 to 100 so quick.
Yup.
Sounds like you're a fucking, I don't know, it's like you're having a stroke or something.
You never know, I might just be sitting here lonely in the back doing my own thing. Never need a good to go when you got a gone.
One of these days it's gonna be like the boy who cried wolf. You're gonna be having a stroke and we won't even know.
Guys, I'm serial. I'm super serial. I've never been so serial. Dude, that's the 3rd time you've said that this week. No, guys, I'm like actually super like man bear pig super serial. I'm gonna. How the fuck do we still wind up? Aren't there like 150 unique maps?
Yeah,
3 out of 4 maps have been the exact same map.
I haven't even had that map once.
I mean, it's a cool
Map's
map,
kind of
but I'd
annoying.
like...
Nah, it's annoying as shit.
I'd
You
like
can't even-
something else, you know?
It takes about 5 minutes. Stupid.
I think 5 minutes is a decent amount of time, Smokey. I only last like
I-
22 seconds. It's like my record.
I do maps in 30 seconds.
Is this one of those cases where you want to be fast? Because, I mean, I can be fast. I can go in there and I can die 4 times, and then the map's done in like 10 seconds.
Faster you are, the more maps you can do, so...
No, that's not true. The slower you are, the less maps you can do. There's no correlation there.
An image traps how we see ourselves. Break the image, break the trap.
I think I broke Smokey's brain.
It's broke a long time ago.
Well, you know, I enjoy our conversation sometimes, Smokey, but at the end of the day, I really gotta admit, there's something about you that just... Like, I really don't want to say it, but it's like... What's the word? Oh, God, it's so hard to
Here we
put...
go.
It's so hard to... Ooh, yeah.
I'm ready for the abuse gone, just so...
No, what? Why would I ever... That's not true, Smokey.
You always abuse me, bro.
No, that's... No, that's not true, and you know what? I'm gonna prove it right now, okay? Right? I don't remember what I was gonna say. No! No! I was gonna say you're filled with divinity, okay, Smokey? Jeez, you gotta fucking whip it out of me? God.
Fine intellect.
God. I mean, you are
You're
like
abusing
God.
me.
You're kind of like God. You're like my God, like my own personal inner God. Like when I need to know that there's strife and terribleness in the world, I look towards you and I say, Smokey, why is this happening? And you say, don't worry about it, smoke a joint. And I say, oh, okay. And I smoke a joint and it's all good. Did you just do a clap track for me, motherfucker? Is this a bad time to ask for a sync toke? No, this is a perfect time to ask for a sync toke. Let's fucking
Stop what
do
you're doing right now.
Queen.
Stop what you're doing right now. Hey, he's coming. He's coming.
I wasn't. Oh shit.
He's coming,
oh
Queen.
Shit.
Good
Wow.
job, Queen. Good job. I appreciate you.
I
really
backed
do.
away. You know, I backed away. It's not my fault. I backed away. Okay, guys, are we ready? Are we ready?
No, I'm not ready.
Appreciate you. Smoted ID. There's some things you can't say in this chat. I just want you to know that, okay?
Alright.
And you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, can I say it right now?
Yeah, you cannot say it right now.
Why?
Are you ready, Smokey?
Ready for what?
Okay, well then we're just gonna sync toke without you. Are you ready,
Oh,
Queen?
wait, man,
One,
wait, man,
three.
wait.
I am not sorry, Smokey. That was gold. I'm dying.
Yeah. Should do it. Yo, listen. It's like, it's exactly how he plays anyway, because the motherfucker dies all the time anyway, so it don't make a difference.
It's impossible to level when you die all the time.
I literally give you DPS, bro. It's crazy.
Callie, what are you doing? Why are you not sleeping? It's like 4 in the morning, bro. What are you doing with your life? I'm glad you're here, though, Callie. Hi, Queen. Hi, Ebola. Okay, you ready yet, Smokey?
Yep.
Okay, 3. Go.
What happened to 21, bro? What the fuck? Yo, did Cali change his name? He did.
Shut the fuck up, Smokey. She said she was 21.
No, she said she was 15. That's what you meant. What happened to 69? Right.
I almost spit my water out, Smokey. I almost spit my water out when you said that.
Looks like you're constipated. Right? What the fuck you were doing?
I was trying not to spit water all over my computer because you made a terrible fucking joke.
You could have done it, bro. You would have had a clean fucking monitor then.
You should see what my monitor looks like.
Can imagine. Fucking hell. This is what smoking does to you guys.
It's
Don't
like,
smoke.
you guys should know. There's nothing worse than dust, except dust that contains resin. When you like smoke inside, and then like the dust just has this tar nature to it, where it just like gets on everything, and I mean everything. Like my.
If you clean it with your bong water, bro, it'll come up lovely.
I slept already for 2 hours. Well, I mean, okay, so Callie was here. He probably slept for 4 hours. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. He probably slept for 4 hours. I don't think that's long enough, but you know, I'm glad you're here, Callie. You can witness the epicness that is Smokey.
I will not endure yet another cycle of time. I refuse.
Hey, Callie. Oh, yeah, and Callie did change his name. He got inspired by a mommy dommy daddy.
What?
He got inspired by a mommy dommy daddy. So he changed his name to being Good Boy. Because he's a good boy. Nevermore is no more. But Callie changes his name like once every 3 months. Like as soon as Twitch says, okay, you can change your name, Callie changes his name. Like I remember him first as Callie Go Burr, then he was Callie Go Right, then he was Callie Nevermore, then he was Good Boy Callie. I'm sure at some point in time he will be something else as well. Something far beyond our comprehension for now.
To be locked in time.
And I'm sure there's other names that he's gone by as well that I've probably forgotten. But he's probably gone through 6 or 7 names. Yeah, but I'm always Callie. Yep, that's true. You have one consistency to your name, and that is Callie. That's not what I want to do.
Yes, these are our supply. Gold is useless to me.
Gold is useless to me. Okay, well then give it all to me. Because you obviously have some, because no matter how much stuff I give you, you still have gold. Cauliflower. I like that one. That's a good one, Stone. For this name, my name, Cindy Lou Woo. Lou Who. Was. That's a good one too, Queen. Callie Lou Who? That's the next one. Okay, Callie, write it down. When you can change your name again, that's gonna be your new name. What? I was very subtle. Mine used to be stoned, by the way. Now you're just stoned, dude. Who knows why I chose that? Well, why did Smokey choose his name to be Smokey? And then why did he change it to Smoted ID? He used this is what his name used to be. This is what we knew him as. Smokey. And then he went and changed his fucking username. All these fake people changing their names, being fake people. I can't believe it, guys. The only reason I changed my name... Okay, so I originally had the name Intoxication, right? Yes, tits! Oh, fuck.
Oh, tits. I'm coming, bro.
Yes. Tits.
I will get rid of those tits for you, bro.
Well, we had our moment in time. She escaped. Tits. Is she going in there? Do we get tits?
Oh, this boss fight takes so long, bro.
It's the last thing you'll see.
Oh, I'm glad that's the last thing. I'm in heaven if that's the last thing I see is your tits. How did you not kill her before this phase, dude?
Because I am weak.
Mammalian protuberances. Man, this is really retarded. Whoever made this fucking... This,
absolute bullshit,
phase...
And you wonder why I kill her so much.
Yeah, they need to erase invulnerability phases. They're just bullshit. Just let's kill the fucking boss if we can kill the boss. Could have been so much more than your dick, but you had to go and not have one. How am I supposed to suck what's not there, bro? Like, fuck.
I'm a gay.
Super gay. You know what else is super gay?
Your mom?
I was gonna say 653%. I'm super gay. Eunuchs are crying right now. That was insensitive. Uh-oh. I have hurt people's feelings. 440% gay. Not as gay as me, Ebola. So close. We're only still about halfway there. Stoned on the lesser gay. Callie on the in-between gay. It's pretty accurate. Just like 164% gay. 151% gay. 178% gay. Smokey's like 12% gay. I'm gay, but keep away from them. Fuck. I'm not gay, I'm bi. I like both. Guys, I'm a glutton, okay? I just want everything. Right? Fence sitter. Oh, what the fuck is that?
I wouldn't even pick that up, it's a waste of time.
Reliquary key?
Fucking waste of time.
Okay, I don't believe you. I'm actually keeping this. This has to be worth it because you don't like it. 100%. Instantly. Yeah, no. Mine now.
That's why I never stole it from you.
You're so arrogant. Did you know that, Smokey?
Yeah, I'm truthful.
But there's a difference. Like, learn presentation.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean, right?
Blah, blah,
like,
blah,
you
blah.
could be... Smokey, you could be such a man. You could be... You could achieve such great things if only you weren't such a little bitch. But, you know...
What'd you say?
I said if you were a better person, Smokey, you might be happy in your life. damn, it's her again?
Stand by me, stand by me.
I love her. What is this? Why do we get so many tits today?
Join my eternal admirers. We could have been.
Some things are worth more than gold, and Smokey, your screams of your soul are worth more gold to me than you could ever imagine. And I can hear it so clearly, so crisply, so beautifully in the background. Makes me so exuberant.
Yeah, I'm listening to music in the background, so I can barely hear you, bro, to be honest.
Smokey, you know what that makes me?
I don't know.
Better than you.
Maybe.
Maybe's not an answer, man. Okay?
Maybe it is, maybe it's not.
Oh, you didn't. I am disavowing the ownership of contemptual
Bro, you made me go back into the old map, bro. What the
Sir Bagindosh Gadoof. Cap. Sir.
Why are you doing these shitty maps, man?
Dude, you're a shitty map. I don't get to choose. I'm just going in a straight line.
Bro, you literally get to choose, bro.
No, I don't. I'm just
bro, look at you picking
literally
these dumb maps.
going in a fucking line. I don't get to choose anything. I'm just going in a line, and whatever is in that line is what we hit.
Well, pick another line.
I can't. We have to finish this line first. Dude, don't set up a second line before you haven't finished your first line. We don't have enough coke for that. I mean, what?
Look at all the buses on this map. Holy shit.
Yeah, I know, right? This is
How about you kill
definitely your passive, which is invoke the evil ship of the races and turns everything into rares. So every monster becomes a rare. Because you know why, Smokey? Because the monster in you is super rare.
Must be.
Fight all you want.
It's like a unicorn. Whatever the opposite of a unicorn is. You know. The like black horse with like like a virgin can't if like you have to be a virgin to ride a unicorn, you have to be a slut to ride, you know, the other thing. How do you have all these buffs, dude? Like, what is this? What kind of magical miracle bullshit are you pulling off right now? The hacks that you have, I want them.
You need to pay a subscription.
Oh, then I'm not interested.
I will not
You
endure
instantly
another
lost
cycle
me.
of time. I refuse.
She even agrees with me. She refuses. Do we refuse to refuse, or do we regain refusion from confusion, severing delusion from the protrusion? Albeit it's an illusion. Fuck!
Well, I'll leave you for 1 second, bro, and you die. I can't even revive you, bro.
Did you really think my true
That's
form
kind of fucked
is
up,
so
I ain't gonna lie.
limited?
I left you for like 2 seconds.
You're not allowed to.
The end was right here, bro.
Smokey, the 2 seconds that you leave me are the 2 seconds that I get
This lake
kidnapped.
never quite
They're
gives-
waiting for that moment.
Oh.
Yes.
But you were the one who arranged it. So how can you even say anything?
I don't know.
And do you know how I know that you arranged it?
I don't know.
Because you just confessed.
I don't know.
On this AI tape. of your voice. Hi, I'm Smokey, and I did it.
Oh yeah,
See?
I definitely sound like that.
Yeah, 100%.
I definitely sound like a South Park character.
There's no way that was a South Park character.
Fuck you, Mr. Garrison.
Drugs are bad. That was bad. You didn't do drugs, kid. That was bad.
Exactly what the song sounds like as well. It's crazy.
Wow. That's what the song sounds like in my fucking head, bitch.
Yeah.
I make it my own. I take that skippity scoop up up and ding bop bop ding 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 bop and I turn it into
Bro should be a fucking auctioneer, bro. Fuck, you
sold. The guy in the back of the video, number 18.
All I understood was sold.
It's a gibble gabble golden goms. Gim gom gold gams. Him hom home hams. I'm a ham homer, your home hymns. Sound like that one kid from Thornsberry. Dude, I haven't heard that shit. That fucking... Dude, I haven't heard of that shit in fucking like a decade. Jesus Christ. And that shit was even like after my time kind of thing. Like that was like 2000s, right? Like I was already like 10. I was like into sci-fi and fantasy by that point. I was advanced for my age. You know, I kind of skipped over the like middle range shit and I went straight from like kids fucking books like, you know, like Where's Waldo and shit to like literature. No, I'm saying you would be young. Like I would like, you know, I was like, if I, and it's not even that. It's just that like during that time in my life, like when I was like 10, I was like reading science books. I was like learning about the planets. I like loved that shit. So it's like I had a little bit more advanced. So when I went over to it, I'm young. I'm not turning 30 in 2 months. Nope. Yeah, exactly right. So it's like you probably were in the range where you were, you know, wanting to, or like at that age still. Well, I guess my main thing is just like I didn't have a TV when I was growing up, right? Like I didn't have a TV, I didn't have like anything, a computer, like it was just the radio. The radio and me and my thoughts.
Since I was 12.
Do you say you binge on 12?
Been in a bin since I was 12.
You've been a bin since you were 12.
Been in a bin since I was 12.
Oh, you've been in a bin since you were 12. Yeah. It's you know why, Smokey? It's because you're fucking from the UK and we call them fucking dumpsters, not bins.
Oh.
Okay?
Choose what you need, as expected.
A dumpster.
Yeah.
That's a large bin, right?
Yeah, that's like the ones that are like industrial sized.
Oh, okay.
Is he from Luton? I don't know what that is, but no, it's because it's the joke that I make everyone think that Smokey's homeless.
Shit, if you don't know that joke, bro, where the fuck you been, bro?
I've been lying on my back with dick in me. I mean, what?
Has you not seen a video?
Of what?
That guy, man.
Who guy main what?
I don't know, what the fuck's his name?
Luton's?
Bezos.
Oh, you mean the video of you and me and you beating the shit out of me and it was classified as evidence for.
He's
the
obviously
trial.
not seen the video, you know.
Seen what video? I'm so confused.
Okay, bro. Okay, bro.
I'm so confused. Beezus is the one who made it. How could he have not seen it? I don't understand. I being
know,
in
he's
the bin,
confused.
sirs. Wait, what?
Not mine, bro. You confusing me now, bro.
I'm so confused. I'm confusing you. All right.
I'm just gonna start fucking ignoring you.
Where's the fun in that, Smokey?
The fun is where I ignore you.
I mean, it's not like it's 2 in the morning for you. It's 2 in the morning for me. Why are there monsters here? What is this, Smokey? Are you trying to get me killed? I don't know what you're doing with your life, but it's not protecting mine. And you need to be protecting my life with your life. That's what's in the contract. It specifically states you have to protect my life with your life. And if you don't do that, well, then you die.
Take the death.
You're so cruel. You're so cruel. How could you ever do that to yourself? What does your subconscious think about you, Smokey? How could your subconscious
Ain't shit
ever...
when I'm dead, right?
Well, when you're dead, you're just consciousness. So...
How'd you know that?
Because I'm immortal. Didn't you know that? Oh, wait, yeah. Did you guys know that? That I'm immortal? British people don't have empathy. As far as
That's
I
a nice
know...
thing to say.
There is no way to prove that, but you know it has been said. But it's also been said that the French have never won a war, but they have against themselves because you know someone had to win. Well, yours did colonize my whole country and destroy our culture. I mean, but that's the way of the world, right? That's kind of what's been happening since the very, very beginning. Why am I not doing any damage? Like, this is ridiculous.
Oh, I wonder why. I wonder why.
No, Smokey. I don't wonder why. I know why. It's because you're a terrible teacher and you didn't do your job. And as a teacher, that also makes you a parent, which makes you legally liable for everything that... Guys, it's a boot. Do you see this, Smokey? It's a fucking boot. Look at the map. Das Boot.
Oh, there's a boss on me if you want to fight him.
Oh, it's all the way over there? Oh, there's a map here.
You want to try about your old or do?
No. Why would I want to do that?
Your corpse will feed the new tomorrow.
You're a new tomorrow.
Need mana.
That damage, crazy.
Destroy.
I know, right? It's just the mana issues. If only I had no mana issues. Okay, yeah, well.
Let the gods die.
Just kill him.
Bro said, well.
I hate moves like that that are just like insta kills.
I can't kill him, bro. He's too strong.
The Savior is precious. He is all that matters.
I can't even kill him outright.
Your time is shorter than you think. Recoil! My flesh is unimportant.
Fair.
Go on. Choose what you need. Indeed. Go on. A useful trade. Go.
You're a useful trade. I'll trade you for something useful. Okay, we're gonna do a full juice. Juicing jackin'. Jack that juice for juicing jokes. Let's go. Okay, I'm not gonna die, guys. I'm not gonna die. I swear, I'm not gonna die.
A place where only the strong persist.
Where are you going? Where are you at? Come back. Smokey, don't leave me alone. I can't handle it. No. Off the cliff. I just threw myself off a cliff because of you, Smokey. How does that make you feel? Huh? It's all your fault. Don't think you can ignore me, Smokey. You think you can ignore me? Oh, don't you dare. You know what's gonna happen if you try to ignore me. I'll bring out the real me. You don't want that. You really don't want that, Smokey. I tell you that right now. Like, you really, really don't want that. So you better behave, okay?
He actually died, bro. That's crazy.
Does it ever occur to you that you're a dick, Smokey?
What?
Exactly.
Not sure what you said.
Neither am I. It's okay. Probably something about
Sounded
dick.
like you said you were a dick in your mouth or something.
Probably, you know. I mean, it's true. It is how I roll. Okay. Ritual, don't care. Expedition, don't care. Mirrors. Just random mirror. And bosses. Let's see, what's this one? Wait. What do I have? 4. Oh, I don't want 4. I want this one. Get rid of this guy.
You want to try and get quantity on those tablets?
You're a quantity tablet.
Bruh.
Mansion in the Mists. How the hell do I get
Your
there?
quantity tablet.
I know, right? I love talking about things that I love to do. Tablets are on.
Bro, this is all I hear, right? When you speak, right? All that goes off in my head, bro.
Oh my god.
It's like an error message, bro.
Why is there no mini-map? This is scary. I don't like this. I don't have any bearings. I don't know where I can go and I can't go. I'm trapped. The walls are closing in! Oh.
You need to go towards the rears, man.
calm down. Just calm down. You're not gonna die. You're not gonna die. Just keep running, and you're not gonna die. Okay? That's all you need to do. Is you just keep running. Keep running.
Come this way, man. Come down this way.
And you're not gonna die.
Bro, where are you going?
I'm running.
You're a retard, bro. I swear.
Yeah, let's do it. You got a retard too? Smokey, are we twinning?
I kind of feel retarded playing with you, yeah.
Are we twinning? Oh, I love retard.
I can't go
twinning.
nowhere. It's just only you that can lead the way, man.
I don't know what you mean.
It's all darkness for me.
Yeah, it's, there's nothing out here for me.
Yeah, but if you look on the map,
there is
if you
no
go
map.
towards the monsters,
There is
the top
no
right
map.
corner of your screen, you fucking retard.
But I mean, like, there's no, like, outline.
Oh my god, bro, you're such a retard sometimes. There's no map.
Well, I mean, like...
There's no map.
I can't see any. I don't know where I'm going.
Bro, you literally wear glasses and you still say you can't see, bro. It's crazy.
Dude, I don't wear glasses to be able to see, okay? I wear glasses to look smart. Know the difference.
Okay, buddy.
There's very
don't pick this
clear
map again.
difference. Right? If you can't...
Please don't ever pick that map again, right?
If you can't... 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 So remember that.
But what if I can't?
Then you're fucked. Sorry. Can't help you. Most are tier 11 maps. Almost. Not quite. But... Fuck! Okay, we're gonna do this absolutely decked fucking map.
You say that every time and then die? Let's go.
Yeah, but it's like... it's decked on the passive, or on the Atlas tree side. It's not decked on, like, the map side. Right?
Exile.
Oh man, I'm paused, man. I'm gonna die, no? Fuck me. Wait for me.
What do you mean? I'm already dead.
Crazy servers, bro. Press pause, takes like 10 minutes for the screen to come back.
It's a skill issue.
Must be a skill issue.
Yeah. You don't have enough skill in real life to get a good enough computer. Fuck me. What even killed me?
You didn't even die.
I've died twice.
Wow. Your resistances must not be 75.
They are. And I have 57 chaos damage.
Yours is higher than mine and you're dying more. That's crazy.
I know. I'm missing something else.
Skill issue, that's what you're missing. The skill.
No, because if I didn't have a skill issue, I could just stand here and die.
You're
But
better off doing a Thorns build, mate.
I would never be tanky enough for that.
You there, local, come here.
Okay, I won't judge you.
Okay. Will you judge me for this?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't take it over there. Fuck.
Not a job. Out of mana.
Hey, it's a skull. Hey, Skull. Bye, Skull. Look at all this loot. I'm about to die. My savior, Smokey, thank you. How am I ever indebted to you? How will I ever know the world?
Stop by giving us a free chair dance.
I'm not giving you shit.
Fucking piece of shit.
You fucking lazy bastard. Can't even carry me for free.
Why the fuck would I do that?
I'm
literally paying to carry you, bro. I literally give you the wines, everything.
Yeah, I know, because I know how to play the bitch card, and I know how to manipulate.
Manipulation.
Just no one thinks everyone would be able to stoop that low. Well, haha, you have no idea. You have no idea.
Map's done.
Speak. Quickly. A useful trade. Indeed.
Are you ready for another fantastic, deathly spiral of serpentumbadushkabderminans? We haven't done this one in a while, have we? I'll channel you. You are a channel. Do you channel? Smokey, do you what?
So
channel?
random, bro.
Where?
I swear to God, just so random.
What? The map is called channel. So I'm asking you if you channel.
Yeah, I channel my energy to smack the fuck out of you through the internet.
Oh, thank you, Daddy. More, please.
Let me take that back.
I blame you for being too fast.
Yeah. That's why you're dying, right? Yeah.
Well, it's because I'm trying to Leroy Jenkins, but you're already so far ahead of me that there's 3 mobs behind me. And I'm like, is this teleportation or time travel? I don't fucking know. Where did you go, Smokey? I don't see you. I don't see you, Smokey. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared.
Oh my God, my frames right now.
Oh my God. 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 Oh my God.
Oh my God, I don't wanna go down there.
Okay. Okay, we survived it.
Don't want to go down there. Where are you?
Holy shit.
Oh, you're down there. You don't want to go down there, bro. You don't want to go down there, bro.
Let's just
My PC almost broke right there, bro. Like, no joke.
that was pretty bad. That was pretty bad, not
That was
gonna lie.
actually crazy. No, I think I want to go down and fight them.
Okay, you want to hear something
enemy.
sad, Smokey?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, I won't tell you then. You're just gonna have to wait for it to happen.
I like these abyssal maps. So many monsters.
because they respawn. So you get double the monsters. Imagine if every monster you killed spawned another monster, and then that monster spawned another monster.
You'd have limited monsters.
Not if you killed them all at the same time.
I don't know. I know you wouldn't kill them all at once.
Shut up.
Hey.
I can kill tier 1 map bosses in one hit.
Yeah.
I mean Act 1 boss.
Oh yeah.
Leopard tapper depper sure depper sure depper sure depper sure depper sure depper sure depper sure. That's right, bitch. It's the name of my spell, depper sure. It's like depth and pressure combined to create the ultimate combination of fuck you. Egg salt. Egg salt, egg salt. Egg salt, egg salt. Egg salt, egg salt. Egg salt, egg salt. Okay, we're good. Did you get the egg salt? The salt egg.
I got the salt egg, yeah.
Salt egg?
Quickly.
Salt egg, zubap, shkabenda bar. Guster. Dubu dimbai. Dimbai, dubai, un aish. Aish kadu. Dubai, pudum paday. Boo day dubed dubedish kebab.
Yo, if you transferred all this energy into writing a story, your story would be insane. Tell you that right now. I promise you that. Swear, bro. YouTube, like, fucking 200,000 views the first day. Swear. Alright, let's talk. Come on, let's talk.
Oh my god.
What's wrong? That's the truth, though, right?
I mean,
I know the truth hurts and stuff. But
yeah, like I put in all the effort, but it's the wrong kind of effort, right?
yeah, you just need to spasm on your story and you'll get up.
It's halfway through. So at the beginning,
Right, you're on your own.
Super
You're on your own. You're on your own. You're on your own. So.
And then it'll be called the greatest story ever, and it'll be like Invisible Dragon.
Yeah, chasing a dragon.
Okay, so this is official, Smokey. Last map.
Yeah, that's cool. You do that one on your own. I'm rolling a joint.
Wait, no, you can't last. You can't.
Go on, get her out. Go on.
I'm dead. It's done. It's over. That's it. Game done. It's over and done. That was it. That was the map.
GG.
GG, guys. That's the night. That's it. It's over. It's done. It's goodbye.
Alright, let's do one more. One more. One more.
It's not my fault you step into this map and you die.
We doing two more,
right? No. I'm gonna die again. Seriously, get your ass in here. This map is terrible.
Yeah, I'm rolling a joint. Just take a choke or something.
Oh my god.
Pause it. Pause. Press pause.
You're a pause.
Press pause or freeze the game, man.
You're gonna freeze the game.
Just press pause.
I'm pressing my computer up.
Press pause, bro. Press escape.
Okay.
Yeah, trust me.
I don't. Why would I
Bro,
ever
just
trust you?
see, look, see?
No.
Freezes the game.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, dude, press escape.
No.
Press escape.
See? Nothing happens.
Press escape.
No, I died.
You see, if you click exit the character selection, those monsters will disappear from around you, and then it'll stop you from dying. It's a little tip.
Isn't that an invulnerability hack?
A what?
An invulnerability
No, it's called just
hack?
saving yourself. It's what people do on hardcore because they're little pussies.
Yeah, isn't that called an invulnerability hack?
No, it's called exiting the main menu and being a pussy.
Okay, but those are
I do it all the time.
fundamentally the same thing, right?
Well, no, it's called teleportation to the main menu screen.
I don't understand.
Alright, Toke, come on, man.
You're so demanding, Smokey. Callie, do you see what I have to deal with? Like, I don't know if I can handle it anymore. I think I might just be at my wit's end. Like, there's so many crazy things that I just can't
You only end the
explain.
summon, but...
Okay, on 3.
Ain't really.
3.
No, I'm not ready yet. Wait, bro.
Why'd you tell me to smoke if you're not ready yet?
No, I told you to toke while you wait. That's what I said.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna toke while I wait, because then I'm not gonna be able to toke when we sync toke.
So just wait. I actually gotta roll a joint, bro. You just gotta put a little bit of weed in a fucking...
Yeah, I'm advanced. You're fucking caveman over there.
I enjoy smoking joints.
Caveman.
Captain Caveman, what are you gonna do about it?
I'm gonna tell your mom.
Please
He's
don't.
a caveman. Oh,
Don't
she
do that.
knows because your dad's a caveman, but she enjoyed that. I mean, what?
Yeah, my dad is actually a caveman. He's a big caveman. He's hench. That's where I get my body structure from.
And your voice?
Built like a fucking brick wall, mate.
I can tell by that voice. I'm like, you're either black or you're built.
No, I'm not black. I'm very tall. Well, not very tall, but I'm like 6'4",
Weed
6'5".
kills your brain cells. You won't be able to redeem anything in my stream. Damn, Callie. Thank God brain cells replenish themselves.
Shit, you gotta go to your stream to redeem something first, right?
I don't believe you're tall, Smokey. I think
Believe what you
he
want, bro.
thinks that 6'3" is tall.
Who says 6'3"?
You.
Says 6'4", 6'5".
Yeah, that's still not
It's
tall.
up to you. It's up to you if you want to believe me or not, but
Like 6'9", 7'3", that's tall.
that's just abnormally large.
No, that's tall.
That's a long neck. That's what that is.
A long neck. Call them giraffes.
I wish I had a long neck.
Wear those bead things, or the rings that go around your neck that push your collarbone down. That those native, like, Indian women do.
Oh yeah, sexy those.
Yeah. Your neck is like 3 times longer.
I love
But
a long neck.
Your collarbone presses against your heart.
I'm sure they start that shit early at age, man.
Oh, they start that at like age 4, age 5. Like, you have to. Otherwise, it snaps the...
I'm ready. Let's go.
Queen is in space, so she's the tallest. No gravity. Damn. Wait, are we smoking? Wait, are we going?
Yeah.
3, go. Wait. Queen, are you ready? On 3, we're gonna go. 3. I was already hitting it. Well, you're 1 step ahead, Queen. That's good. Can you just stand here and, like, kill the entire map?
No.
Fall before me.
You can with Spark.
It disappears though after like a while. Whereas you think arrows would be able to go all the way across the map.
You know when
Sorry, what? You were saying? What, you gonna give me the cold shoulder because I interrupted you because you're a fucking baby?
I forgot.
Oh, okay. You're not allowed to do that, though, I hope you know. You will be fined.
Sorry.
And the fine is 1,000 quarters of twoplex. I tried, I swear he drank me to death. It was like dehydration all over again. I told him no, but it wasn't my fault. I can't do things like that. Fine, Smokey, this one was fast. We'll do one more map. One more map, okay?
Map's little.
We're gonna do a tier 10.
Oh, I just got a divine.
I believe it. Hell yeah. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is a new map I've never done before.
Down with the order.
Boys about to whoop Whew. Yeesh. Subu. No, dude. Okay, guys, I figured it out. I'm gonna do that, like those sound effects, to the Lego stop motion. So it'll be like a Lego stop motion fight with like the most ridiculous, retarded sound effects ever. Same with like clashing of steel and stuff being like something like that. What do you guys think? Is that a cool idea? Am I gonna break the fucking internet with that idea? It'll be Coco Melon, 12 billion views. Ooh, a glitter bone geisha bob. Did you know geisha bob's derpin'?
No, I crashed. Nice. I'm probably dead.
Well, that's fun.
Literally crashed right in front of the bus.
I'm gonna kill him, he's dead. You're alive. You're alive. Smokey, I saved you. Oh, I saved you. Wait, I thought you DC'd.
No, I just puts cogs on my screen. I can't do nothing.
Oh.
These are our supplies. As expected. Indeed.
Okay.
Are we done?
Yeah, we're done. Oh.
GG.
GG, guys. Good stream. We had fun. That's all that matters. At least I had fun.
Alright, catch you soon, bro. I'll go to sleep.
Oh. Fuck you, Smokey. Alright, guys. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. As always, you guys are fucking amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're the reason I'm here. You're why I want to be here. But at the end of the day, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you? Say fuck you to. Fuck you. Alright, who we rating today? Get your Wii U's ready. Smokey with the hell yeah, with the one kick, buddy guy. Fuck yeah, give the kicks out. They add up over time, buddy guy. I like with the way you're going with the buddy guy. Gonna give it to him, gonna give it up, yeah, buddy guy. Some new guy. Some new guy, guys. Some guy new guy knows. New guy news. It's a new guy news. A new guy went new guy guys news. With a Wii U!
Hello. Thank you very much for the raid. What a name again. Intoxication. Oh, intoxication. Until I read it, that seemed a lot more of a complicated name. Got pretty good here. The last. Well, we've got 3 pages left. On one. I'm halfway through this one. Once it is done, this will be the final edits on the next novella. Yeah. I'm determined not to end stream until it's done.